100% in that game with a perfect KDA as well. There were multiple times that he actually almost got caught by the hook there of the Grak. However, well, provided that he was able to dodge those, allowed the V Gaming to actually position themselves better for team fight. So props to V Gaming for that fantastic game number 1. But as we transition towards game number 2, we can say that yes, Mad Team picked up a few non-meta heroes in their game number 1, but they have the opportunity to pick those in the second game. So this will give them a better chance to actually match V Gaming, since V Gaming already expended quite a lot. They picked up the Chi, the Nakroth, the Elsu, and the Amelie. All those 4 are actually high preferred heroes in the AIC, and well, the only difference is that they picked up the Kali, which is not really usually preferred, but Mad Team will have this time a first pick priority, so they can actually threaten an Elsu or maybe pick up the Crixie instead, since V Gaming can no longer use the Elsu, and they will be forced to ban it out.
I think yeah, because if they want to ban it out, the Elsu is kind of the correct way, correct choices to do. To give is not to give 0322 has the Elsu, but in terms of fighting a Matt, I would say the Laville is more crucial to be taken by V Gaming, because we saw a lot of outplays coming in for 0322 with the Laville instead of the Elsu, because the Elsu played maybe for Star in mid, and giving 0322 with the Ryoma pick with this kind of stable kind of warrior gameplay for the side of Matt. But we will see. The banning is still the same. We have the Aya, Omen, maybe will not ban the Nakroth. Matt will ban maybe the Hayate on the second ban. Lorien will be taken away as well.
Yeah.
Gaming, and if V Gaming is confident, maybe they leave out the Aya for Matt.
No. It won't happen for sure. It won't happen. Not a chance.
I'm trying, man.
but hear me out on this. Mad Team has first pick priority, so they have Crixie. Not only that, they can actually pick up the Elsu before the second banning phase, and even have an option on getting the Nakroth as well. Those 3 picks alone will threaten V Gaming so much. They do have the Rector though, and the Tullen being hovered right now, so really good picks coming in from V Gaming as well. But they need to be very careful, because Mad Team right now has a lot of choices. They have so much, and especially how they have performed during their previous game against V Gaming. They can fully utilize these heroes well.
If they want to pick the Crixie, maybe they bring the Kha'Zix for Cuckoo. Is kind of one of the best support in aggressive kind of support, but they bring out the Baldum. I think Baldum is one of the suitable kind of heroes for Cuckoo as well. So if they want to play with the Nakroth and the Baldum, mid lane with the Crixie, they need something on top side. They need maybe a Chi or a Ryoma. Could just play a early game kind of matchup, give Laville to 0322, but with the Roxy being taken by side of V Gaming, this is kind of hard for Baldum. Yes, Baldum has the potential to just wall prison away Roxy first before want to take a team fight, but with Hayate pick, this is going to be a Laville lock for 0322.
Yeah,
if not been bad.
Laville available. Actually, the other heroes that are I am thinking are uh, high DPS late game scaling marksman
Gaffney?
here for Mad Team. Yeah, Caffeine that that can be used. Telanas, maybe Laville. Those heroes that can actually stand off quite effectively towards the late game, provided that they have good protection. And the Baldum actually can do that. Right now, they are going to be removing the Roxy since it has been hovered earlier and it does have its perks, especially with the Agnes grip. So, V Gaming are reading them right now, especially that Mad Team does have a lot of synergy in terms of team fighting with the Teleras and the Kafeni. So now it limits their choices maybe to Laville, or maybe just opt to go with the Elsu instead. But nice banning coming in from Mad Team as well. They are completely trying to remove all those frontline threats that V Gaming can actually have, especially the Scud that is really hard to deal with, especially because of the sustain that he does have in the gap close as well.
I would say if they want to pick the Elsu, this may be a hard kind of composition they bring. And V Gaming already bring up the hovering onto Lubu, and this is a no-go for an Elsu because Lubu can go onto the back line easy. So maybe Laville or a hard-earned Valheim to be played. Maybe a Joker as well. If they want to bring out Joker is versus Hayate, maybe early game they can win. But versus Elsu and Ahri, if they want to lock it out, I think that is possible for the side of Matt. But they need to do something for that Lubu, because if Lubu has the flanking ability, it's going to be hard for Elsu to land the shots because he's going to be disturbed a lot by the Lubu onto the backside. Ahri will do his her job to play it aggressive, trying to find the Hayate because of Hayate has dashes and also the Kuda Blades, and Ahri will really need to use the movement speed he had to find a way to kill down Hayate first.
Last pick is gonna be quite crucial. Are they gonna be opting for a support Richter or Thane? Makes sense. Makes so much sense because of the synergy it does have on the Hayate and on the Tullen. Because the Kunai Blitz will deal a lot of damage. They have 3 front lines as well. If the damage of the Hayate and the Tullen won't be enough to get an execute, Thane is there to do it for them. And they will not hesitate in engaging onto a team fight. Mad Team right now does have a lot of poke and also options in terms of split pushing, team fighting, and poking. But team fighting alone, we know that V Gaming can actually win it hard if they can initiate it properly. And setups and early game will be really crucial here. Mad Team has to bully V Gaming hard if they want to disable the team fighting of V Gaming.
Yeah, the bully ability of Mad in early game is big because of the has the Crixie and also the Nacroth, but enabling the Elsu pick here, they need much space to play. They need to be aggressive as possible. If not, it's going to be V Gaming all the way, because that Richter as well as the Lubu jungle, that Elsu is hard to live, man. That Elsu could run away with the ultimate, but Richter and Lubu still has the dashes. So I would say if the Richter played well for V Gaming, this is maybe a game for V, and make it a 2-0 because of Mad drops is kinda not much of a covers in terms of area. V Gaming has the better draft because they have the Richter and as well as the Lulu and early game phase with Hayate and the Talon. If V Gaming wins early game, this is a game for them.
let's see who is gonna be taking game number 2 this time. So far, V Gaming has the lead in terms of this best of 2 series. But can Mad Team tie things up? We're seeing a standard start for both teams, not really that much aggressive aside from the mid lane interaction that we're seeing right now. Star with a nice knock up after hitting level 2 onto V Gaming. But bot side, I think what's interesting about this is that Elsu Hayate matchup is hard to predict because sometimes you do see an Elsu winning, but sometimes you do see the Hayate winning. It's more so dependent as well on the support that they will have in their lane. So Han and Cuckoo has a big responsibility here in enabling their marksman, because top side is going to be a bit of a mountain here. Not much interaction will happen, and at most they are going to be trying to size up onto each other, but not really a full commit. So they also will be waiting for their junglers Zen and Kwanghai to engage alongside with them to enable that first blood. So both teams right now are just trying to size up each other, check if one will actually make a mistake after a poke or after a jab. But as the time goes by, we're now seeing the first objective about to spawn. Abyssal Dragon gonna be prioritized here by V Gaming for sure.
Yeah, it depends though. If you said that if sometimes Elsu wins, sometimes Hayate, it depends. If I'm using Hayate and versus you using Elsu, it might be you the winning. But now first blood comes in with Matt Star again with what we replay in game number 1. First kill for Matt, maybe a respawn coming in for V Gaming. They make it double and make it a trade for both of the team. But still, V Gaming had the potential to take this Abyssal Dragon because no smite coming in from for the members of Mad, because
Zen died.
The first one to fall. Yeah, Zen died.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for the side of Mad Team and very, very fortunate for V Gaming. So not only do they have the security on that Abyssal Dragon, but they can actually even contest on this layer take here of Mad Team, and that's going to be quite detrimental for Mad Team given the fact that they try to get a kill. Star and Maris both have a kill on their hands, so mid lane is gonna be the one to have that initial boost. So they have to be involved on the next team fights because they are gonna be the ones to dish out the most damage, since the objective is at top side, not really on bot side. Wang TD and 0322 will just sit there while top side Bertleby is taking a bit of damage. Kwanghai pops out the ult to try and dish out a lot of damage and sustain himself, but no take on the Slayer just yet. Bot side though, Han tries to go with that execute, but 0322 actually lands a snipe from afar, and it causes V Gaming to fall back instead.
V Gaming really needs to play a little bit more passive in terms of position, but they can play aggressive if they want to take a lot of objective here, because double objective is in the hands of V Gaming. They have one Abyssal, they have one Slayer, and living a gap 100 gold for Matt. Matt still in the game. Is a couple of more matches is going to be something is hard to play for Mad Team.
Bot side though, Han is quite low. They are not hesitating though in trying to poke out 0322 and Cuckoo, but the snipes keep connecting, so you have to pay the due respect here onto the Elsu given the range advantage that it does have. The gold is even. Kills are even despite the objectives being more on the side of V Gaming, and they really would need to scale up hard here because they are a team fighting based composition. Small skirmishes would hurt them so much. As you see Cuckoo engaged, but a good counter there coming in from Wang TD and Han. They are being pressured though and stop on the recall. because of Cuckoo and 0322. So now, with a good recall by Han, they will have time to actually position themselves here onto the Abyssal Dragon. Mad Team already is grouped up. They can start the objective, but I think they're eyeing on taking the tower first to have more control on the Abyssal Dragon. And V Gaming are forced a little bit back. More members are actually located towards top to answer back with that push, or maybe even take the Slayer once it respawns. But in that small scenario, Mad Team has won. They're trying to engage once again on Tamaris, forcing that flicker. But Han is in the vicinity. Quang Hai also tries to close the distance. Nice knock up, but it gets knocked up as well. So Mad Team still has won that.
Ooh, it's going to be really hard for the side of Mad. They still can't level it up in terms of goal, but they are going in full on onto Bird LB on top side. LB really needs to run away with the ultimate he has. Man of Mark is not enough, and it's kind of a lot of damage that Mad has to put in terms of V Gaming is still okay with the damage. Mad resources, they put 3 Mad versus 1 on top side. That is how hard to kill down the Richter, but LB really needs to play it really well. If not, the top side will be open up much more bigger, and it's hard to defend if Matt has the lead on top side, because V Gaming still has the biggest objective yet.
I think the biggest objective here, especially for V Gaming, is a proper team fight wherein they would have a 5v5 setup, because so far they're being beaten a little bit due to the interaction at top. Yes, the Mad Team used 3 people to kill Birdleby, but that's still a kill that wasn't traded out. So they have a little bit of an edge in terms of gold right now, and maybe they can transition towards split pushing right now. What's difficult though is that V Gaming does have a really high rotation based composition too, so they can just answer back with those pushes, reposition once again, and set up for a team fight. They cleared out the mid just in time for the Abyssal Dragon to spawn. Mad Team eyeing on the Slayer instead, but they will see Han as Cuckoo gets knocked back. Maris actually goes in. Han gets knocked back and thrown away, and now Quang Hai will be opting to use the ultimate. Nice ultimate there to try and prevent V Gaming from actually pursuing, and it will be a fallback for now. Mad Team survives on that 5v5 clash with 0 casualties, but V Gaming will eye on the Dragon.
V Gaming still trailing a little bit in terms of goal, but Mad Team plays it really well in game number 2. Mad knows if Mad loses this fight, it's going to be detrimental in the next fight versus Bacon time. But now Quang Hai already here with the ultimate coming in with push. But now Moonfall has been taken away, but the steals comes in from VGM, takes the kill. Cuckoo is still in mid, but V Gaming still has the upper hand, and Mad Team, despite all of this aggression, Mad still plays in the hands of V Gaming. In terms of how rotation for V Gaming, they know if one objective is given for the side of Mad, V Gaming could suffer a lot because of how 0322 has the poking ability, and also the Moonfall coming in from Star will punish a lot in the late game. So V Gaming thought, okay, we have the Lubu, we have to play aggressive into the mid lane, a couple of stuns coming in, but Quang Hai tried to give a lot of damage, but no risking. Re-engage coming in. Pukauhi with the ultimate has not pushed yet, still have to run away. Mad Team is currently shaking, but V Gaming is going to make a push, one last push into mid lane.
Yeah, with the Slayer spawning to the mid, this buys enough time for Quang Hai to actually start this Holy Dragon, and Mad Team are forced back. V Gaming wins the small skirmish, even if there's no people who died. they still got a gold out of this situation, and it will allow them to actually catch up in terms of the economy department to Mad, because they have been able to split push because of Zen, and now it's already their second turret matching V Gaming, especially in terms of gold. But V Gaming grouping up once again. They might actually catch out Cuckoo. He's taking a bit of damage, forced to flicker out. Zen tries to retaliate, but a quick disengage by V Gaming. Now they transition onto the mid. Now with a wave, they can actually take out this tower. But Elsu is trying to prevent it from happening. Nice use of the aura. Bertleby will get Star though. And they even get the mid. So big win here by V Gaming.
Strat by strat, making a way for V Gaming. This is not a lot of kills coming in from this matchup, but still, V Gaming plays it really well. They had 1.1k gold lead and making a possible more objective. They had the same amount of turrets, but a lot more Abyssal and Dog Slayer for the side of V Gaming. We saw how Mad played aggressive, but still is not enough. V Gaming is still more disciplined, has the upper hand in terms of momentum. They bring the momentum to game number 1, and hard to move against Mad drops currently, because that talent is a little bit too damaging to be dealt by members of Mad. That Cuckoo, one wild charge, just has to make a mistakes coming in from V Gaming. One wild charge will just win the game for Mad if the next contribution is been put with the members of Mad. One team fight will make it for Mad.
One team fight, one mistake, one crucial decision by not only Mad but also for V Gaming can change the result. But one thing's for sure, V Gaming has taken this Slayer down for themselves, so they will have the opportunity to push a lane. Mad team with this poke composition is actually struggling a little bit whenever V Gaming groups up, and now they pile onto the mid. Bertleby is in front. Cuckoo tries to tank all the damage while 0322 lands with those snipes, and Han will opt to disengage alongside with the team since they know that the Holy Dragon is about to spawn the next 12 seconds, while the Richter is at top to aid some of the push there by Mad team. Hayate is on the bot side, while the Holy Dragon is already spawned. They just clear one wave and they can actually go with the Holy Dragon, but I think they are also interested in engaging on a team fight once again. So Mad team has to be a really careful. They spawn the Slayer onto the bot side. They know they can take more towers. They know they can squeeze more victories alongside in this team, and they have already 2,000 gold lead. Not really too high, but they are extending what they have right now. A push onto the mid as they transition. Kwang Hai position himself for a dive, but with all the outer turrets taken already, Mad team are being pushed on the back.
This is a dominoes effect coming in from Mad. They crumble one mid lane and also tier 2 towers and also tier 2 the top side, and Mad really wanted to stall this game because of the Elsu game. And if they wanted the Moonfall to be more aggressive, Scoopy Mask has to be made. They already have the Tomb of Reaper and the Ria's Blessing already been there, but it happened. They need some null to just pierce a lot of magic into the face of VGM. But VGM plays it really well. They doesn't take a lot of fights. They take a lot of surprise for Mad. The winning side of VGM is because how they gain the possession into the jungles of Mad with no single attacks coming in for VGM. The rotation that Han been doing is so much working for the side of V Gaming, because no death, no damage, no fight, but this is maybe the aggressive coming in. Moonfall has been wasted from Star just to play a defense mechanism, but Matt trying to re-engage again into the Dark Star Lord, but could they do it? Because no damage could be transferred around.
Han!
Matt trying to find a way, but Han a little bit too low here. Han really needs to run away, but remembers to fall is
Kuku's dead.
45 seconds. Takes one, maybe number two with a Kunai Blitz onto the back side here, but only one casualty is taken by Matt. V Gaming, they need to be back before the second attempt into the Dark Slayer.
Yeah, what's interesting about this is that V Gaming on a team fight based composition, yes, they initiated quite well, but Mad Team actually mitigated the possible ace in that fight. Kuku was the only casualty, and despite him dying, V Gaming couldn't get anything out of that. They had to recall because most of their members are actually quite low, but now they turn once again. Zen might actually be in trouble. Same goes for Bertleby. He is dead. They're gonna try to get a trade. Cowhigh is very low. Wang TD is throwing the shurikens, but V Gaming, despite numbers disadvantage right now, they're still committing on to this Dark Lord Slayer. The Kunai Blitz has been invested. Oh, the knockoff might be crucial. That was a window of opportunity for Kuku, but now they actually turn. Nice knockback by Han. Now that they turn, 0322 tries to do some damage. Star as well. They now have the Moonfall. Kuku is dead. Same as a Bertleby from a while ago, but the Dark Lord Slayer is still for V Gaming. Mid lane is being pushed by Mad Team right now. They will try to engage onto the low members, but they fall back. They respect the reset possibility here for V Gaming.
Yeah, because V Gaming really needs to reset because they know they had the Infinity Slayer. They can regen it back into the big lane. They has the potential to bring bottom side and top side as well because of Guanghai is on top side. But bottom side really needs to be pushed by Bird LB. And Bird LB a little bit too ambitious if they want to play aggressive on that Dark Slayer a while ago. And Mad Team, they need to punish. This is maybe the punishment they get for the sins they commit. And now Kunai Blitz has been pressed, but a couple of members with wall charge. Oh no, they leave Wang Hai alone inside, but Wild Prison taken away. Mad with the revenge into mid lane. It takes the double kill onto Kawi. Dark Slayer will be taken down as well. It takes number 3 with the triple kill. Maybe quarter kill will be registered if Kawi finds another man to be killed. But no, Mad Team is still alive.
Mad Team is alive and kicking right now. Bertleby is the only one remaining alive here on V Gaming after that big oopsie. I think they overestimated themselves, and it might actually cost them the game. 22 seconds before my response of Kwang Hai 5, Han 8. They can still try, but there comes Bertleby. Gets obliterated in an instant. Kwang Hai will be next. They need to kill the minions, but it won't be enough. Mad Team will tie the series up against V Gaming.
Yeah, Mad Team make a tie over here.
Woo! That game was insane. This time we saw Mad Team with a bit more discipline, especially in that last fight. V Gaming, they were really desperate to open up the base of Mad Team. They wanted to close out the game. What they did not anticipate, but they should have already, is the damage that can be dealt there by Star and 0322. Same goes for Zen, because a while ago when they got the kill onto Kuku, they were actually quite low. They attempted it once again, but unfortunately this time they had not only some casualties but a lot to cause them to lose the game. And Mad Team, as we check out the highlights, we see the struggle, we see the attempt there of a Mad to hold out so long in that game. And when they finally got their power spike, when they finally got the best possible position and setup to win the game, to win a fight, they take it without hesitation. And boy, V Gaming did not expect that turn.
Yeah, I think Matt wins a little much after they had the null for Star, and the 30% of Magic Pierce is so much help for the side of Matt. One single mistake made by V Gaming, and suddenly gives away the potential to win the fight against Matt, and Matt really sense that they had an acro, they had a movement speed, and also the judgment call coming in to make the game into a draw. But what happened next is, after they draw versus Bacon Time, whoever can take one game from them is going to proceed to the playoffs.
I think one of the MVP plays there was from Cuckoo on that Wild Prison. Definitely that caused a big problem on the members of V Gaming in how they wanted to enter and also exit from the base of Mad Team. And yep, you're right. And because of this draw, it's going to be very crucial on the next part of the games, because whoever will survive better or maybe win against the Bacon Time will have the chance to stay in this tournament. Whoever loses 2-0, whoever loses against Bacon Time into a 2-0 will be the one to drop out. So this puts both team on a quite a nervous position right now. I don't want to be in their position.
Yeah, it's hard to just realize that one game away to not make it into the quarterfinals versus Bacon Time, and I think Bacon Time has the most potential to win 2-0. But yeah, it's kind of hard to see if neither of them is not make it into the quarterfinals. But kudos, they share a point with the draw, but Matt Team getting lucky to win that matchup because of the Wild Prison coming in for Cuckoo. Yeah, I would say that Baldum came in clutch with the last possible minute into winning the game. It's kind of more like V Gaming can win at that moment. But yeah, the missed position and a little mistake just jeopardized the whole win for V Gaming.
It did. I think what would have been better is that they got a bit more patient, because they already had the Dark Lord Slayer marching into the mid. They had no reason actually to engage under the towers, especially because you have the Dark Lord Slayer located at mid. It was taking a bit of time, but you could have bought that or used that time to clear out some of the waves on the side lanes. I think that minor mistake had a major effect on that game. Just being impatient can lead to your demise, and now things are more crucial than it is earlier for V Gaming. So good job to Mad Team for actually catching that out, and we can see here on the post-game stats that V Gaming had a lot of control. Well, this was a tight game. The gold lead actually wasn't over 2,000 the whole game until that last fight, because Mad Team got the ace, got so many towers in the mid lane, and ended that game. But if we check out the damage department as well, kudos to 0322. That Elsu pick was definitely worth it for them.
Yeah, the Elsu pick is making the game for Mad, but in terms of how they can dominate the game is only in the matter of time they lose it. They are going to lose versus V Gaming. But now the MVP 0322 with 0 kills and only 6 assists, 0 death. 006 is one of the renowned agent as well for Mad, They had a positive 664 goal, MVP points with 10.4. The Elsu pick really make it possible for the side of Matt. But yeah, they nearly lose 2-0. I think if they lose 2-0, maybe Matt is the one to just fall down. If they have a hard game versus V Gaming, versus Bikertopia will be, much more dependable on the Bacon.
Yep, and after this series, well, we have one of the anticipated games because of what happened in the first game, a dope team versus Bikertopia. It's a dope team's attempt on climbing the top, but in order to climb the top, they have to beat what's on top, which is Bikertopia. We'll see what happens. You are watching Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. We are your shoutcasters, Giang Gaming and Mikos, and we'll be right back just after this short break.
His master sends him on a journey to find inspiration, taking with him the Rivers and Mountains Dream Scroll and Sword of Inspiration in his path to find materials. The young man's search for a breakthrough is fraught with crisis, but this is no obstacle for the battle-savvy Yan, who will hold the brush of the Sword of Inspiration in his hand and repel the enemies that stand in his way as he paints everything in his path. Passive, Spiritual Spark. When Yan uses Skill 1 and Skill 2, he will gain a stack of energy, having 2 stacks of energy, depending on the difference in the previous skill. Will cause the next normal attack to gain additional boost. After using an enhanced normal attack, his attack speed will increase. Yan's skill will mark an enemy when it hits them. Dealing damage to the same target will consume the mark and trigger additional physical damage, restoring Yan's own HP in the process. Skill 1, Black Jade Sprinkle. Yan will deal damage and apply movement speed reduction to enemies in a fan shape in front of him. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. After a short delay, deals damage to the enemy in front and knocks them away. He can move during the delay and deal additional damage to minions and wild monsters. Skill 2, Draconic Step. Yan moves forward in an arc, dealing damage to enemies along the path. Yan is untargetable while using the skill. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. Charging towards the target enemy and dealing damage, he can use another part of Skill 2 within a short time frame. Additional Skill 2 cast has a separate cooldown calculation and does not accumulate energy. Skill 3, Hills of Dream. Yan releases his seal, entering enhanced status and dealing damage to surrounding enemies, receiving a massive physical penetration, and can use the second part of the ultimate skill. He gains super armor and reduces damage taken during the cast. Yan will enhance all of his other skills. The second part of ultimate. Yan charges forward and deals massive damage and knocks away enemies in a massive range forward. Enhanced Skill 1. Deal 2 instances of damage to the enemy. Enhanced Skill 2. Deals even higher damage. Yan's ultimate skill buff will increase with every upgrade. When ultimate is upgraded to level 1, the skill damage of skill 1 and 2 increases by 50%, and the number of times the mark can be triggered also increases. When ultimate is upgraded to level 2, passive enhanced normal attack hitting enemies will extend the enhanced status duration and can be used multiple times when under the buff from the second part of Yan's ultimate. They aren't affected by cooldown reduction. When ultimate is upgraded to level 3, passive enhanced normal attack will return 1 stack of energy. Yan is a highly controllable warrior-type assassin. His damage will continuously increase as the game goes on. He becomes extremely powerful in the later stages of the match. Thus, rapid growth and increasing level are important for Yan. The key to mastering Yan is utilizing Yan's skill set, launching enhanced normal attacks with different effects, and making use of the short cooldown time of his skill set to continuously dish out skill combos. At the start of the game, if Yan needs to support and gank enemies, he can save a stack of his passive in the bush. Use skill 1 to slow down enemies who passes by, and trigger skill 1's enhanced normal attack to knock away the target, to crowd control them and coordinate with teammates to finish them off. Yan needs to save up 1 stack of his passive while chasing down enemies. He needs to make use of skill 2 to get close to the enemy first, then uses enhanced normal attack's additional reset of skill 2 to continue pursuing. Once the gap is closed, use skill 3, skill 1, enhanced normal attack, skill 3's second part to finish up. In team fights later in the match, make use of the buff effect from the ultimate to bring forth a good haul. Yan needs to attack from the flank. Use skill 2 first to close in on the back row, followed by skill 3, normal attack, skill 1, normal attack, the second part of skill 3, skill 2, skill 1 to finish them off. When there are multiple tank type heroes in the enemy composition, due to Yan's lack of high damage before using his ultimate, he needs to watch his timing when he enters the battle. Make use of the physical penetration from the ultimate, as the bonus can deal quite substantial damage even against tank type heroes. Due to marks being able to be triggered multiple times, while in enhanced status, coordinating with skill 2's movement and skill 1's damage, you can potentially take down tanks. Yan's passive HP restore allows him to have decent survivability. Watch your timing on using skill 2's untargetable effect to dodge enemy damage. Yan needs to improvise in battle and requires careful observation of the situation on the battlefield to choose the right skill to cast.
Hi there, rookie. Welcome to Arena of Valor. This is a multiplayer online battle arena mobile game. This may be your first time with a MOBA game, and you're at a loss about fighting with real players. Fear not. You have Arthur, a trustworthy pal to help you around. He will lead you into this legendary battle and show you the exhilaration of this game. See that crystal over there? Smash it with your divine blade and victory is all yours. Pretty simple, eh? But what about before that? Patience, pal. One step at a time. First, you have to destroy every defense tower in this lane. Of course, your enemies will not let you. They will do anything to stop you. So, do not rush to the tower. Wait! Get back! No! God! Please, no! Well, at least it won't get any worse.
You have been defeated.
Never mind, pal. We cannot run back time, but you will fully respawn as the countdown ends. See? Dying is no big deal in this game. Don't chicken out. Just go for it like a warrior. I see you have realized that you're not even qualified to fight against your opponents. Hurry up! Grab your divine blade. Embark on the journey of getting stronger. There's only one thing you need to keep in mind if you want to become stronger. That is, to get richer. You can buy all these dazzling items with the money you earn to improve your combat capability. Creeps on each lane. Monsters in the fields. Even your enemies are all resources of your economy. The process of killing these targets and improving your abilities is called farming in Arena of Valor. Also, remember that you are not fighting on your own. There are 4 partners standing beside you. You will be a tough tank after you are fully farmed. Charge, hero! Charge! Your teammates will support you without reserve. Let your enemies fight back as all they want, but all in vain. You are no longer the rookie you used to be. Consolidate at every step. Break down every defense tower in sight. The glory of victory will eventually shine upon you. Woohoo! But if you keep dying all the time, your side will progressively lose ground. In the end, your base is destroyed by the enemies. Are you really prepared for the... So what? Just take another round. In AOV, failure is just the experience you need to grow stronger. Come on, rookie. What are you waiting for? Let's go!
Welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. We are your shoutcasters. My name is Giang Gaming. Here with me is Mikos to bring you the action of day number 4. And all the actions we have seen are quite amazing. The 2-0 of ADT against Dewa United Esports, the tie of V Gaming and Mad Team, and now we're on to the third series. We have 4 more to go, including this one. This time is gonna be a dope team once again. This time battling against Bikertopia. Migos, what are your thoughts about this one?
It's gonna sound a bit biased, but Bikertopia will have some hard time because ADT shown that they are the next level after the phase number 2 with a couple of main players is back in the main lineup, and yeah, the draft is not bad for ADT, and ADT played really well. Just it's not a stomp versus Dewa, but Dewa could not find the right strategy to just want to stop away a dope team. But a dope team has the potential and momentum to bring the fight to Bikertopia. But you know, Bikertopia, they are in packs. They are just roaming around with their bikes, trying to look stylish and a lot more humble than we know. But a dope team, this is a mountain to climb, or maybe a highway to stroll, because Bikertopia is their region. It's hard to beat Bikertopia, as we know in day number 2. Bikertopia is the number 1 into the groups. ADT really needs some luck here to versus Bikertopia, but they already have 2 points, and yeah, maybe looking for stealing 1 point for going to the quarterfinals.
It is possible. I mean, if we recall their match in the second day, on the first few days in the phase 1 rather, they lost against Bikertopia in a quite dominating fashion actually. But now, with the strategy that you told me about the ADT, this time they have a different roster facing them. If you check out here in the key player introduction, Bikertopia, T-Lin has a fantastic performance in the jungle with the scores or the stats we're seeing right now. During their match against a dope team, he used a Nakroth in the jungle, which had a significant impact in not only team fights but also in the split push department that allowed them to actually get all the advantage that they needed in terms of gold, which helped them scale up really fast for a dope team this time. LCC2 is really strong in the mid. Earlier, we saw how strong he can be with both, using both Crixie and the Tulin as well in their match against Dewa United. So this time, in a complete roster, they're looking to finally get the revenge against Bikertopia.
I would say that the key player introduction, the KD from Bikertopia and ADT, is far-fetched from ADT to get near Bikertopia. That 14 KD versus a 6 KD is double the amount that LCC2 could give. Now ADT has one strat. They need to stay alive and give a hard time for Bikertopia as well. If they can steal 1 point, that is a bonus for the side of ADT, because of if Dewa United wins 2-0 for Bikertopia, that is something that a dope team really needs to take into account. But if we heard what Vittorio said, that Bikertopia is the number 1 in Group C, and it cannot be taken away by Dewa and also as ADT. But ADT showed that some of the perspective that we had for ADT is wrong, and this is maybe the game that we have to just looks into what ADT could give if they goes to the quarterfinals, because if they can beat down Bikertopia, maybe we are seeing a top 4 in the AIC.
Right now in the initial pick and bans, we do see Bikertopia prioritizing the Nakroth instead of the Elsu. So Adobe team can actually pick this up. They do have the necessary synergy that they need in order for that kind of setup. But today they actually haven't picked up or touched the Elsu yet. So this would be a first for Adobe team if ever that's the route they would want to go. Reminiscent of LCC2's Crixie, he will use this again. He dealt the highest damage during their match against Dewa United earlier with 84,000 damage compared to 20 earlier, which is just over 70,000. Bikertopia building though a team fight based composition. This is starting to look scary for Adobe team because they actually struggled against Bikertopia's team fighting when they battled before.
Yeah, it is kind of hard that having a dope team that played Roxy in terms of they know this is going to be a hard game. They played a lot of defensive. They bring in Crixie with the Moonfall and Roxy with the Agnes Grip. But as you can see, Bikertopia had aggressive composition. They had an Akron, they had Hayate as well as the Liliana. So if a dope team can make it a mid-game composition, maybe they doesn't fall into the early game. A dope team has a fighting chance, but Bikertopia is too much aggressive in the early game. They can play aggressive, they can go for an invade. Two camps invade in the early phase because they have Hayate as well as Nightcross. One's go for a red buff, and the other with the Dark Slayer goes for the blue buff. But kinda ADT, they need more defense in this kind of matchup. I'm not convinced yet that ADT can play a lot more damage to win this game in terms of early game. But if ADT can do it, this is maybe the best time for ADT because they still know that the damage coming from Nacross will be online into the early game, and as well as Hayate with the true damage. Liliana needs some time. So if they want to bring Crixie, they need to have something into the jungle that can win Crixie the mid lane. Crixie, LCC2, before this win against Iggy. Iggy is not been picked by side of Bikertopia. Iggy is available for both teams in game number 2. If they have the Elandor, they need one. Exactly like a Richter, maybe a Yena again for LYL, maybe a Florentino to be played. If they want something that has much damage and poking ability, Ryoma also can to just take a lot of more early composition for the side of Dope team. They take they hover onto the Richter. I said if the Richter has been picked, this is maybe a Dope team early composition to win this matchup.
Yeah, they also have removed some of the high synergy marksman with the Elandor if ever Adobe team will opt to go with a double marksman composition. Bikertopia is trying to respond defensively here, limiting their options. So now Adobe team has to decide whether to go with a double marksman or not, as they have picked up the Richter earlier. Now Ryoma, you talked about how useful this hero can be, and it's being one of the choices right now in the last 2 picks of Bikertopia. They will hover the Baldum as well, so team fighting is really strong for Bikertopia. They fully invested on this, and they're looking to reap the results. Adobe team on their last pick, I'm wondering what a path they would want to go to, because things are looking kind of dim in terms of the drafting right now. Yes, they do have the pick potential, they do have a possible double marksman, but it was limited a little bit. Now they are fully investing towards the late game. They do have a little bit on the early game, but it will depend on Botak later on with the Agnes Grip, if ever it will land on the crucial target members of Bikertopia. They have a lot of damage on the side of Adobe team, but can they sustain the damage from Bikertopia? That is a question.
Yeah, the damage from Bikertopia is too much. They have the Ryoma, they have the Hayate, and if Adobe team want to bring the whips into play, like what happened for KFC Talent, they can. They have to play a lot more aggressive onto objective rather than team fights along with Bikertopia, because we know Bikertopia will find a fight much often rather than a dope team, because in an early game, whips is not a early type of composition. He needs this leg sting. He needs that Cliff Santi to just deal a lot of criticals to kill one of the members of Bikertopia. Maybe Hayati match, Hayati has more potential to win against laning against the whips, but whips has the burst damage and also the stuns that ADT needs. So if they can play stall game onto the Abyssal Dragon, they wait for a couple of items, maybe one Klizusanti for that whips. ADT needs to stall this game into 10-minute marks. They cannot lose in terms of early game. They have the Richter, they have the Roxy. That is the main component for them to play defensive. If not, Bikertopia will land and we just ride across into their core and win the first game.
Yeah, in terms of composition, I'm kind of favoring Bikertopia right now. It shows stability in their lineup, and not only do they have a really good team fighting base composition, they have a decent amount of side lane and split push control as well. Because of the Irioma, because of the Nakroth, there are a lot of ways they can actually approach this game and limit the ones of a dope team. So ADT has to play this so defensively and try to just farm it out, but we're seeing a different approach here. ADT actually going on invading the red side jungle here of T-Lin. They might actually be punished on here. XF is taking a lot of damage, and first blood is gonna be handed over to Shin. So big oopsie by ADT. We talked about this already. This is not a composition that should be going aggressive against Bikertopia.
Yeah, this is ADT trying to find a way. Okay, if we play aggressive, could Bikertopia punish us? Yes. The answer is yes. Bikertopia has a lot of damage, and how ADT trying to cope with that? They need some items. They need some time to play. They need to play defensive. They have the retribution. They need to have XF to play a little bit of a passive game rather than play the basic Elendor to face a lot of aggressive, just poking and poking and poking. Because of Bikertopia, T-Lin with the Nacron, Elendor will have much time harder than anybody else. So it's going to be Bikertopia all the way into the early game. ADT needs to play it safe. If not, this is going to be a dive from bottom side. Zensao will be taken away with a couple more damage. Zen with the burst, with the light, has secured the kill, and they trade objective. Wanda Slayer wanna be so dragon, but no. T1 is coming topside.
Yeah, he's gonna try to steal it out. Bikertopia will secure the Abyssal Dragon, while a dope team will secure the Slayer for now. But as we check out the goal, Bikertopia keeps on accelerating this game. And a dope team, because of their early aggression, it caused them to lose so much in terms of control. And now they have to play things more reactively, more passively, just farm out. This is the game that you talked about, that you have to stall out for 10 to 15 minutes before you can actually fight. And that also has to meet the condition that you're playing this out safely without casualties. XF almost became one. Bikertopia looking to engage back, especially after that ulti by T1. This is why you don't want to give the Baldum away, because he can just prevent you from escaping with the Wild Prison. And LCC too, he got imprisoned.
Yeah, that is some game coming in for Bikertopia. They played it really well. They know the re-engage coming in with the Wild Prison is much to happen, but now T-Lin a little bit more confident, trying to find a way to steal away this blue buff. But yes, we can see SF a little bit too early. trying to find the aggressive LYL. Happened to help his friend. This is ADT with not the same kind of momentum, but they still can survive. ADT needs to play what Dewa did versus them. They need to play it safe, they need to play it with the farm they had, but none of the team fight could be accepted by them. If they accept team fight currently, it will be a disaster for ADT. They can find skirmishes, they cannot 5v5. If 5v5 with the Necron Judgment as well as the damage coming in for Liliana, I would say this is not going to be a 15-minute game. So if ADT doesn't find any team fight, this is most possibly going to be 20 minutes if ADT could survive.
Yep, that is their key. In terms of this victory, they have to start up. What I want to commend ADT though is that they're not being too much behind in terms of economy. They also are getting a kill onto Zirui alongside with a tower trade towards the top and the bot. So in terms of economy, yes, they are behind 2,000, but if they are going to be getting some picks like these, it's going to help them so much. The only problem though is that they have to keep up with the push, and Bikertopia already has pushed the mid. Top side is a little bit delayed from earlier because of LYL.
Oh no.
Woo! That was a close one. I think he sweated a lot for that, but the sweat is all worth it because he stayed alive. And Zen Shao is just trying to dish out a bit of damage. It does deal a lot of damage from the Wisp onto Pika and T1. The help of Botak, he is relatively safe. Tilin slays the Slayer, while Zirui actually will get this Abyssal Dragon. So two objectives taken here by Bikertopia away from a dope team. A big amount of gold handed over for free.
I'm having flashback against Tilin with the Nacron played with HKE before this, but now Group Bikertopia has a lot of potential. ZF really needs to run away with the man of forces on the backside here. Wall Prison has risen someone, but now Judgment is not here to be connected by T-Lin. It takes ZF takes the kill. ADT is in control, but now T-Lin comes in again with a couple remarks, but not enough to take one members of ADT. ADT is playing it back. Couple more pokes coming in for Pika top side, but now ZF has couple more damage, retreat a little bit because they know they can't trade currently right now. 7 minutes into the game, 6 minutes 20 seconds, and LYL a little bit too low. LYL really needs to run away, but the towers will be fall down with one more attack coming in for Bikertopia. ADT brings the heat for this biker gang.
Yeah, biker gang with a lot of kills, but ADT is fighting back actually effectively. They are down 3k gold still, and the gold lead keeps rising on the side of Bikertopia, and they will keep on doing this as time goes by. A dope team has to fight back. They need to keep doing what they have done earlier, getting some kills, getting some trade backs, because Bikertopia won't stop with their aggression. They're eyeing onto the top as it is the only outer turret remaining alive, but a dope team positioning themselves. Botak is in front. XF gets caught out as well with a vision. Oh, T1 will go in front while Prison does not imprison anybody, and Shin has to fall back. T1 falls, but mid lane, LYL nearly gets deleted there from the claws of T-Lin, and now Bikertopia across the map are just rotating and applying pressure. That tower in the bot lane almost fell down, but good job for ADT to be able to successfully defend it.
They had a couple of gold deficit coming in, but the ADT still can survive with Pika, with the ultimate coming in, and still with the poking ability. But ADT with a couple more respawn, trying to find a way to just give a hard time for Bikertopia, just pull away their jungle camps. They need the Abyssal Dragon. The Dark Slayer has been taken away. Holy Dragon is the objective for the side of ADT, but Zensao a little bit too far from their members. But if Zensao been taken out, this is maybe a big punishment for ADT. They can just defend top side. They need to wait for the mid lane. Bottom side here, LYL is having a hard time versus Pika. ADT needs to wait for the 10-minute gaps. For that, Ryoma has a lot of problems because of how the Moonfall will give a lot more poison for the fact that ADT they're fighting away. Zach M takes down T1 first, but while Prison takes 2 members of ADT. Now the man of Mark onto the backside, but is not enough coming in for ADT. They lost 2, they trade 1 for T1. Is not a great trade for ADT. If they can take another member for Bikertopia, that is a +1 for ADT. They successfully defend, they kill 1, but they need to defend more. What ADT could do right now?
Well, not a lot, given that their towers are just continuously falling down and they keep getting pressured on the damage of Bikertopia. Now, this Holy Dragon is going to be for the hands of Bikertopia. They also have the luxury of exploring the map and look for more picks because ADT has yet to power spike. They can just look for more picks and also catch some of the members here of Adobe Team. What's good about Adobe Team though is that they are also trying to fight back. LYL is taking a bit of damage. It's a nice knock up onto Zero. He almost gets deleted, but a good disengage allows them to be able to not be punished. This time though, a good punish onto T-Lin gets handed over after that successful Agnes grip by Botak. And this is gonna be another window of opportunity for Adobe Team. A breathing time as they look to extend this to 15 minutes before they actually be able to scale up.
Yeah, I think they need to wait for this 40-second for the Holy Dragon buff to just finish, and after that play a little bit more aggressive. If ADT plays onto the late game, they can't win this, GG, because of how they wait. Oh, that is the best Agnes for ADT. They're making the play goes right. ADT has a couple of advantages right now. LYL really needs to play it really safe, but now LYL will be taken away, but still has the immune, but not enough to steal away or run away from the dangers given by Bikertopia. But ADT makes a little bit mistakes. They need to be in the defensive state back.
Oh, how can you stay defensive right now? Given the fact that Bikertopia, yeah, they are losing some of the members due to the Agnes grip, but they keep getting the objectives. Right now, T1 gets caught out. He knocks back 4, and now here comes the retaliation. Botak is dead. LCC2 and all the members reach to heaven as Bikertopia slays them all. And now a march into the mid. A victory march, rather, as it's only LYL left to defend while all those dead bodies lay down on the ground. Bikertopia will take game number 1.
Oh, it's hard to see ADT trying to find the game they can, but it's not enough versus Bikertopia. They had a lot of potential, and those players has a lot of experience in AIC. We have T-Lin onto the Necros. We have T1 with the Baldum. Played really well, and kind of hard to see from a Malaysian boy itself to see ADT forced to give 1 point back. But yeah, in terms of game, we have a fantastic game. ADC somehow finds a gap to just play it around Bikertopia, but it's just not enough in terms of picks. And yeah, maybe in game number 2, ADT could punish back Bikertopia. I know it will be hard, but it's doable for ADT.
Quite doable. They tried in this game. Unfortunately, Bikertopia took control. I think they did not expect that turn. They tried to kill T1, but him being able to survive allows them to actually re-engage properly and take down multiple members of Adobe Team at the same time. And it was unfortunate given that Bikertopia was just really ahead in terms of goal and they got all the AoE damage that they need, especially by T-Lin, Zirui, and Shin. So ADT now on the series deficit. They really need to come back in this if ever they want to have a solid top spot, or at least have a chance to get that solid top spot, or maybe tie to Bikertopia, because Bikertopia after this will have to battle against Dewa United, and we all know Bikertopia, they're looking to maintain a top standing. Right now, they can even secure a 2-0 given the performance that they do have. They had full control of the game all throughout. We saw the attempt of ADT though to come back. It was there, however, given the circumstances that they're not really in time yet for their power spikes, they just caught out, and an early engage led to their demise.
Yeah, kind of level that ADT showed in that kind of matchup, because the comeback, they force it too much when the Dark Slayer has a bot. They force it without LYL. That is the main problem, because they saw the gap that they can do, but instead of they are the one has been pushed to the side with the damage coming in from T1, as well as the Nacros just plays around and get a lot of crits in terms of rotation. But somehow that kind of strat is looking the same as Nova do. 5-man rotation without LYL at that moment, just trying to force a way into the Dark Slayer. I understand why they do it. They're trying to find a steal coming in, but if they did not steal, that is the punishment for them, because they have not enough players to just give a lot of damage. There's no Man of Hunter at that moment from LYL to play it onto the backside of Bikertopia. So the force onto Dark Slayer is the moment of mistakes being made by ADT. At that moment, we know for sure that win will be given to Bikertopia. T-Lin with the Nacros is a monster. The play is really good. The synergy that had with the Nacros as well as the Hayate is somehow a hard thing to handle by ADT.
It is a difficult thing to handle, especially the amount of damage that they are able to dish out consecutively on the right target. So ADT needs to... Well, that was the con on their lineup. We talked about it during the drafting phase, wherein it would be difficult for them to actually fully utilize their lineup due to the fact that they don't have an AoE damage, AoE crowd control on their lineup. So it's hard to suppress the enemies from engaging, and now they're pushed back on this series. They can still come back on the series, at least tie it up, but that game was already been established with the dominance of Bikertopia.
Bikertopia played well, and in terms of how the energy they bring versus ADT, and it's kind of looks like Bikertopia could do what one team did in the Group B, as well as KFC Talent in Group A. So Bikertopia will maybe, if the first one to proceed into the they had the last series to play for today, I think, but they need to play a little bit more time to just confirm their spot into the quarterfinals. But ADT, they lost again Bikertopia with the 12-minute game mark. It's hard to see it, but Pika with that Ryoma has a 60,000 damage. It's too much to be handled. Meanwhile, LCC2 with the Crixie again, trying to find a way to just carry ADT, but it's not enough. The Whips gameplay, I understand the same kind of damage they've been given by Zero. The damage from this game alone is too much to be handled. The amount of fights that they take and they throw is so much, but the kills and death is not on par what the damage that they give.
And MVP is gonna be Ziri on the Hayate. But I also want to give credits towards the other members because they have performed significantly well and enabling Ziri and Shin as well. T1 made those initiations happen for the team and enabled the other members to be able to dish out their damage. So I think that is one of the things that we have to consider. But congratulations to Bikertopia. They won the game number 1 and just one win away from having that 2-0 at the very start of this day number 4. And they have another game later that they are also confident in having a good performance with. That fight earlier at the end was really fantastic, and I think one of the key differences was the time of the essence it happened, because if the fight occurred 3 minutes later, it would have been different because the power spikes of Adobe Team would have been there. But unfortunately, it wasn't. Bikertopia took the opportunity without hesitation, and now 1 win.
Yeah, that is my main point from the start of the game. If ADT could bring the game into late game, they could win. Look at what happened into the mid game. They could stall a lot more, but one single mistake, they forced the Dark Slayer entry with no LC's LYL presence. That is when ADT bottles the game at given Bikertopia the win at that point. But if they just go back, give the Dark Slayer for the side of Bikertopia, and wait for the Dark Slayer to crash under the turrets, they can win it. They can with the damage that Whips has into late game. They already have the Bloodlust, they already have the Glitz of Santi and the Slip Sting. That team fight will be won by ADT, but the patience is not there. If they had much patience in terms of they have to wait, they have to forecast what happened if they give the Dark Slayer, I would say they could win with the last team fight possible. Reach maybe 20 minutes into the game, 15 minutes, that is ADT time, because Hayate will not give much more damage, Ryoma will not be relevant into the late game, and only Nacroc will just take a lot of reject. The backdoor needs to be locked from ADT. That is the point.
And now we're how do you think things will go down? Do you think this game could have affected the mental state of Adobe Team? Because they have invested quite a lot in this game, honestly. The double marksman composition has yet to see any good success. I don't think we have seen yet in the AIC 2022. But if it does, it is in a low percent rate as of the meantime. It's really hard to execute that kind, especially if the other marksmen are gonna be removed or respectfully banned out. A while ago, we saw during the drafting phase that the Joker and the Elsu were taken away to remove some of the threat, the high threat marksmen that Adobe Team can actually get. And as we see on the screen, global bans are gonna be on show as well, so kind of limits a little bit the choices here of both teams, as Adobe Team will transition towards the blue side, Bikertopia onto the red. First pick priority this time with the Elsu, unless it is banned out by Bikertopia.
I would say this is an Iggy pick. Maybe a Tulan or an Iggy pick coming in for Dope, because hard to see that the Dope Team prioritize onto Elsu rather than the mid game matchup into the mage matchup. So if they want to prioritize the Elsu, it's kind of hard for ADT, because we haven't seen Zen Xiao played ADT played Elsu really well, and I would say kind of Elsu is not a priority for a dope team, but they can do for an Elsu. If they want to put Elsu onto LCC2, maybe Zenzao on the bottom side, but they need something that could bring the game for ADT. Maybe a Tachi, maybe a Iggy Tachi combination into the first pick. So it's kind of hard to say from current moment. Lorian maybe be banned by Bikertopia, because if they want to give LCC to Lorian, that is some ludicrous moment. But I think if they ban Hayate first, is kind of not it's hard to pick. But if a dope team want to bring Nacroth here, is something that we need to focus on, because of Zach have played Nacroth pretty well. They have no Trixie left, they have Iggy, they have the talent to be played for LCC2. Bota still have Tachi, maybe a Baldum pick, Zenzao, Kafni, maybe at some point. But yeah, I think Nacroth first pick is the answer for a dope team currently.
And well, the Elsu is gonna be not the choice here by a dope team as of the moment. They will pick up the Nacroth instead, though they don't really have to as of the moment, since it was already picked up by Thielen early, or by Bikertopia earlier. So I think they just wanted to get this as of the moment, just to make sure they at least get this for sure. And maybe they won't want to first pick an Elsu this time, given the possible cons of this particular hero. Oh, I see your reaction. What are your thoughts on this? Moran?
It would not be Moran. Come on.
Come on.
This is not game 5 to be Moran.
Or game 6, right?
Yeah, rather you don't have any more heroes to be played. Yes, Moran could be a priority for the side of Bikertopia, but they have an Elsu, they have the Kafni, they have the Laville. I don't think Moran will be locked by the side of Bikertopia, but still they can do for a jungle kind of Moran. Instead they go for the Lubu jungle, or maybe Slayer Lubu, but I think Lubu jungle is the best in the meta currently right now. So ADT, what are the response onto Elsu and Lubu? They had range, they had sustainability, they had for ADT they only had one. They still have the Iggy, maybe the Varus mid, or Varus onto this lane. They have to flex it a lot. If not, Bikertopia will smell something coming in for ADT. Oh. Florentino as well as Varus.
Varus, mid.
Varus support maybe.
Varus marksman. That's just joking.
It could happen though.
I think dope team wants an early skirmish of a lineup, but oh. You see the difference of my reaction. That's how I miss Raz, my favorite hero on AOV.
Yeah. How's your mastery on the Raz? Come on, tell it to the world.
My what?
Your mastery, your hero's mastery.
Oh, not good. Just my favorite. Because of the, I like it because of. I actually started to like it due to AIC 2021 when during the 1v1 parts of the tournament, many players were actually playing it quite well, and it has a lot of synergy with a Superman, which is one of my favorite heroes as well in the AIC. So it's not gonna be preferred right now by Bikertopia. Sadly, they pick up the much more stable one though, the Crixie, that has a lot of synergy with the other heroes that they have picked up. Actually, Crixie has the best synergy with any kind of lineup. It's like a safe pick. Like, you won't have to think about synergy or whatsoever, because she can just do she can do damage, she can set up with a knock-up, she has decent amount of mobility. Everything is in her kit. Not as in terms of the damage, well, some heroes might have a higher one. In terms of mobility, some might have a higher one, but she has everything in little pieces. That's what I mean. And as we check out here in the second banning phase, a lot of engaged heroes are actually respected here by Bikertopia. A while ago, the Lorian, which is pretty standard, but the Hayate as well has been taken out. And since Adobe Team has yet to pick up their mid laner, Iggy will be denied as of the moment, and it will kind of limit the usual picks here in the mid lane, since there's not really a lot that we do see being chosen by teams. Talon might be an option, but I'm not so sure if ADT wants to go on that path. And we did see some attempt on the Illumia yesterday, but it didn't really go into a win. So a dope team, maybe they can pick up something like Kali if ever they would want to have the same performance as V Gaming during their game 1 against Mad Team. But we'll know for sure later on.
I think for the side of ADT, they could flex a Varus into the mid lane rather than giving a chance into Lumia, maybe a Kali, because of how ADT plays aggressive into early game. They have to react in terms of how the Richter will roam a lot. If we saw a Richter support coming in for Bikertopia, and yeah, it's kind of hard. If they want to play a Lumia, that is not the way to go, because you have a hard potential to hit the Cataclysm with the Richter dash as well as Lubu, and the ultimate coming in from Elsu. Yes, you can waste the ultimate from Elsu, but it's not crucially announced to be doing the Cataclysm. But if the Zata pick here from LCC2 is something like a balanced type of heroes that could balance the way of a dope team plays, they can play aggressive with a couple more attacks, but still they played aggressive in the early game with the Varus instead, and also with the Narcross pick. So with the Torn here is the security onto the late game. I know for a fact that if they want to bring early composition, they need to shut down the Roxy first, or maybe skip the Roxy with the Ascend coming in for Zata. Just go for Elsu or maybe the Crixie, because we've seen this game, we've seen this kind of composition bring by ADT versus Dewa in their first series. So maybe ADT could take this game from Bikertopia. I know it's hard, but it's doable for the side of ADT. But I want to say a little bit in terms of the Raz play that you said, GG. If you want to say Raz gameplay that could make the crowd goes wild, is when to AIC 2019, when BRE Nunu take Raz, and when XP from Team Flash takes Raz before he plays on Baron, before he plays for Slayer, or maybe for support, he plays at mid. That moment when Raz had been picked, the crowd goes literal wild, because that Raz gameplay is nonsense coming in from both of them.
Mm-hmm. And that's why we also kind of miss, on-site events, especially on tournaments like these. The main difference is the crowd. Because right now there is some that we do see, but it's not really like personal, right? It's more so like chats, comment section. It's not literal streams, and that's what we all casters and everyone in the esports actually love, especially in terms of tournaments. But in this game, let's go back. A dope team versus Bikertopia. No Raz as of the moment. Maybe on the succeeding weeks and games that we are gonna be heading down
next
to,
week.
we might see it.
Best
Next
of
week
5.
on a best of 5. Yeah, that we can expect that. Here, pros and cons. Let's talk about the win conditions here. I think a dope team has a very critical lineup wherein they need early game advantage. What will they get? Fortunately, with XF securing that first blood, what was Zerui doing there?
He wants to put the Elsu vision in front of the red buff coming in for Zach F, but he's been caught up with rotation from Thorn. And as well as you see in the mid lane, just trying a lot to defend. But yeah, he's been caught up in the jungle. I think that is too ambitious. He's trying to put a lot more vision because he wants to take vision control. But look on top side, LYL onto that Florentino. I would say this though, LYL has the best Florentino in Malaysia. But yeah, he's bringing up the A game coming in for ADT.
Ooh, that flex. Best Florentino in Malaysia. LYL is the way to go, and he will try to fully utilize his strength and skill set on this particular hero against Bikertopia. It will matter so much, and we're seeing the respect being handed over to him actually by Bikertopia with an assist of T-Lin in the lane, but it will relieve pressure onto the bot side since we're seeing right now a dope team grouping up for a possible Abyssal Dragon takedown, and it's gonna be tough since there is the threat of the Agnes grip of T1, except is a bit overextended. It might be that. Oh, the timing on the punish! Bikertopia steals it out in a flash, but XF needs to be very careful. He is quite low. The knockup by Shin is there, but a kill isn't. And Zen Xiao will just disengage for a meantime alongside with his teammate. That was unfortunate though for ADT. I thought they would have gotten it, but T-Lin with a better tap on the punish.
A faster reaction coming in for T-Lin, but yeah, meanwhile, if that's still coming in for T-Lin, really make up a little bit of gold gap coming in for ADT. Oh no, Venom doesn't hit, but now the Bloody Kiss coming in for Bota on the bottom side, takes the kill, make it to number 2. ADT has a promising early game. They need to stay like this. They cannot make a lot of mistakes. They need to farm and give some funneling into LYL to have a lot of items. But oh no, the Gentleman's Duel has been punished onto the top side. Damage too much. But the members of Bikertopia trying to find a kill on the top side as well. Drug Slayer is the main objective. Maybe before it takes LYL into the ground for them. But ADT doesn't want to play a lot more aggressive, waiting for Bota. Phantoms coming in onto the Dark Slayer pit. Comes with the members, but they want to steal one. Oh no, but the Bloody Kids give some slows onto the members of Bikertopia, but still alive with the luck they had. And Bikertopia is still in the safe state, but ADT is not happy with that current result.
Oh my! LCC2 keeps flying with that ulti, and Bikertopia keeps on falling down as they don't have any kills just yet, only casualties for the moment. ADT having a good amount of kills, but in terms of economy, they're not really ahead that much, so they need to be very careful on the power spikes here of Bikertopia, because it is going to happen later on. And in terms of lineup, in terms of meta capability, we do see more on the side of Bikertopia having more potential, and LCC2 cannot fly anymore, gets caught this time by T1 on his Agnes grip, and a big punish there for the overextension of a dope team.
Oh, ADT, the last one for the Venom with the Bloody Kiss coming in. Bota secures the kill. ADT with the energy they had want to shut down Bikertopia. If they take one game coming in, they would go for the quarterfinals. This will be a happy face been shown by the Malaysian team. Now ADT will be chased down by the Man of Hunter coming from Pika as well, but still alive, and they takes the Dark Slayer on top. They will force down the turret in the top side, and maybe mid is the next to fall, but ADT is still in contention to take the energy back for them. Bikertopia played it really well. A sand for the LCC2 does not connect into Pika. Pika is still alive. Pika can go home.
Yeah, LCC2 nearly catches out Pika there with the ultimate, and fortunately for Pika, he was a little bit out of range on that damage. He was able to disengage successfully. This Abyssal Dragon is gonna be contested for sure by both teams. Whoever would want to go in, Agnes Grip is thrown out, but misses the possible target. They're onto Botak. Bikertopia still commits onto this dragon, and I don't think a dope team would want to contest given the position that they have right now. They give it away. They're happy with the Slayer that they got a while ago. And in terms of objectives, they're still down a little bit. Yes, they do have secured a tower onto the top, but in terms of others, they are a little bit low. T1 with the Agnes Grip starting to be really scary, especially when in combination with the rest of the members of Bikertopia. The damage is just too much when funneled into one, and a dope team needs to play this out safely if they want to survive those skirmishes.
Yeah, the gold gap between C-Lin and Jack out not so much. LYL trying to find a way with the Blossom hit. We know the Gentleman's Duel coming in. If can he secures one kill? A little bit too much ambition. Need to kill one more, but now 80 team members on bottom side secures kill onto Zenhao and takes the kill to 6. And now Retribution coming in with the 2 members of Bikertopia. Just want to touch a little bit water, but now no. Volta is playing really well in this kind of matchup with the Varus. It's kind of one of a secret hidden Botak gameplay with the Varus. He has 2 kills, 2 assists, 0 deaths currently, and ADT has a lot of potential. They had possession into the jungle of Bikertopia. They could do more, but they doesn't want to push it out because they had a Necroth on Zac F. Xaf could on top side just tear down the 2 tyrants and living LYL into the mid lane, trying to find the best target to find whoever going to get eaten first, because Zerui is a little bit too far and overextend in mid lane.
Yeah, this buys enough time for ADT to actually secure this Slayer, but a trade is gonna happen. Bikertopia committing on this Holy Dragon. Will ADT contest? The answer is no, but they are eyeing onto the mid lane. They spawn the Slayer not really well here, so it's kind of wasted by a dope team as of the moment. It would have been better, I think, if they spawned it on top or maybe a little later, but Bikertopia will be happy with that for now.
LYL trying to find a way here on the top side with Pika. The damage that Pika has. Not a lot of vision ward coming in from Elsu. Just open a lot of maps coming in from Bikertopia. That is maybe some unfortunate reason why Bikertopia has no control onto maps, because of how if the vision coming in for Elsu just been locked. Oh no. Bota a little bit aggressive there onto the mid lane. Can he do it? Fighting away with 3 members from Bikertopia. Bota really needs to run away on the backside here with the Jury Fury. Judgment is not been picked up yet. Pika secures the kill onto Bota, but XF is still alive. SF will just not connect any more damage because of that current mistake coming in from Bota is going to punish ADT.
Yeah, a big punish on that. Ooh, Zerui starting to hurt with those snipes. Bikertopia still trying to get some control, but speaking of control, there's an engage coming in from a dope team. They will try to get T-Lin in the process, but Pika is on the backside, nearly blows up 3, but they only get 1 for now. LYL defends the tower, but Bikertopia will win that fight. A dope team has to get some waves pushed up, especially after that scenario. They need to be very careful on the flank, especially coming from Pika and T-Lin, because they will constantly do that. If they give another opportunity for Bikertopia to flank them, it can spell the demise of a dope team.
Ooh, ADT is is having a hard time into the mid game here. 10 minutes into the mark. Bota a little bit too aggressive there, trying to fight down the vision control possession with T1 as well as Pika. Too much aggression coming in for the support as well. Bottom side, XF trying to fight T-Lin. T-Lin a bit too ambitious, trying to fight away, but the judgment is not going to judge T-Lin. The last one member for ADT as well as one turret on bottom side. Bota mid lane, a little bit too much of a damage could be handled, and they need to go back. Oh no, what kind of Venom is that, Bota? You will be caught up with no other Agnes drips coming in. That is a mistake coming in for ADT. It's not a crucial fight to be taken by ADT. They lost 2 members with only 1 mistake made in the mid lane.
Yeah, and also, not only that, they lost a control on the Holy Dragon as well. They might lose the Slayer too towards a Bikertopia, and it's causing a big deficit in terms of gold, which will help Bikertopia scale even better. Another Agnes grip into that knockup, and the LIL falls down. A dope team keeps on getting punished for those overextension. They keep getting picked up one by one, and Bikertopia are happy to get that. They're now applying pressure towards the top lane while Pika is in the mid. ADT has to respond to this, but they will lose all outer turrets right now. What's left is their inhibitor tower on the base, but with the Slayer, with the Doombringer marching onto the top, they cannot defend successfully. XF is still on bot, which is kind of confusing. Why are they committing onto this team fight without numbers advantage? But T-Lin is actually quite low. Pika is just on the corner waiting for a possible flank, as ADT will be able to save their mid for now, but they lost their top inhibitor and they're getting poked by Zirui. They might actually turn. Zirui is quite low. He is too close towards ADT, and they get that 1-for-1 as LIL falls down. But ADT actually showing some restraint.
Yeah, the couple of damage coming in for LYL, the position it has, and the engagement coming in for Bota, that is the engagement that made possible defense coming for ADT, because ADT will restrict more because they has to win this. They need a draw in this current matchup. If Dewa could take one game, it's possible, but if Dewa could win against Bikertopia with a 2-0, it's impossible to think about it. But if Dewa could do it, it's going to be really hard for the ADT. ADT needs to win here. If a couple of Bikertopia men makes a mistake, ADT could just punish it around, but ADT makes a lot of mistakes into the mid game. 14 minutes into the matches, ADT still needs some answer into the question that will be asked by Bikertopia. How do you want to defend this? Top side has been open, bottom and mid is the only turret has been deployed. It's going to be really hard for the ADT. They need to find a way zero again, and how engaged that Bota is. Aggressive he plays, he needs to tone it down with a couple more bloody kills as well as the Venom to just pick a lot of members by Bikertopia. One team fight in the favor of Bota, it will be in the favor of ADT as well.
ADT is actually keeping up so well and against Bikertopia. The 5,000 gold lead is relatively high, but are already reaching towards the 15-minute mark. So they can actually engage right now. The other members are starting to scale up pretty well, but if we check out the stats right now, the gold comparison, Dark Slayer laners and mid laners are more ahead on the side of Bikertopia. So in terms of damage, yeah, they need to control this. Agnes Drip is available. They'll try to use it, but the steal by LCC2! This is the perfect opportunity right now by a dope team to actually turn. Zirui can no longer escape. XF will slay him down. They trade 1 for 3 plus this Dark Lord Slayer, which is marching into the mid 30 seconds before Bikertopia's 3 members spawn back up, but yeah, I think they will be able to successfully defend their mid, but they will lose a lot of turrets in the process.
This is the punishment coming in for Bikertopia. With ADT steals away. LCC2 has been carrying the members of ADT. They had the Droxinator into the mid lane. They could go for the knock into the door with the tier 3 starters, but now Phantom on top side. Bloody Kiss will connect. Ultimate coming in for Zen Zhao. 0 second for Zen. Zero is going to respond, and now Pika as well. Tilin is alive. No, ADT spent a lot of time. Bottom side need a push here. If not, ADT will choke into the mid lane. Is giving back the momentum for the side of Bikertopia. Active grip is not connect. L62 takes Sins again. Sins live and die to the hands of ADT. They have the Dawnbringer again with a couple more snipes. T1 is going to fall out.
There's that!
And so the car is on contention for ADT. ADT brings the game number 2 in the draw. ADT survived the AIC. Woo!
Whoa! A dope team breaking the odds and tying them up in the series. Now, they are sitting at a comfortable spot at Group C, having a score of total of 3 wins and just 1 loss. And they're done already for the day. They're already done. They have finished. They're the first team to finish for day number 4, and they ended it with a blast. So now they are assured of a spot at the quarter finals. Congratulations to a dope team. Definitely a dope of a performance in that last fight. They stuck around, and I actually wanted to talk about their lineup because their mid lane and marksman were actually some comfort picks that they had. It wasn't a meta pick that was usually being picked up in the mid and in the marksman department, but they made it work so well, and that steal by LCC2 was monumental. That led to ADT winning in that game, and Bikertopia did not expect that to happen. I don't think we even expected that to happen. I was initially kind of nervous on the situation because they kept getting picked off, but they tried once again, and this time, 3rd time's the charm. A dope team won it.
I just said it that if they goes for the Dark Slave steal, maybe ADT could choke, but LCC2 just proves me wrong with that kind of possession. And at the same time, I say if they hold into the mid lane long enough, that gauge coming in from Bota as well as LYL is phenomenal coming in for ADT, because who thought ADT could just progress into the quarterfinals? That is something that is a statement coming in for ADT. The plays versus Bikertopia, and they prove me, you, and Victoria wrong about our prediction that ADT could not make it. And I know Victoria.
I mean, we had expectations, right? Based on their performance during Phase 1. They ended their day number 1 or their Phase 1 second to the last. They only won against Influence Rage, which was the one who got dropped out. So this is a big of an improvement, and I'm really happy to see this on their team, on a dope team right now. They really have exceeded expectations. I'm so happy for them, and I love the reaction of LCC2 as well. After that game, those screams, anyone would have done it after winning against Bikertopia.
This is the first time that they are maybe progress. They have the points to progress into quarterfinals. This is the first time the members of ADT has an open door to go outside of the group stage. Before this, when they play for Underrank, when they play for Ikan Masin, they had the chances, but it's not there yet for them. So this is the first time they progress into outside of the group stage, and they make it 3 years, 4 years into the counts, and this is maybe the highest achievement that they had after the bronze medal in SEA Games.
Man, I'm just so happy with the games that we are seeing right now. What the difference right now from the other games that we have seen the past few days is that the games are starting to be unpredictable, especially the result. The picks are getting unpredictable. The play style of the players and the teams are starting to be different, and we're starting to adapt quite well as the tournament progresses, and it will be a big factor for sure. I actually thought that the trend would be the same as yesterday, full on 2-0s.
Nah.
Now it's full on ties right now.
Yep.
Teams are really fighting back to maintain their grip in this tournament. I'm actually gonna be interested in seeing like what ifs. Is there a chance for like a particular group like Group D to have all ties? Like what will happen then? They would need to battle again and again and again.
I think they will go for a head-to-head, maybe kinda if who wins against who, and the amount of towers that they had and kills, they was just trying to find a way who's going to go for a group. But versus Bacon Time, we need to see Bacon Time played after this to know who's going to go for the Group D. What is the hopes that Mad Team had, maybe V Gaming, but now we've focused on ADT and Bikertopia that had the potential win for Bikers, but that steal for LCC2 is one of the best steal that we've seen. Look at the goal difference over time. ADT had this game from 8 minutes, but when Bota plays too aggressive, it gives Bikertopia a lot more potential to scale it down with the zero's damage, as well as TI has more possession into jungles. At that moment, we saw, okay, ADT might lose this game, but that chances on the Dark Slayer LCC2 at that point is something phenomenal that ADT bring into the matchup. The MVP is Zenzao, but for me personally, that plays that make the dreams come true for the side of ADT is LCC2. Without the steal, ADT will only has 2 points, not 3.
And what's fascinating as on that too is that LCC2 made some fantastic plays all throughout the game, but Zhenxiao as well, despite the threat of the backline threat of Bikertopia, despite the Agnes Grip threat of T1, he actually had no deaths at all. So congratulations to ADT. We have another series coming up, which is V Gaming and Bacon Time, and it's time for the big teams as well to challenge among each other once again. But before that, we are just going to be going on to a very, very short break. You are watching Arena of Valor International Championships 2022, and we are your shoutcasters, Giang Gaming and Mikos. We'll be back in a short while. Don't touch that browser.
Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1. Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2. Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 3. Rising Wind. Yue knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. Yue will gain additional vision. Yue is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using Yue, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when Yue overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, Yue can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, Yue needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of Yue is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious. Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
Alright, welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championship 2022. We are your shoutcasters, Gion Gaming, and here with me is Miko to bring you the action of day number 4. And next online for these actions are going to be the match of V Gaming versus Bacon Time, one of the titans of this tournament from the AIC 2021 heading down to AIC 2022. We saw them battle last day number 2, and we saw V Gaming kneeling down towards Bacon Time in that particular match. But maybe this time, in a best of 2, they will put up a fight. How do you see this going on, Nikos?
I love how in the best of two we had a lot of teams that seems shaky in phase one, but when phase two comes up, one of the best team is the team that qualifies number three in terms of how aggressive they play before this. But yeah, I would not surprise is if Bacon lose to V Gaming, because how V Gaming played versus Mad before this in game one is the best game that V Gaming has proceeded. Mad team as well, but Bacon time with a lot of time that they could analyze V Gaming game style and also energy that it could bring, and we've seen a lot of potential for Bacon time to win this matchup because they are number one in Group D. And why do they want to give this kind of matchup away? Because V Gaming lost one matchup versus Mad. That is the gap of mentality that Bacon could just grab and just punish it more for V Gaming. But for V Gaming, this is the second game for them. If they lose 1 point, maybe if they get a draw with Bacon, they had 1 point more from Mad team. And sad to say, whoever lost 2-0 this time will be the one who falls for AIC.
And well, what I want to talk about here is that, yeah, V Gaming put up a really good fight. They won game number one against Mad Team, but in game number two, they kind of got caught out, and Mad Team got the better on that game. This one team fight to change everything, and that gives a flaw on V Gaming that Bacon Time can actually exploit and punish. So if V Gaming wants to win this 2-0 or at least tie the series up against Bacon Time, which is gonna be a challenge already given the initial interaction that they had already during day number during in the phase one. However, things can still change.
Yeah.
V Gaming can improve, they can patch up their mistake, and they have done this multiple times already, even in the AIC 2021. So here, as we do see that Bacon Time is going to be on the blue side, V Gaming is on the red. Elsu priority now on Bacon Time. The question is, will they actually pick it up?
Yeah, I just tried to look at this a different perspective. That, like we said before this, ADT will have a lot trouble versus Bikertopia. Same as V Gaming versus Bacon Time, as same as Matt versus Bacon Time. And what ADT do is just denies any kind of conversation we had before this, and maybe this is the time for V Gaming to show that we are the one who wrong, to be determined that, oh, Bacon Time is the strongest lineup that could win AIC, and V Gaming doesn't have a chance to win 2-0, maybe a draw in this kind of matchup. I think they have the components to win, because Bacon Time plays a lot more mid-game composition. V Gaming early spikes. If they can take early game in the hands from Bacon Time, V Gaming could have the best game. But with the Slim Suffer, this makes me shaky a little bit for V Gaming. If they pick Slim and as well as the crack pick, this is Bacon game, man.
This is gonna be interesting for sure. Are they actually gonna try out the Slim scrap from Bacon Time?
At least Slim's Roxy, man. If Slim's Roxy is kind of works if you have the spear as well as Agnes grip to make it possible for V Gaming, because Roxy has more scaling type of heroes rather than the crack, because we saw how Matt does is not even connect for Matt in game number one. So the potentially is the Mars takes Roxy, despite if they want to take Grak, is kind of not into par with what Bacon had. Bacon had Zuka, Elsu, as well as the Teen. If they want to pick Crixie, I would say yes, because Iggy has been taken away. They still have the Necroth. They already had the Necroth. They have the Kali. If you want to pick Kali for first game, this might be the good a good draft for the side of V Gaming, because they has confidence with the Kali. So if they want to pick the Grak, it's okay with the Kali backup.
Yeah, they made it work earlier during their match against the Mad team, but I'm still kind of nervous a little bit because of the amount of engage tools that Bacon Time has. They can easily close the distance and take note. They have tried this already against Bacon Time. Maris actually got caught in one of the most crucial parts of their game against Bacon Time, and that can happen once again. And Bacon Time has more engage tools this time in this first game of this best of 2 series. So if V Gaming wants to prevent that from happening, yeah, maybe the Rox pick would really make sense. But they also need someone who can prevent those engages, and maybe something like a Baldum would help them so much in terms of denying those engage.
Yeah, I would say if they cannot take the Roxy anymore, they need some engage, because they had split push on the Necroth. They had a Kali for poking. They had Slims for objective taking. But in terms of the Teen, is kind of hard to deal with. Teen has a lot of armor. Teen has a ability and also stuns for Bacon. They have the Zuka crowd control. They have Teen crowd control. But now V Gaming respond with the Baldum pick. Baldum Kali, I like it so much with the synergy that both two has. But one more. Maybe they want a Richter onto the barrel lane. If not a Richter, maybe a Yenna to be picked for Slay lane. It's going to be okay. They change up Emily first. Vera support maybe for V Gaming.
I'm getting really interested here with the picks we're seeing.
V Gaming. What is the motive behind Emily and within this draft? Because you have a lot. Okay, Itachi pick. Yeah, I like him in Itachi.
Yeah,
pick.
okay.
Gameplay. If you pick Itachi, I love it. But if you bring Emily into support and pick a lane onto Slayer, sometimes it's kind of hard to read what happened into the representative of AOG. They had a lot of ideas, but it's kind of not working for them, because Bacon has the kind of best basic kind of composition. They have the Brixie, they have the Scud onto
yeah, it's easy to execute, right?
Yeah, it's easy to execute. But for side of V Gaming, they had a lot of lags, and they had the idea, but the execution is really hard for them. Support Emily, really one targeted composition for the side of V Gaming. They can kill down the Elsu, but for the Crixie, it's going to be really hard.
And we do check or do compare both lineups. I'm kind of hesitant a little bit on the lineup here of V Gaming, because they don't have that much scaling. Yeah, they do have the wave clear with the Kali, but if they get caught even just once here by Bacon Time, team fight is done for them. That is how crucial this lineup of Bacon Time is. 3 people, 4 people can engage, including Kim Sensei, because of that Moonfall and the knock-up as well. That's how scary the composition is on the side of Bacon Time. It's linear, but it's more directive as well, more aggressive and more potent in terms of objective control and team fighting.
I love what been doing by the side of Bacon Time, but this is the moment to relive that V Gaming needs 1 point to just be on top of Mad Team. If they can do this, this is the time. Game number 1, if they have the draw, if they can win 2-0, which we know is impossible, but if they can make it, it's going to be a hard time for Matt. If Matt cannot take down Bacon with 1 draw as well, one of them will say goodbye to AIC. Maybe if Bacon cannot win against V Gaming, maybe Matt Bacon is the one who say goodbye to AIC.
The new Saigon Phantom, the Saigon Phantom curse. Is it possible for a Bacon Time? Maybe, but we're not so sure. Bacon Time has been consistent so far in the AIC 2022. Vittoria told me about a possible curse of Bacon Time, like falling through, not being able to follow up in the latter parts of the tournament, but still quite early. And I think Bacon Time still has a really good grasp and control on their games. But V Gaming on this interesting lineup, we're already seeing the cons of it as Wang TD is forced a little bit back and needs a safety net with his allies. That snipe hurts so much onto Wang TD. Is gonna be forced to recall right now, and Bacon Time overall is just having a decent amount of control. We're seeing them having a little bit of a goal lead without any interactions just yet, and it states that Bacon Time has more control right now on the neutral objectives.
It's going to be really hard for V Gaming to try and find onto the top side. Scott a little bit too far away. First one coming in for Bird LP with the help of Kwang Hai. Top side secures the kill onto the Dark Slayer, living the Abyssal Dragon on the side of Bacon Time. First blood claimed by V Gaming. Woo! V Gaming really makes the game here. Only 100 gold deficit. Already the same goal. Okay. Bacon Time really needs to warm up. They had some cold hands, maybe cold feet coming in with the first game for them for today.
Yep.
A little bit slow.
But I like how Birdleby baited out Marky though onto the top lane. He knew that Marky would try to close the distance and poke him out. But Kwang Hai was there immediately for the follow-up and caught him off guard. Even with the flicker, it was already too late. The attack was already casted, and right now, Ethereal Pulse being used there onto Kim Sensei, but high mobility again on the Crixie allows him to disengage successfully. Marky is still relatively healthy. He does win his lane against Birdleby, but he needs to be very careful of a potential gank once again.
Bacon Time. They are trailing within kills, but in terms of gold, they are still in front with a couple of hundreds, but still making it possible. Oh, Muwan, a little bit too far, a little bit too of target here, but none of the members of V Gaming really pay attention onto Muwan. Still, Teox has a couple of damage left with the Teen. It's hard to see any players that doesn't use a skin onto a heroes currently. That is the basic skin for Teen. This is something from Teox.
That is true. Teox is really strong on this pick as V Gaming continues to get poked there, especially by Wang TD. Needs to be careful when he tries to get his CS, and that's the issue already of the Slim's pick. Doesn't have that much range. If you don't connect your skill, you're pretty much useless and will rely on your allies. So I think it's gonna be hard for V Gaming on the bot side, but top side we're seeing Marky fall down once again. This time Birdleby wins the 1v1.
Yeah, the 1v1 won because of how the first kill been taken from Bird LB, given the power spike for the side of G on top, given hard for the Scud itself. Marky is trailing a lot of goals, and as well as a minion wave on top side. Now the second objective has spawned. Who's going to take it? Before this, given Bacon time onto Business Dragon, maybe the Dark Slayer will be claimed by Bacon itself because too oriented for Elmon on top side. We need to see how this Zuka going to work in the team fights because of how V Gaming still has the momentum in terms of rotation and 1v1 fights on top and bottom.
There's a potential fight on the bottom side as we're seeing Muan and Tauex actually positioning themselves. Marky is just eyeing on this Slayer, but it's not gonna be contested at all. And Quang Hai will secure it for V Gaming. Bot side is starting to be a little crucial. We're seeing Wang TD try to poke out Tauex, but Tauex not really taking a bit of damage. That's the problem there of the Slims, and Muan keeps on landing those incredible snipes onto Wang TD, causing him to fall back once again.
He already has the plate and gives a lot of armor for Bacon. He still played a lot of chilling game, the waiting game for the side of Bacon. They need to wait for Muan has damage, also as Kim Sensei. But now this is the counter attack coming in from Bacon time with the Moonfall on the side of Bird LB. But LB with the orb still alive. But coming in from Chaos claims the kill for the side of Bacon time. 2 kills in a row, make it the same possible outcome for the side of V Gaming. This is mid-game approaching for Bacon time.
Yeah, they're starting to scale up, getting their power spikes, and V Gaming cannot control them at all. They're losing too many towers at the same time. A while ago, the gold is even. Suddenly, we're seeing Bacon time 2k up. So V Gaming has to get some picks, has to get some towers. So far, the only tower that's touched is top lane, but it's not much at all. Bacon time has been able to successfully defend their mid lane and bottom lane away from danger, and it's all because of Moon. Oh, the flying spear connects, but no follow-up coming in from V Gaming. Big threat being shown here by Teox, and Bacon time has all the resources they have right now to overextend. Their power spikes are in, and V Gaming cannot control them at all.
Yeah, Teox has a lot of confidence in trying to play vision control coming in for Bacon time. Look at Teox. Teox is not scared of any members of V Gaming. V Gaming still has to deal with Teox, with the ultimate Teox has. And given the Holy Dragon maybe been taken away with snipes coming in from Moan onto the backside, Teox a little bit too tanky. But members of V is trying to find a way to fight around Teox, but no. Bacon time says no, you deal with Teox first, and then the rest of the members for the side of Bacon time. They still want to play the chill game. They had a couple of trades. Still, the team fight will not accept by Bacon time because V Gaming is not going to accept the snipes coming from.
Oh my gosh!
One more snipes coming in. Elman P onto the backside, but not going to connect into one. TD will live again. But top side, we have a couple of reassurance from Marky.
Oh, those snipes by Muan is such a big threat. Huang TD is living a nightmare right now in this game, but Ethereal Pulse almost killing Muan. He is still in his lane. And a good disengage with the help of his allies allow them to actually fall back. Marky is taking a bit of damage from 2 people, but it is still very, very tanky. They spawn the Slayer in the mid, but I don't think they can actually push this tower. It's just for mere distraction right now. There's nobody that can assist Maris and Han right now on this Slayer push.
Ooh, Bacon Time, they still have the potential to scale up a little bit with Taeyox. Is too confident in the face of Han. Han has no much damage because if that is an enemy support, been pushed a little bit with Moonfall, has been connected, but been pushed back with Bird, but not enough. Taeyong is still alive, bring them under the turret, but Taeyong will not fall easily. That is a thick skin coming in from Teen itself, not enough damage to deal with Taeyong, but no, Muwan says no, one snipe coming in. Oh, bit blocked, one more? Out of range a little bit. Bacon Time, a little bit, is punishing V Gaming a lot with not much of a team fight being handled by Bacon.
Yeah, and the dishing out of the damage actually was a little bit off on V Gaming. We saw Maris trying to chase down a different target than Tao X, so it cost him that potential kill. Maris took a bullet from Muwan. Another one! He keeps landing those snipes. He is just too good on this Elzu. Hits a third one, this time onto Wang TD. This is the problem when they're dealing with an Elzu. Especially when... Oh! That's a nice engage though, Han! And now the Ethereal Pulse just for the damage onto the backside. But the snipes are still there. Tawex and Marky are just there for tanking and soaking up all those damage from Maris, and it gives so much safety for Muwan.
Muwan played really well with the Elsu. We know Bacon Time has the best archer in the league itself. The Marky exclaims on the Holy Dragon. On the top side we have V Gaming, but not enough try coming in for Elman to takes a lot more confident to steal away the Dark Slayer, but Muwan trying to take a lot more damage into the turret into the mid lane. We saw how Marius is trying to find a gap with the spam onto the ultimate, just push the members of Bacon outside the jungle of V Gaming, but it's not too possible. Taeyox is too tanky, Taeyox is too damaging to be handled away by Bacon, to handle away by V Gaming, and Bacon Time is having the game of their life. None of the members of V Gaming is confident enough to take a full-on fight with Bacon Time.
Yeah, V Gaming is just too behind as of the moment. They tried multiple times, but the biggest factor here in the team fight is actually Tao X being able to prevent them from closing in, and it allows Kim Sensei and Muan to actually poke them out. They spawn the Slayer into the mid, Ethereal Pulse, but again, even with the Ethereal Pulse, Tao X is being able to just soak in all those damage, and V Gaming now doesn't have any utility. They spent every ultimate that they can throw, but Bacon Time is still able to walk back with a healthy amount of HP.
Wow, Bacon Time. They can't just play it safe, waiting for the snipes to connect for Muwan. They need to protect. Look at that snipes, one by one, connect without any other internet issues, because that bullet is going to pierce the skull of V Gaming. V Gaming is desperate. They need 1 point, but Bacon is not giving them any chance. Muwan, one snipe maybe. He's not releasing any yet. Doesn't want to give a info where is his position just yet. Everyone knows Muwan already inside the jungle of V Gaming on top. Bottom side, Marky plays the objective gameplay, and Bacon Time is starving V Gaming a lot right now. No resources to be given for the side of V Gaming.
Yeah, no resources at all, but oh, Kwangai actually engages. Is just a little bit mad at the moment after getting stolen from his blue buff, but Wang TD takes a bullet once again. Muwan hurts so much, and there's the problem when dealing against the composition of Bacon Time. This is why it is quite stable. It's because of the 2, 3, frontline members that just can just protect Muan at all times. There's no way for V Gaming to actually access the backline. They have attempted so many times, but they don't really have that as of the moment. At most, they're just clearing out the waves. Yes, they are able to defend, which is good. But how long can they do this? Bacon Time has now access towards the Dark Lord Slayer, which has just spawned, and they even are pressuring bot side as of the moment. So it's hard to contest the Dark Lord Slayer. They are grouping up on top, but Tawex actually spots them out, and it is hard so much to gain control because Tawex is there, Kim Sensei is also there. 20,000 before this Slayer falls down. They are attempting, no steal, and the punish is there. Bacon Time engages. V Gaming tries to fall back. So many low HP members on their side, but Wang Didi will get that bullet right into his head as Muan connects that snipe onto him.
That is some damage coming in from Muan. That snipe, the engagement on that Dark Slayer is ludicrous. How V Gaming is still alive with 4 members because of how Bacon Time suddenly just go all in. But what happened is Kim Sensei been caught up a little too early. Almond P with the death single is still alive on top side. Marky is pressuring mid lane with the Slayer bottom side. No one is giving a lot of attention on bottom side. They goes in with a couple more damage with the Moonfall, trying to secure some area. Mid lane turret has been taken away. Top side is the next objective. They goes in. Quang Hai with the Necros cannot do anything. Clear some path for the Slayer. If one is loses, the damage coming in from Quang Hai will not register alone to the members of Bacon Time. They had 2 objectives inside, only 1 left. Turret on the bottom is the next to fall. Next objective will be focused on is bottom in a turret.
It's hard right now. V Gaming, they're losing more and more structures, more inhibitor towers. Only the bot side is remaining alive, and they don't have much options right now. They simply don't have that late game scaling capability since they drafted this kind of lineup. And how can you deal now with Bacon Time? Yeah, okay, you have the wave clear, you have the Ethereal Pulse, you can actually set up with the Javelin Throw. But what if you get caught? What if Tawex just tanks all those Ethereal Pulse? None of those damage will go to Kim Sensei and Tawex because there's just 3 people that can take it. One at a time, they can do so, and it's just being negated all at once. You don't have any more split push potential because all of your turrets have been pushed. You cannot do what you intended to do anymore. It's hard to come back at this. It would take a miracle of a play, a miracle of a pick to both Kim Sensei and Muan just so that V Gaming can fight back once again. But Bacon Time is just stalling this game right now. They're waiting for the next Dark Lord Slayer because they can just continue to do this. They have the pokes, they have the tankiness, they have the sustain, and there's nothing that V Gaming can do but defend and clear out waves.
Yep, the only Bacon Time could do as well is starve a lot of members of V Gaming into the mid lane. Taeyang with dash is not going to connect. Now the counter attacks coming in. Muan a little bit too low with the snaps coming to going to register into the mid lane. Now the members of V Gaming really need to defend this out because they have a lot more potential to defend bottom side. He cannot go for a split push. It's a little bit too hard because they need to defend bottom side. And Marky a little bit too tanky and damaging on top side. Oh no, the slap hits on Han. Really needs to run away, but the judgment has been called for Quang Hai and still alive. Mid lane, only 1 attack. Dark Slayer has respawned, but none of the members of V Gaming could go far from their base. This is going to be really hard for V Gaming. This game might as well give to Bacon because of how they are fat enough to just kill or maybe fight away in terms of damage with the team fight that they could bring on. But one single mistake is going to jeopardize whoever going to take this game. If Bacon loses this trade, it's going to be detrimental for the for the side of Bacon time. They had the control onto the Dark Slayer. Where is Almond P? Almond P is alone can take down the Dark Slayer because the members of V Gaming is eyeing for a comeback. Trying to find some opening from Muwan with the snipes, couple more damage, lands, switch something, but onto the criticals that Muwan could give is a headache onto the members of V Gaming. Bottom side been pushed by Marky, takes a little bit of time to just Bacon time to squeeze this down into a winning possibility.
Oh, that's a nice knockback, Han. Kim Sensei is dead though. That is a big pick. Their mid laner is dead just in time for the Dark Lord Slayer, but many members from V-Game are actually quite low. They have to reset. Bacon Time still has things in control. Maris throws out another Ethereal Pulse just for a check onto those brushes, but it spots nobody in that location. 25 seconds before Kim Sensei respawns. V-Gaming, they cannot start this Dark Lord Slayer. It's simply just too risky for them to actually do it. They will try to push mid. They will try to catch out someone, but this is the problem. Again, 3 tanks. No one can kill them as of the moment. Kim Sensei and Muwan are the only target here for V Gaming, but even if you only have 2 targets, it's hard to actually do it. Given their positioning during team fights, and here we see, yeah, V Gaming caught out Kim Sensei, but they cannot translate it into anything because Bacon Time still has Muwan.
Yeah, because if they kill down Muwan, that is one of the gaps that V Gaming could catch, that could try to win this game, because Bacon Time know if they go for the Dark Slayer retake right now is going to be something that V Gaming could punish, because none of them really have the confidence. Goes in, oh no, the push does not connect. Ultimate's coming in from Marius, but none of the members feel a lot. But still, Kim Sensei has 50% health, and the game still has a stalemate because of V Gaming. None of them wants to make a mistakes right now. One of them doesn't want to take any high ground. Oh no, Muwan a little bit too far here. Ultimate and also the spear. Muwan a little bit too low. If Muwan die, as well as Bacon Time progression. V Gaming trying to punish a lot. Taeyong will be taken away, but still alive. Now onto the backside, they lose. Remember, but still has the dash sickle on side. Muwan will be taken alive. Muwan is dead. And now Kim Sensei is the next to fall. Almond P will be taking the toll. One by one. V Gaming making the game alive. Marky is the one with Taeyong is still alive. No DPS, no damage to give, no true damage.
Can they end?
I think they can, because they had more members, they had the damage, they had the
They're gonna try.
Make this for V Gaming, but still AoE damage coming in from Marky. Marky is still alive, takes one. They deal with the bird LB. Marky is still alive, but they lost.
Oh my gosh!
That's V Gaming, only one chance. They can end this game.
Oh my god!
In the hands of Bacon Time. V Gaming, 1 point ahead.
Oh my god! 22 minutes of enduring pain and suffering. I cannot believe this happened. I cannot believe this happened. We were already saying that this game was over for V Gaming, but no, they made it work. They finally got the pick onto both Muwan. Oh my gosh, they got the pick onto both Muwan, Almond P, and Kim Sensei even. And who's there to defend? Marky and Taoist are just walking targets, walking meatloaf. at the end. That was a picture perfect fight for them. Actually, scratch that. That was the most crucial fight that V Gaming has taken. They tower dived under 2 towers actually. And Birdleby initiated that tower dive. What made it so crucial is that there were like a second lives on both Kim Sensei Muan and even Almond P. But they fully commit onto it, especially when Wang TD landed that one auto attack to get that kill onto Muan. We already knew it was V Gaming's chance, and they did not hesitate at all. They could have went to Dark Lord Slayer to try and just have that second chance in the game, but no. They did not hesitate. They went for the mid. They made it work without hesitation at all, without any reservations. They pushed and made the improbable possible.
Whew. We need to take a breather, man, because of how V Gaming, they steal the spotlight coming in for Bacon Time, and V Gaming is happy because they are 1 point ahead of Matt, and currently Bacon Time is the team number 3 in the Group B. So if V Gaming takes two games here, Bacon Time is the one in the chopping block. So Matt team is happy currently, but Matt team is angry against V Gaming because of 2 points from V Gaming. Played it really well. They won with a slim pick as well as an Emily support, an orthodox kind of win. And Bacon Time, they had a lot of chances in terms of late game, but they not punished V Gaming enough. They had a lot of resources, but V Gaming somehow manages to bring the goal gap thinner than anybody else. He just takes a lot of kills. It takes a lot of resources, and as well as the push that they made. And V Gaming that initiate under the tower with Bud LP as one of the best Chi ultimate that we saw currently in AIC 22. And yeah, congratulations to the side of V Gaming. Takes the kill on Muan. After Muan died, everything went to the south for the side of Bacon Time. It just can't make it with no damage at all.
I'm still taking my breather here right now. I'm still just quite surprised with what happened. Imagine drafting an unorthodox composition against Bacon Time's full meta lineup. That thing was really close, and V Gaming only got 1 inhibitor tower in their base. If they lost that fight, it would have been GG. It would have been GG. Everything was on the line, but V Gaming knew that and made it the reason to give everything that they got in that last fight.
Yeah.
It was just insane how they actually executed that one, because it took a lot of coordination and also the right amount of target. It was actually a bit of an extended team fight. Taox was the initial target, but they committed into pushing so far up front just to target both Muan and Kim Sensei. And if we check out this graph, oh my, this game is very, very one-sided from minute 1, let's say minute 5 towards minute 20. It was in the lead of Bacon Time, but one fight to change it all. V Gaming rose above all expectations and challenges and won game number 1. And I'm not gonna even be surprised if they take game number 2. They have all the possible lineups now on blue side. Lorian, Elsu priority, the Grixie as well. They can pick up the Thane. All the meta picks are on their hands right now. The only threat is the Nakrot, but on blue side, you can actually ban it out.
Yeah, they can ban a lot. They can ban they can ban the Omen, they can ban the Hayati if they want to, but the side of V Gaming, they won with a not so popular draft. And of course, the MVP will be the Nakrot. Played it really well in terms of rotation and resource keeping for the side of V Gaming. That team fight alone gives a lot of potential. If you see the goal comparison from side both of that game is only maybe 1 minute or 30 seconds for V Gaming at the end of the game. That is when they kill down Muan, as well. They had Kim Sensei, and after that it's just Elman P, after that Taeyox, and the rest of the members from Bacon Time. Bacon Time had a promising game, but it's hard to say that Bacon does not know how to end the game. They cannot go in and cannot punish more in terms of what resources they had. They not plunger enough because of how V Gaming still has a lot of goal and item. The gap is not so much from the side of Bacon.
I think one of the problems that Bacon Time had is that they saw the opportunity already. Their key to finally ending the game was actually a Dark Lord Slayer take. But in order to do that, they actually needed to get a pick onto V Gaming, because they will contest a Dark Lord Slayer take. And one of the crucial lane factors as well is that, yeah, they got the inhibitor towers on top and mid, but it would have been different if they got the bot side inhibitor instead of the top, because they would have had a pressure building on their bot side lane against V Gaming that will help them secure the Dark Lord Slayer if that was the case. But since the bot side inhibitor tower was still up, they could not make crucial objective takings on the top side of the map, because V Gaming can easily rotate towards that location, since they do have Maris that can easily clear out some waves. So without that access on the Dark Lord Slayer, they tried to make some small picks. But unfortunately, V Gaming was ready for that, and they were ready to not only deny those clashes, but to actually turn and fully commit on that fight. And that caused Bacon Time to actually lose. Not only from that opportunity to kill Muan and Kim Sensei and Almond P, but the mere fact that Bacon Time could not take the Dark Lord Slayer cost them that lose.
Yeah, because of how they totally focus on how they want to kill or maybe pick on the V Gaming, but they also lost in terms of possession onto on Dark Slayer Road. But when they made a mistakes in terms of rotation, they opened a gap for V Gaming to just punish a lot in terms of the position of Muan. So if Muan can make it a little bit more secret, I think in terms of possession is more to a win for Bacon. But if V Gaming could win this 2-0, I would say Bacon and Matt, the last game possible, will have a lot more to take, because if Bacon make it a draw, or if Bacon gives one game for Matt, it's a done for Bacon, because Matt will has 1 point. So if Bacon could take a draw in this one, it will be hard for Matt as well, because V Gaming has 2 points currently.
This I did not expect this series actually. I mean, we expected this series to be intense, but it's also quite exhausting. Look at the bans coming in here from V Gaming. It's not the usual. This is the first game Omen is actually up. V Gaming will have the chance to pick it up, and they get it. Yes, Elsu is available. Yeah, Crixie is available. But Bacon Time could not get it as well. So you would have access on the Nakroth, sure. But a lot of control is in V Gaming's hands. And yeah, this is gonna be a lock-in for sure. They did not ban this out. They're not gonna give this away. This is genius.
Yeah, the Omen pick coming in for V Gaming opens for an Iggy as well as Nakroth coming in for Bacon if they want to, but they doesn't have to pick Laville yet for Moan because that is going to be a little bit early. That Bacon Time brings their maybe the 5 pages of drafting. They bring them Yena first pick versus the Omen. I love how the Yena hover right now because only Yena could just give Omen a hard time to play because of the silence to just negate the passive that Omen has. So Yena pick is one of the best pick could be possible for side of Bacon. Iggy pick in mid. They have the Crixie as well as the Kafne. Kafne pick is
team
brilliant.
Flight.
Yeah, it's brilliant for the Kafne pick because of if they're not taking Kafne, Muan will be taking Kafne. So they doesn't want to give Kafne for side of Bacon because of late game potential that Iggy has as well as Yena, and plus the Kafne in terms of how objective control the Fusilares. So V Gaming, they are threading this thing pretty well in terms of drafting game 1 and game 2. They had a lot more ammunition to be played in the last 2 picks here.
Yeah, they will invest so much on team fighting here on the side of V Gaming, and they haven't even picked up their support right now. It's getting really scary. I do like the response of Bacon Time with the Senil. You would need all the reinforcements that you can get to answer back on this team fight based composition of V Gaming. I like the interaction between the Yena and the Omen. Yeah, it can be a little bit balanced, or maybe there's an off chance that Marky would win against Birdleby, but given the state of this lineup, team fighting is going to be really crucial here for both teams. They haven't picked up their marksman just yet here on the side of Bacon Time, and they do have some options still since the Kafeni has already been picked up, so maybe they can use a late game scaling as well. Also, Elsu cannot be picked up anymore by Bacon Time.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be an option by them anymore. I like the ban on the Paina because it has a lot of synergy with V Gaming, but they still have some options. They can actually go for an aggressive lineup with either a Baldum or a Lumbar or maybe even a Thane to aid them on team fights here for V Gaming. So Bacon Time will remove one of the highest threat, which is the Baldum. Yeah, the prison is just too much. The wild person is just too much to handle, and you really need to take it away. What options are there for V Gaming?
They can go for a Tachi support for the side of V Gaming. They have aggressive composition. The Tachi support could make it maybe a Thane, as you said. Yeah, if they want some defense mechanism, if they want to play aggressive, crucially aggressive, that Tachi is the best composition he can because of how the Telenas has been taken away. They still have the Joker for the side of Bacon Time. They have the support. This doesn't have the jungle just yet. Versus a Crixie and also the Kafne Wonder Woman.
Oh, it's the debut of Wonder Woman now. And whoa! Are they really gonna go with the Rui?
Nah.
Are they really gonna go with the Rui?
Nah.
Are they
This
really?
isn't happening. This isn't happening, GG, because Rui and Wonder Woman, we know this combo is going to be nasty, as well as the Moonfall coming in. Oh damn.
Oh
The
my
lucky
god! It's the ultimate rotation playstyle composition now of V Gaming. I remember this being a meta at the AIC 2021. It's one of the lineups that is really hard to execute and is quite risky as well. But it can work wonders. It can work wonders. And V Gaming is one of the most qualified teams to actually fully utilize this combination.
Ooh. Hey, a double Iggy? Oh, okay.
It's
It
not.
is shot?
No, no,
Oh,
no.
oh,
I don't think so.
wait. Yeah, I don't think so.
No,
because
we're
they doesn't-
we're having illusions right now. We're seeing illusions right now on the screen. Let's just wait for whoever they are gonna be locking it in. The Yan is gonna be their
Yeah.
choice.
I think Yan currently is, I think, the best possible jungle that they can bring because of how the burst damage that Yan has. But truth to be told, I'm rooting for V Gaming now, man, because of the Rui and the Wonder Woman gameplay. This is something is out of the playbooks of Bacon Time. This, we only seen it once, maybe a couple times in the AIC 21, but V Gaming bring it back, the old style of V Gaming inside AIC 22.
Yeah.
And they want to win this with a 2-0 win against Bacon Time. Do Bacon has the potential with the Yan as well as the Iggy onto the drafts? Because V Gaming, a lot more composition, a lot more styles could be played with the Crixie and the Caphne. Wonder Woman aggressive gameplay with Omen. Both have defense as well as damage. Backups with the Rui. Ooh, I'm liking V Gaming drafts.
It's insane how much risk V Gaming is making right now, especially with this kind of lineup that they have. I'm impressed, actually. This is gonna be so crucial. Okay, I'm gonna bring stats right now. Into this game. Prior to this AIC 2021, it was actually used a total of 8 times. 8 times in AIC 2021. 7 times during the group stages, 1 time during the latter stages or the knockout stage. But there was only 1 win. 1 victory using the Rui. And it was actually V Gaming that actually got that in their match against XE Sports during the group stages. They had this kind of lineup or a similar lineup, but this time I think it's gonna be better. Man, the risks are just too high in this game. Let's see how this is gonna be panning out. Wang TD is doing a lot of damage towards Muan. Luckily, he was able to sustain himself. Tao X is actually eyeing onto re-engaging. Let's see if they are gonna be getting a kill. They went back. Just an end one play there.
Yeah, if you have Rui, this is the gameplay. This is the style. Because V Gaming knows in game number 1, they cannot take a fight that is 100% win by Bacon. So if they traded a lot of damage, they can just go home. They can just, oh, we have to regen it first. We have a lot of time. We can't go it back again. But now, given the fact that they brought the Wonder Woman into this team fight, is something that we have to look for. Because not much of Wonder Woman gameplay with the combo of Rui. The lasso will make play, and also with the damage ultimate coming in for that Wonder Woman itself. So V Gaming has the potential to be weird a little bit coming in the AIC 22. It's raided a lot into objective, and Quang Hai takes down the Dark Slayer. This is V Gaming before this. They want Dark Slayer, they doesn't want to missile too much, and they want to take a lot of objective. Bacon Time has not enough firepower in terms of mid lane, but they had Muan onto that Joker. This kind of laughter could make a lot of damage as well as the Killing Joke, but now Taeyox onto that Zenial is not much of a tanky, and in the same kind of fight with the Rui could play a lot more potential. Oh no, a little bit too far with the jumps coming in, and Han will be back home first again. Comes in with the ultimate coming in for Taeyox, saves away Muan, and ultimate with the Han coming back on bottom side.
That's the sustain.
That's
the ultimate sustain. Yeah.
That's the threat coming in for VG. But I would say bottom side will have a lot more trade rather than top side, but now the re-engage coming in with the ultimate coming from Quang Hai. With the portal is in the middle lane. It takes first kill and the trade won, but now Bacon Time takes one more into the accounts, make it number 2, and VGM lost by 1 trade.
Yeah, this is the problem I think on the lineup of V Gaming. Yeah, it's really impressive, but you do need to be very careful on Almond P. Now he has 2 kills on the board. That's 500 gold up to Quang Hai, and well, it is a Wonder Woman that can do amazing work on team fights and especially on pickoffs, but it's not really the one that usually is paired up with a Rui, because normally we do see an Elandor, a double marksman lineup with a Rui, so that they can have a lot of split push potential on across the map. But this time it's kind of different. They're gonna be trying to approach this with some pickoffs. Yes, they do have some split push with Birdleby for sure, but how can you deal with the other pressure that Bacon Time will be making across the map? The engage of Tawex is still there, and the damage of Almond P alongside with Kim Sensei and Muan will be a big factor. So V Gaming, yeah, you can reset almost an unlimited amount of time, but can you actually get the execution towards Bacon Time?
I would say this is going to be a long game because of the threats coming in for V Gaming. They had a lot of potential onto resets, but Muan already has the Rainbreaker and going to punish a lot of members of V in terms of mid-game. 5 minutes into this matchup, both of the objective already has already respond into the fights, but now Bacon Time. This is maybe somehow a same kind of matchup in the game number 1 because of how V Gaming is really going to reset every time. Oh no, a little bit too much coming in with Taeyox onto the top side, trying to clash away with the members of VGM. VGM with a couple damage with the full slot, doesn't even connect much with the damage. They have 1 cannon minion on the top side. Tower will be taken away. Wang TD claims the tower first, and VGM on the bottom. They cannot defend away, but still alive. Marius is still alive as well as Wang TD because of that portal coming in from that Rui is not going to favor of Bacon Time. He has a couple of more damage, but oh no, Kim Sensei is trying to find a way to defeat the Dark Slayer with the helps of Almond P, and Marius still has the Moonfall. If the Moonfall has been popped, this is going to be V Gaming's way.
Yeah, they gotta get on to Marky, but again, they haven't shut down Almond P just yet. He has the main priority or main carry right now on the side of Bacon Time. It is already big that Kim Sensei prevented them from actually securing that Slayer onto the top side while they got the Dragon already on bot side. So V Gaming are still being limited on their choices right now. despite having a lot, but Maris will get slayed. Almond B with a solo kill right off the bat, and now he is transitioning onto the bot. That's gonna be scary flank onto the bot side. Top side though is a fight that Bacon Time cannot win. Muan tries to disengage, but he gets pulled back by Kwang Hai. So that's a lot of fights going on across the map. A trade of blows and a trade of towers as Bacon Time gets the bottom.
I would say this is the most aggressive the VGM also Bacon could play. Kwang Hai, the lasso as well as the pull coming in for Bird LB is going to play for the side of VGM, but Bacon Time, they trade on bottom side, they give the tower top and bottom. It's going to be something that Bacon Time had to realize that if objective been taken by VGM a little bit more much than themselves, it's going to be troublesome into the late game itself. 8 minutes into the game, Bacon Time is trailing by 1.5k goal, and Taeyox is maybe need some outplays coming in because of how this Rui been react into the draft of the V Gaming members. Still, Muan with a couple more. Oh no, look at the damage that Kim Sensei gives into Maris in mid lane. I would want to see Kim Almond P takes the kill on the bottom side, but the ultimate has been pushed by Han. The crowd goes wild. VGM trying to kill onto the backside here once it is still alive, but it claims onto Maris first. They are not trading any members.
Oh no!
The time, and V Gaming is the one to fall once he needs to run away. There still is a Gaffney. He has been chasing by Marky, but no, the outplay, been outplayed again from Marky itself. Han in the mid lane is alone with the support of Rui, cannot defend this all by herself.
And this Holy Dragon is going to be up to the taking of Bacon Time alongside with the Slayer. Suddenly, V Gaming lost a lot in that, and there's going to be contest. They actually got the Slayer and even got a kill on the Almond P and Tao X. What is happening in this game? I thought they lost their grip, but now, suddenly, V Gaming has control back. They're now pushing into the mid. Bacon Time got surprised because they tried a double objective takedown, but now things are starting to look uncontrolled and they're losing a lot of resources. Fossila being used into the mid. There's still the Slayer being there for a meantime before it got taken down. V Gaming, despite that big teamfight loss that they occurred, as we check here onto the replay, they tried to go in, but from many angles, Bacon Time just outmatched them earlier. And I think that is one of the flaws of their lineup. If they can't portal out, they can't get out of this situation, and they'll be stuck and they'll be killed and prevented from re-engaging once again. But after that answer back towards its Slayer, they get things back into control here for V Gaming. The question is, can they maintain it this time?
Yeah, I think for V Gaming they can make a comeback with a little bit of, if they lose one fight, they have to defend it pretty well and try to make it possible with the next re-engage. But now onto the top side with a couple more damage with Marky given. His ultimate has been pushed, but Marky will be taken away first, but still managed to live with the portal safe down. But LB has the potential with the ultimate yet, but now V Gaming, Han doesn't have the ultimate for now. But meantime, V Gaming needs to play a little bit. Oh no, a little attack left on the top side to turret. But now V Gaming, maybe a little bit too early with the portal just now. If they can deal the damage onto tier 2 turret top side, they can have a lot more gap in terms of goal. Gaffney in the late game will be much punishable for Baron, for Bacon Time. So Muan with the Joker is reaching the end game currently. So V Gaming, they need to tread this perfectly with the cafe. They had one position mistake is going to give them what they do for making game number 1. Still young.
Oh!
The members of V Gaming is going to just mothers along Bacon here. One by one has been taken down. Teo as well as Elman P. The ultimate is making V Gaming possible to take the game number 2, but still alive for Bacon time.
Oh my god, it was supposed to be a 1 versus 1. Almond P tried to go aggressively, but suddenly there was like 5 people there onto the bot side, and 2 people got killed on the side of Bacon time. Now this gives an opportunity for V Gaming to secure the Slayer for absolutely free. They can also start the Holy Dragon, which is also available for them, and we're seeing a gold lead now rising in favor of V Gaming. Bacon time, yeah, they deal a bit of damage. Yeah, they can punish some engage and they can choke out V Gaming. But if the pressure keeps on coming here from V Gaming, they're gonna lose their grip. They're just everywhere across the map. Nobody can touch them, and if they hesitate for a little bit, they're gonna be able to escape. So time is of the essence here for Bacon time. They're slowly being squeezed out and away from their usual safety nets, like the outer turrets. They continue to lose their turrets, especially the inhibitor towers. It's gonna cause the demise of the team. It's gonna be hard for them to actually win this game right now. And the Holy Dragon, yeah, it is for free. 5,000-6,000 gold lead now for V Gaming, and a Slayer party after Bertel P tries to sustain himself, but here comes the retaliation. Alma P is dead once again, and now they have to flee. Bacon time loses 2, might even be 3, and V Gaming just obliterates them in an instant, and this might actually be the game, man. They have the Slayer onto the bot. Bacon time tries to defend, but to no result. V Gaming right now are on top after 2-0 victory against Bacon time.
Woo! They had a hard game versus Mad. They had a potential loss versus Bacon time, but no, in game number 2, they showed they are the best in Group D. They are number 1 currently with 3 points ahead, and Mad versus Bacon time is going to be something that we have to look for, because if Mad wins 2-0, Bacon time is the one to say goodbye to AIC. Moan plays pretty well, but Bacon time draft is not lunatic enough to just kill the draft that V Gaming brought. Who I'm seeing Goyang Faces is crying right now. V Gaming
just
plays it pretty
happened?
well. Yeah.
Are we dreaming right now? Is day number 2 the fall of the Titans? Because we're seeing another Titan fall down, and well, this is what we said during the introduction. Some teams will rise, some teams will fall. ADT a while ago rose, and now V Gaming has risen as well, and Bacon time has just started to fall down. The question is, up to where are they gonna fall down? They have to pick their pieces up, because their next game is gonna be up of Mad team. And in this game, we see in the highlights how well V Gaming not only beats them, but dissects them. This is not just from the game itself, but also during the drafting phase. We already had our insights on how things might actually go down, and it takes so much to actually fully dissect what happened, because everything that led to this moment came from game number 1. The risk that V Gaming took from that Slims pick up to the Kali pick allowed them to secure so much in this particular game and have that kind of draft that led them to fully maximizing their potential in game number 2. And this game has been insane. Bacon Time actually got a big amount of lead earlier, 3-0 for Almond P. I think it turned into a 4-1 earlier, but he had so much control already. But V Gaming, as a team, they just continue to prove that they are the ones to deserve here in the AIC 2022.
Yeah, because of how the draft has been made by V Gaming, we have a lot of question when they brought up the Wonder Woman as well as the Rui, and it came up to mind that V Gaming is the one who can do this kind of drafts, and when they utilize the ultimate coming in for Rui is when they about to clash 1v1 at most, and then suddenly 1v5, 2v5. That is one best of the ultimate. You can see how V Gaming Rui has the ultimate. That is the moment they are going to fight for it. They wait for the ultimate to be level 3, and after that they have one other cooldown. They have the cooldown reduction items. They need that ultimate to be alive when they are going to execute any team fights and make it possible for them. We've seen how Omen just kill one, his health is low, he teleports back, he just comes back into fight. It's just a couple of seconds, and that moment we saw that Rui is one of the best aggressive support that you can play just with an Omen pick.
So basically, V Gaming is still undefeated since AIC 2021 with the Rui pick. They are the only team who has ever made this lineup work since AIC 2021. That is how big of a deal this game is right now, and they executed it with style against one of the strongest teams right now in the AIC 2022. Looking back at their game during the first phase, they actually struggled quite a lot. Yes, they put up a really good fight, but they suffered a one-sided beatdown at the early game. That was how tough their game was during that match. It was a tough battle, but the Bacon Time actually took control against them. But with game number 1 performance as well, this is a statement. This is a statement of V Gaming saying that they are the ones deserving at a spot here in the quarterfinals. Might as well be towards the grand finals with this kind of performance. Bird will be with the MVP, having an impressive performance with the Omen. That is to be expected already. But I want to commend every single member of them for having this amazing performance, especially Han on that confidence on that Rui pick. They definitely made it work.
Yeah, it is somehow the best draft that V Gaming brought versus Bacon Time. That Bacon Time is not looking any forward with that kind of matchup. Sometimes we saw V Gaming played really well in first game. They struggle a lot in game number 2. They just give how many punches in the face of Bacon Time. Muan could not speak anymore. Muan could not bring with the Joker pick. It's kind of hard to see if Bacon Time is the one to be falling in AIC. It's going to be hard to find in game after this. We are going to proceed in the group C if Dewa or we see Bikers Gang maybe is going to fall in the AIC 2022. My name is Mikos and I'm Big Goyan Gaming. We will be right back.
I'm running close the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, look both ways, hold pace. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome. through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is, prepare. Protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Bomb you, the light declare. I'm riding to the air. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You test to me, then I go Rambo, Rambo. I'm quick to grab the grip and go. I'm best with it. Okay, I'm lit. My mind's on city mode. I'm flexing it. Okay, I'm wild. I'm tripping on my mind, investing it. I'm still high-minded. My destiny, you'll find it hard to find it.
Winning street, my dubs elite, I bring it. Yeah. 50 feet step back, I'm about to speak my G, I'm with it. Yeah. Sun shines, I dream bigger. Believe in myself, I maintain rigor. Be what I wanna be, don't be little. Me.
No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, the both ways, hope pays. Heroes who decide to spend and save the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is, prepare.
Hey, send me up at any location, I hold up and mow them down. Look at the constellations for consolation while I retain my crown. Back in the background, I'm a background, what goes gon' come back round. I'm self-made, built everything from the ground up, I say it proud.
No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, the both ways, hope pays. Heroes who decide to spend and save the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is, prepare. Protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Bomb you, the light declare. I'm riding to the air.
Hi, Rookie. Now you understand the basic knowledge of Arena of Valor. Let's review what you have learned. Use your left hand to move your hero, and use your right hand to attack. Easy peasy. Now, raise your weapon and smash that crystal. No! God! Please, no! Well, maybe your gaming life is not so smooth after all. Don't be nervous. I know you think you have learned everything about winning, but your enemies are not sheep waiting to be slaughtered. To get your game victories easier, you'll still need to learn some little tricks. First, you need to know about the 3 lanes. In AoV, there's the Abyssal Dragon Lane, Slayer Lane, and Middle Lane. Don't forget about the Vast Jungle, which is a special path between all 3 lanes. Now choose your lane and march onwards to victory. No, stop! I know you're trying to be different, but as a rookie, you should begin by learning the most common and easiest ways to start the game. Once you're partially in the lane, you'll face an equal opponent. Do your best against them and level yourself up. Of course, there will always be enemies coming after you. Don't worry, AoV is a team game. This means you must focus on team fights, fight alongside your teammates, and eliminate your enemies. During team fights, you must cooperate with your teammates to find every opening and opportunity to kill your opponents and ensure the survival of your own team. Victory lies ahead of you after you wipe out all of your enemies' defense towers standing in your way. That is, if you are still standing after the team fight. Oh, dear Lord, don't ask me what to do if your rivals have respawned. Just repeat what you did earlier until you have won this match. That is how you win a game in Arena of Valor. You must be in harmony with your team every step of the way. Understand, rookies? Okay, I know that you cannot communicate telepathically. To be more effective at each stage of the game, maybe you need to know some terminology in order to communicate with your teammates. Carry, leading or majorly influencing leadership on a team.
Double kill. Bloodbath.
Gank, a surprise attack on an enemy hero. Buff, status effect that gives a beneficial boost. Debuff, status effect that gives negative impacts. Farm, gaining levels and gold by killing creeps. KDA, kills, deaths, assists. CD, skill cooldown. Poke, to damage enemies from range with minimal risk to you. DPS, damage per second. That's all the rookie training for today. Let's start a match and get fully absorbed into the world of Arena of Valor and win glory with your teammates. What could be more enjoyable than praise from your team?
Arena of Valor is a popular mobile MOBA game with a total of 200 million players worldwide clashing on the battlefields of Athenor. AOV has top-notch graphics featuring over 100 unique heroes, excellent balanced battles, rich underlying lore and story, and a well-established global esports scene. AOV has had so many highlights, but let's pause for a moment to return to the original question. What is AOV to you? Arena of Valor is a mobile-based multiplayer online battle arena where you control heroes in a fair multiplayer competition on a battlefield known as Athenor. In the game, each side will occupy one side of the map through constantly attacking the enemy, destroying their towers until the eventual destruction of the enemy's crystal base to secure victory. The extremely large number of unique heroes, filled with the imagination and creative skills, the excitement of confronting real players in real time, and the uncertainty that comes with teamwork are all factors that make every game you play a refreshing and unique journey. The thrill of the warriors' brutal attacks pummeling defenses, the mage's arcane abilities that control the flow of battle, the agility and fatality of an assassin ambushing from the shadows, the marksman's incredible long-range burst damage, the support's incredible offensive buffs and team protection abilities. There's a hero for every playstyle, with the amazing variety of classes in AOV. On top of that, your growth as a player is something even more exciting. Operating skills, the number of heroes you can comfortably play, game sense, situational judgment, split-second decisiveness, and courage. The accumulation of all this growth will give you a stronger ability to win games. Maybe one day, you too will grow up to be a professional player on the stage of AOV's global tournament and become a star that everyone looks up to. Welcome to Arena of Valor.
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I tasted glory, tasted pain, I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back, I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline, I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is, prepare. Protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Long you the light declare, I'm riding to the air. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for.
Yep. Hello everybody, welcome back to series number 5. It's time to get excited because Bikertopia is taking down Deva United. In series number 5, my name is Mikos and I'm with Guyan Gaming. Woo, we already received a lot of games for today and this is series number 5. We have 2 series left to just live it out for the before the playoff because we resume it next week. So for a recap, Deva United has 0 points. Bikertopia has 1 after they lost again. They draw against ADT. And what could happen here? What Deva United could do to just take down Bikertopia?
It's gonna take a lot, for sure. I mean, yes, during the phase one, they struggled against Dewa United as well. Since during phase one, Bikertopia was actually undefeated. But in this time, we're starting to see some mistakes, some flaws, maybe, and some opportunities by other teams to fight back and regain their spot. A dope team managed to do so. Maybe Dewa United can pull off a game against them, and it's gonna be a big factor because it's all they need to do. They need to actually secure a 2-0 against Bikertopia if they want to stay here in this tournament. If they're gonna be securing a 1-0, then a 1-1, then things are not gonna look good for them. That's just the biggest of risk right now of Dewa United. Bikertopia at least has 1 point as of the moment, but for Dewa, they have yet to secure anything, and this is going to be a tough mountain to climb, given the state of Bikertopia and how strong they are. Even a dope team struggled so much to beat them, and I think in this best of 2 series, a lot of things should be considered. Key player introductions, we saw the interesting stats earlier, and I think one player should also rise to the challenge here on the side of Dewa United if they want to make a really nice comeback as a team heading down to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. Because if we compare the stats of both players, you do see a little bit of a struggle here on the side of Dewa United, especially after their 2-game loss against a dope team earlier.
Yeah, I think if we try to compare in terms of KDA, this is what happened when they compare ADT with Bikertopia. In terms of double the amount of KD that Bikertopia has, still ADT could bring 1 game away. But in terms of 1 game, we have 2 matches from this match. Only 1 point is needed for Bikertopia to just secure their way into the playoffs. Instead of Dewa United is looking for the game. This first game is the most crucial game for Dewa United. If they lose this matchup, they will be the one who is sent out from AIC. But Bikertopia, if they lose this, they only need a draw in game number 2. But in the current stand that we had, throughout the history of today, the number 1 spot from every group in the first phase is going to be taken down. So this is going to be really hard for Bikertopia. If they draw or maybe lose this game for Dewa United, Bikertopia coming in with, we all know is a biker's gang, but for Dewa United, Dewa translate literally to gods united. This is the games that they need the gods to be united as well to just wins against some biker gang. But we know Bikertopia
About some biker gang.
Yeah, because we know Bikertopia will not bow to anything, especially to a god's life.
I like that analogy that you are making, but hopefully the gods will unite this time here on the side of Dewa United. They are on the red side. They have picked up an interesting choice of heroes this time, Crixie and the Joker, so this might actually state that they are kind of interested in a double marksman composition, so Elendor possible for the taking here with Dewa United. But are we going to be really seeing this locked in right now? Okay, they changed it up. I thought we're gonna be seeing a D-Rack finally
a little
here
bit too
in the
early
AIC
for
2022.
D-Rack. Yeah, we saw D-Rack yesterday, and it's not make it into the win, but it's okay with the D-Rack. If played with the Dirac in terms of space. If it's a narrow space, Dirac has the most potential with the shield and also the ultimate. But yeah, it's kind of hard to see the early composition that Dewa is trying to bring. They have Elendor, they have Joker as well as the Grixie. Is the basic kind of mechanism that Dewa are trying to bring. But for side of Bikertopia, it's a little bit too early to the Violet to flex. I think is kind of Zero needs the Violet first. They have a lot. There's a lot of heroes could be played maybe in an Elsu, maybe or Hayate, but they pick the Violet first. This might be inspiration coming in for V Gaming in game number 1. You keep a lot of resources in game number 2 is a complete storm coming in for V Gaming. But yeah, Bikertopia takes the game with Liliana, Violet, and as well as the Nacross.
Yeah, early to late game scaling is good here on the side of Bikertopia. On their first 3 picks. Dewa United a bit ambitious right now with a double marksman composition. It has a relatively low win rate as of the moment on this particular strategy, but it can work. It can work, especially on the damage department. These first 3 picks can deal an obnoxious amount, but they will need the necessary support to aid them at it, and it's already being removed as of the moment. It's gonna be hard since some of the tanky heroes have already been taken down, but Tara gonna be hovered as the meantime. It can be used on the Dark Slayer lane, but I think it would be better to pick up something like a Richter instead, and possibly a really good support that can aid them so much as in the front. Maybe a Baldum as a support. Bikertopia though, now hovering the first Arthur on day number 4. I have not seen this in a while, and it's not so sure if I'm gonna be happy with it, since we know how irritating an Arthur can be. It just continues to spin and deal an obnoxious amount of, well, not obnoxious amount of damage, but consistently do it at the same time. Chris, it's gonna be their support. Yeah, it can make a lot of plays, especially on a double marksman. We have seen it in AIC 2021, and it might actually work for them, especially with the camouflage.
Yeah, the camouflage and as well as the gravity pull. They had the crowd control with the Grixie and also the Kha'Zix. This combo is known to be a last year kind of combo they had in AIC 19 and also 20 and 21. So it's kind of weird for Dewa to bringing the Kha'Zix first, because they think they can play. I think they want to play an early matchup because of Kha'Zix is too aggressive with the Joker, and played it into mid game with the Grixie after it has the boomsticks and Hecates. But in terms of Bikertopia, they had Arthur, they had the Nacross. Is too much of a movement and as well as tanky that Arthur could give. So that Kha'Zix is focusing onto Violet as well as the Liliana, and Grixie will have a hard time a bit versus the Nacross, but it's a 50-50. But I like the most is Dewa United composition. I love the aggressiveness that Dewa could provide, and also the securance into mid game with the Grixie pick, because we haven't seen a lot of Kha'Zix yet, and I'm hoping to have a good pickoff coming in with the gravity pull that Kha'Zix could provide in this first matchup. Now, question is, who's going to take the first game? Before, if Bikertopia could win this game, it's a go and buy for Dewa United in the EIC. But if Dewa wins this game, it's them needed a 2-0 win against Bikertopia to just proceed to the playoff stage.
And it is quite possible, you know. Anything can happen. It's just really hard right now, especially on the early game department here for Dewa United, given that a lot of their heroes will be needing to scale up, and Bikertopia knows this, so they're playing quite aggressive as of the moment. No invades though coming in from both teams, which is them basically giving a lot of respect towards each other. Zirui though is eyeing on poking Enix a lot of times, and he has been winning a little bit in terms of the poke department.
Ooh, I would say that early matchup for Dewa is so much aggressive, but if they want to play a little bit of a waiting game, it's okay. But it's hard to say that in terms of early mid-phase early game is going to be really hard if they want to take down that Arthur as well as the Nacross, because they had the Joker. They can ultimate onto that Nacross to spam away one ultimate onto that tier lane. So Dewa really needs to play a little bit aggressive, but it's hard because of that outer armor in this early game is too much to be handled. Not much of a DPS. They have the Elendor. They have to wait for level 4 Elendor and maybe level 6 to have the Metamorphosis to fix the game for them. But kind of laughter on the bottom side, ultimate coming in for the Violet itself. 3 members from Dewa is on the bottom side trying to make a play on that Arthur, but just can't because it's too much armor on that particular hero.
It is gonna be the Slayer priority of Bikertopia, while Dewa United are opting to start this Abyssal Dragon, but we're seeing T1 actually eyeing onto them. They might actually attempt on stealing. That's going to be a nice engage. However, a Shorty will still be able to secure that Abyssal Dragon, so good enough for them to actually scale up a little bit. Bikertopia now invading onto the jungle side of Dewa United. They will have some control here on a Shorty's blue buff, but it is to be expected already. 44-8 though, nearly gets taken down. So that's a big enough pressure by Bikertopia, and they will be able to successfully take this blue buff from a Shorty.
Ooh, a little bit much of a confidence coming in, but now Bikertopia trying to just invade the privacy of Dewa United in their jungle. Bottom side, 3 members already coming in, and a couple of dashes, but no Liliana trying to go Zen with a light, but doesn't even connect into that fight. Although top side, Metamorphosis maybe with a couple of butterflies flying away. Oh, Nacroft with the judgment on top side. Still no casualties has been suffered from both teams, because an early matchup for Dewa, a lot of damage, but for Bikertopia, they are pushing the limits of Dewa United. He knows if early matchup Dewa could lose, is going to be a sustainable win for Bikertopia. Top side with a man on mark for coming in, but one more hits for that Richter.
Oh.
Is still alive, and now backup's coming in. Richter is Mammon is still alive. One more attack, but no. Picker is the one who killed with that shuriken toss, making the kill possible. But first blood for side of Bikertopia.
Yeah, that was a long skirmish there onto the top side, but now on bot side, 44-8 will engage onto T1. Not really the best target since he is quite tanky. Bikertopia still got the win there, and even before that pick, actually, they are ahead in terms of gold. So now it is just increasing slowly but surely. It is expected, given the matchups here in this game, it would take a long time before Dewa United are actually able to farm so much. Like, this is the match of 10 to 15 minutes for them. This is the lineup that they do have, and it's really difficult to fully execute this kind of composition, but sometimes it is worth it. A Shorty will try to prevent them from securing the tower. They are successful for a bit long. They did take the tower here. Bikertopia did take the tower in the mid, but it took a lot of resources for them to do so. Dewa United Now spreading a little bit across the map. We're seeing 44 Ape just continuously aiding Enix at the bot. And now with Abyssal Dragon readily available for the taking, Bikertopia might actually group up once again here. 44 Ape, Enix taking a bit of damage. They're forced to disengage. They cannot contest this Abyssal Dragon take at all.
Yeah, they can't because, oh no, the re-engage coming in for the side of Bikertopia, trying to steal one kill, but it just can't. A little bit too fast coming in for the side of Dewa United. Disengage. Now, Gravity Pull takes one, not enough damage. So this takes a little bit more confidence coming in for Dewa United. Just want to kill one members of Bikertopia. The last turret on the bottom side. Mid lane will be a couple more seconds, maybe minutes to take down the tier 2 turrets, but Bikertopia already has the upper hand. Gravity Pull does not pick up anybody from the side of Bikertopia. The trades comes in, and now Bikertopia already has a 3,000 gold lead in terms of only one kill left. Dewa United is not going to take this fight on that Dust Layer.
Yeah, Dewa United cannot contest. Yeah, they have to give this away. And we're already seeing the gold lead starting to balloon on the side of Bikertopia. Nice knock up though onto T1, but he is relatively tanky. 2 flickers invested there by Dewa United just to disengage, but they will try to land some damage onto Bikertopia. That's a lot coming from Zirui! And it was actually not expected there by Dewa United. They are forced now to back away after that short interaction. Bikertopia still has a lot to offer here, but Pika under the tower overextends. That's a nice knock up by 20. And now mid lane, Enix might be in trouble. T1 is actually trying to chase him down. Now with ultimate, he gets that kill. Nice knock up once again here by 20. But the Arthur is very, very tanky. Mammon is now into the front line. 44 Ape overextends and falls down. Shindo will get taken down. A short scenario of trades. 2 for 2 at the end of that. But still, Bikertopia gets most out of this situation with a tower take on top.
Yeah, they take tower, they trade 2 kills but for their side, but now Bikertopia already had a lot of possession into the jungles of Dewa as well as the gold. They have still a couple more 3,000 gold lead, but Bikertopia played it pretty well in terms they had a mid-game kind of composition with the runes from Zirui. Is kind of a defensive kind of rune because of how Enix maybe had a burst damage. They could just kill down the Vala. He needs that health regen coming in for the Zirui. So Bikertopia has the potential much more onto the top side, trying to kill with the Man of Mark, but nonetheless with the damage that been given with the Moonfall, a little bit too late to be open though, and Dewa is still in the brink of losing. Bikers takes down Abyssal, and Bikers trying to find a way to kill this Dark Slayer. It is a little bit too thick skin coming in because that damage with no Nacros on top side is a little bit too hard to kill this Dark Slayer.
And this is gonna be one of the biggest problems now of Dewa United. If they don't win this game, it's pretty much done for them because they cannot accumulate enough points, but they are positioning for a good gank and they get 2 kills immediately, but you have to fall back. 20 is dead and they are trying to retaliate, but this is just too much coming in from Bikertopia. A shorty will also fall down. They get 2, but in what exchange? The game? Bikertopia is just gonna be opening up this space of Dewa United since they have the Slayer marching into the mid. 5 seconds before 20 responds, but at what cost? They already have lost 2 towers and Mammon will even get taken down in the process. They are attempting to end this game. Might be too ambitious, but they are trying to do so. There's a lot of damage coming towards the core. 44 Ape will fall down once again. But Dewa United are still alive. They have to take the Slayer down though because it continuously attacks the turret. A nice AoE damage by Zero, and he will just obliterate everybody. This is game number 1 by Bikertopia.
Bikertopia makes the dream lives on, and Dewa United, sadly to say, they are the first one to go for today. It's going to be really hard to say because of Bikertopia is currently trailing with 2 points, and Dewa has 0. ADT has 3, and if this is a draw in game number 2, it's not going to make it for side of Dewa Esports, because
sad game already.
it's not a good point for them. Bikertopia is still alive, and if they win 2-0, they are going to be the maybe number 2 in the group because ADT steals 1 game.
Yeah, they managed to steal 1 game away from Bikertopia earlier. So congratulations here.
Playoff next week.
Yeah, it's really tough. It's really tough. A tough time here for Dewa United. They tried against a dope team, suffered 2 losses consecutively, and now on this third one, the hopes are gone towards retaining here on the AIC 2022. So, well, they still have 1 more game. At least it can be them attempting to say that, yeah, they struggled quite a lot in this tournament, but at least they tried, right? But
Yeah.
unfortunately, it won't matter much in terms of them being able to stay here in this tournament. Game number 1 though, a fantastic performance of Bikertopia and ending this game in like 10.5 minutes. A fast one.
Yeah, we saw a faster game coming in before this, but Dewa United versus Bikertopia, yeah, 10 minutes before 11, maybe 15 is a fast one. But Dewa United, they need something to bring in the game number 2, because if they can draw this out, it would be much of a help to ADT. For ADT, but now ADT is looking happy because they know this is the point they are going for the playoff, and Dewa United could not make it. In terms of game number 2, I see Bikertopia will try to end this game much more quicker because they want a lot of rest, and this last series for today will be much of a happen because of the last series is going to be Bacon versus Matt, and that is some hell of a game. But yeah, we're focusing on Dewa versus Bikertopia, but Bikertopia already have 1 point and they are going to the playoffs.
They are going to be the second team in their respective group to move to the playoffs, unfortunately for Dewa United. Yeah, and it was a big risk that they actually took in this game. A double marksman composition doesn't really translate much into a win here in the AIC 2022. Similar to AIC 2021, it takes a lot to actually fully execute that kind of lineup, and well, so far only 1 team today managed to commit a high risk, high reward lineup, which is V Gaming earlier with that Rui pick. For Dewa United, sadly, they are gonna be the ones to fall down here. It's not at all amusing to see, since they did have a fantastic run during phase 1, but unfortunately it's only 2 teams that will remain here, and the condition is, well, 1 team rises, 1 team falls. Bikertopia and a dope team are the ones to rise, and Dewa United are the one to fall down. Let's see though if they are gonna be still trying on a good game here on the second game. because it still does matter, you know.
Yeah.
This them still playing, representing the region and also the team itself. But in terms of being able to stay in this tournament, it won't anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, because we see a loss for a great team in AIC, but yeah, I think this is what happened if not ready to just handle the pressure in terms of drafts and also the games to be balanced it out. Bikertopia played really well. ADT is fully ready into AIC, but for Dewa United, they need more experience. They need more discipline in terms of drafts and also execution. I think maybe we will see them in the next AIC, maybe 2023. But yeah, somehow we saw a lot of potential in Dewa. They had an early matchup, they had an early damage, but they didn't execute it perfectly in terms of invades and also team fight, forcing team fight into the early fight, because some of them has ultimate, they already have damage. They already have damage into Azarity, Mammon, and also Nyx, and maybe the help of 44A. And Bikertopia is the one that responsible to the loss of Dewa, because they doesn't even pick any fights in the early game. They just trade a lot of goals, they trade objectives perfectly, and none of the towers been pushed by Dewa United. 8 towers to 0 and only 1 Abyssal Dragon at that moment. At that early game gives Dewa a lot more chances, but yeah, they didn't take the execution perfectly in terms of early matchup that they had versus Bikertopia.
And it's also important to take note that the composition of Bikertopia really suits early to late game, whereas to Dewa United is more so just the late game. Yes, they did got a nice initiation on that last fight, but that is a thing, because they haven't reached their power spike just yet. 3 versus 5 isn't really that much hard for Bikertopia to win. MVP is gonna be Pika on the Dark Slayer lane with a fantastic performance early. He got the first blood as well onto Mammon earlier in that interesting gank. And yeah, overall Bikertopia still has some stability in themselves. They lost just 1 game so far today against a dope team. Now with the points that they have, they're at least assured of their spot.
Yeah, they are going to play it really stable in the game number 2, because they know they are going for the playoff. They have to just keep a lot of drafts in the current matchup, because of how they doesn't want to give much information to other teams. So in the game number 2, it would be much of a Dewa game, possibly, because Dewa has nothing to lose already. They can pick a lot more flashy picks in terms of the global ban. But yeah, Bikertopia, do they want to give this draw to the side of Dewa, or they want to take this 2-0 win instead, trying to just be in the same point as ADT?
Well, it's most probably gonna be Bikertopia's game, given the performance that they did have in the first game. Dewa United, I hope they draft a really good one here. At least try to tie this series up, because it will have an impact on how they are currently seen right now. At least if they are able to win against Bikertopia, they would have a nice ending of a standing before they bid their goodbye. Aya gonna be firstly banned here by Bikertopia, while Dewa United has removed the typical standard bans. Nakroth available for the first pick, and Dewa United can actually take it up.
Yeah, a couple of drafts could be picked by Dewa United because they ban on Suzuka as well as the Omen. So if they want to bring a powerhouse of a pick like a Nacroth, maybe a Grixie to be Liliana if they want to, because they doesn't have the Lorian as well as the Aya. They could pick the Yan if they want. UA maybe for Dewa United. We've seen a lot of Florentino to be played by Dewa United as well. So a lot of picks that Dewa could bring. Just want to scare down Bikertopia. Sid that the game number 1 is a given. Maybe game number 2 is a punishment for Bikertopia because they give Crixie, they give Varus. It's not has a lot of openings for the side of Dewa United.
Yeah, Vera's gonna be locked in here in a short while. Elsu is available still here for Dewa United since they haven't picked it up yet as of the series, and Bikertopia hasn't picked it up as well, so it can be an option here for Dewa United. But they're hovering. Oh, the Kali Elsu possible here for Dewa United, which has been attempted before by V Gaming on their match against Bacon Time during phase 1.
Yeah, I think the Kali pick is suitable for the side of Dewa if they want to just amplify that defense against Bikertopia, but Lumber is the one to hover first by Dewa. They need something that can bring into the mid game. They have the Nacross for late and early, but the side of these 2 picks, Lumber and Akali, I think this is going to be hard for Dewa United because they had a couple of defense with damage from Kali as well as Lumber with the knockbacks that Lumber has. Bikertopia still has the 2 drops that has the upper hand. They have the Varus, they have the Crixie. If they bring out maybe the Joker after this, it's going to be really hard for Dewa United. This is the jungler, maybe the Lubu again. This is the jungle that loses to ADT before this, the game number 2 with the Lubu jungle, given an objective priority for the side of Bikertopia. Banning, I would say maybe a Kafni ban, Hayati ban, or a before this an Elsu as well can be banned for the side of Dewa if they don't want to give the Elsu to the side of Bikertopia. Still has the potential to take a lot more heroes that has poking ability. They have Varus maybe for support, maybe for top lane. So Laville is the one to be taking the blame for Dewa United.
I'm wondering how Dewa United are gonna end their lineup right now. They do have still the option to pick up the Elsu, and well, they can also opt to go with a high range in this lineup, since they would want to prefer creating some distance from Bikertopia, since Bikertopia is building an engaged lineup here in their first 3 picks. They have removed Laville and the Joker here, so yeah, it can make sense. Elsu might be prioritized here by Dewa United, but are they gonna be able to get it, since Bikertopia hasn't picked up the Elsu as well, and they haven't picked up their marksman just yet. So it is ready for the taking here by both teams. Riorma is gonna be hovered. A lot of engage coming in here from Bikertopia. A lot of side lane control too.
This is a Hayate Rioma kind of composition. They pick Rioma, maybe an Elsu for Bikertopia though. They have a lot of pokings with Rioma as well as the Lubu, so it's kind of renowned to pick an Elsu for the side of Bikertopia. They have Hayate to be taken as well. Kafni, is okay for Bikertopia, but aside of Dewa United, they need something that has a lot of most occurrence into late game, because Narcos takes a lot of the momentum in terms of rotation. But now the Tachi or Scud, I would say the Tachi is something is not to be picked because of they already had the lumber Tachi onto Dark Slayer, maybe a mid lane, because they already have the Kali. So the Thorn and the Scud is the main reason objective for the side of Dewa United. Last pick is the Archer, who's going to be Ed, and Hayate is the best pick possible for the side of Bikertopia. Yeah, they have engaged, they have poking, they have true damage as well as crits coming in. Only Varus as well as Lubu will provide much more onto sustain. So Bikertopia, if they lock onto this Hayate, they had the lineup that could possibly win in terms of early game. They could prioritize onto Ryoma lane, takes the first objective and waits for the first dragon or also Dark Slay to be taken down by Bikertopia.
So a team fight based composition here by Bikertopia versus possible skirmish comp here by Dewa United. It does have a lot of scaling capability as well, due to the fact that they picked up the Thorn in as their marksman, and yeah, they do have Kali as well. Based on how the heroes are positioned right now, I think they are gonna be switching their lanes. Mammon will be the mid, and well, 20 might actually be in the jungle, while a shorty will be on the
A mid
top
Nacross?
side. No, I think they're gonna change the roles. Mammon will be in the mid, a shorty will be on the Dark Slayer lane, while 20 will be the jungle, possible like that. An
Yeah.
experimental role this time as their last game.
I think the last game, basically, if someone changes roles, is some of them maybe getting tilted a little bit because of how they miss out to be in the playoffs. So maybe this change is needed for Dewa United to still one game away from Bikertopia. So if they want to fight out in terms of elite matchup, they have the Scud, they have the Nacross. So this is the moment to show the damage that they had in early composition. So they need to play more aggressive. They need to invade with the Nacross and as well as Scud. They have the help coming in from the Thorn. If not, this is going to be trouble for side of Dewa United. Bikertopia, they had 1 point. Do they want to seal this game with a draw, or maybe with a 2-0 win, in terms of giving Dewa United 0 points for today?
Well, if Bikertopia will secure 2-0 here it will state that they're at least on par with a dope team, because they both will have 3 points in total, just one loss onto each other.
Yeah, it is kind of hard to say that Bikertopia is same level as ADT, but that game itself, when Bikertopia versus ADT, is something that, but yeah, I can hear it, but yeah, it's something that Bikertopia made a mistake onto that Dark Slayer. But yeah, it's kind of hard to say if Bikertopia is currently having a shaking game. Woo. I can hear you, Guan. Mics.
Oh, my bad on that. I was talking to myself and my thoughts for the meantime. Talking back into the game, since we are gonna be going here on the caster desk for the meantime, I think there are some issues that they are gonna be addressing for the meantime before they head down into the game itself. Maybe there was some technical difficulties in terms of swapping the heroes. That's why we saw that initial arrangement earlier. But looking at the draft in particular, well, Bikertopia has a superior team fighting capability, while Dewa United does have to play these things in a different manner, which is challenging but still possible. I hope that their mentality hasn't been destroyed yet from the result or from where they stand right now, given that they no longer will push through towards the latter stages of the AIC 2022. At least put up a good fight against Bikertopia in the second game would be a nice thing to see.
Yeah, I think if 1 point taken by Dewa United, it will be something that Bikertopia have to see, because if they loses one game to ADT and they lose one game to Dewa United, it will leave a mark for Bikertopia to be one of the best team in phase 1, and suddenly in phase number 2 is kind of shaky because of 2 games to be played. Is going to be something that Bikertopia really needs to make a research on. What happened to them in this week, what happened to them in past 2 days, is going to make a hard decision to just proceed into the playoffs if they happen to lose this game as well. So ADT has a lot more potential if they stay with that synergy. But yeah, it's going to be something that we need to look up for. But Dewa United and Bikertopia will take a rest as well as we. So we will come back in a couple of minutes. See you again after this.
私が行った方が手っ取り早いのに本当バカ。何？私じゃ不満なわけ？ほら、最初から私が行けばよかったじゃない。次はあんたの番よ。全部私が片付けるから。ほら、最初から私がそれで不安とか思って。
Welcome to our video introducing the ping system in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate conveniently while reporting and delivering quick, accurate information on the battlefield, Arena of Valor has a context-sensitive built-in ping system that is easy to use. The ping button prompt is placed on the top right corner of the screen in a match. To use it, long press the ping button and point your finger to the triggerable area to send your team the corresponding ping.
Yep, welcome back after the break, and we have a lot to say when Bikertopia is taking down Dewa United in game number 2. We have a lot of swaps coming in for Dewa United, but the swaps maybe will be swapping back because something we sense that the swap doesn't make sense for Dewa United. So Yeah, Bikertopia is currently waiting for the swap to be happen again, and yeah, we love to see if Dewa United can steal or not. 1 point coming in for Bikertopia.
Yeah, it's still the lead for Bikertopia. The standings are still the same, and hopefully the positions on the swaps are different this time. So it will be like their specified roles and stuff, and it wouldn't be a conflict whatsoever, given the nice lineup that they have also built up in this game. And if we do check like the possible late game scaling of Dewa United, it is present. Yeah, they can actually put up a really good fight against Bikertopia, provided that they will be able to create some space for themselves, and it is possible given the lineup that they do have, especially on the support role. Lumbar can actually do it for them, like prevent those engages coming in from Bikertopia, except for the Lubu. I mean, he becomes immune for a short amount of time, and it's irritating to actually deal with him.
Yeah, it's hard for that Lubu pick, but I would say it's kind of hard for Dewa United with the draft they had. They can play a little bit aggressive in terms of early game, but in the late game stages, yep, we saw the changes back onto the normal kind of composition that could be bring by Mammon, Anxiety 20, NX, and as well as 44 Ape. They had the potential with this early matchup. Mid-game, I would say Dewa would had a lot more space to play with the ultimate coming in for Torn, and also spamming with a Kali ultimate, the Sargason as well. But T1 onto that Varus is what I'm scared of. We've seen a lot of potential that Bikertopia handle when Bota uses the Varus as a support. They want to use it for them and make it happen in game number 2.
Let's see here, game number 2 of this best of 2 series. Dewa United attempting on at least tying up the score against Bikertopia. It's gonna be tough, especially on the really hard engaged composition here of Bikertopia. And given the state of the game, given the state of the team right now, I hope it doesn't affect them at all here, as this is their final game in the AIC 2022. Dewa United will try to tie the series up.
Mid lane has been full of members coming in from Dewa and also Bikertopia. Invasion coming for Bikertopia on the red buff, but Alex is there as well as 44 Apes, but this buff will be taken away, as well as the Salamander on bottom side. And now the counters coming in for Anxiety. Just want to go check a little bit of the red buff coming in for the side of Bikertopia. It just can't. It just been pulled away with the bouncer for Bikertopia. They have Pika on top with the flicker, a little bit too early for Pika, trying to just happen to give a lot more damage to Mammon on top. Mammon is suffering a lot more damage than Pika.
It's hard right now for Dewa United, especially after that successful invade from Bikertopia. Yeah, they got the red buff of Ashorty and they couldn't trade it back. So now they're positioning onto the bot side, trying to get this neutral objective away from Bikertopia. Ashorty with a nice last hit onto that monster camp. And it will equalize at least a little bit on the gold department against T-Lin. They are down 800 gold though, so it is gonna be a kind of a big factor on the small skirmish that is occurring as of the moment. Bikertopia rotating across the map, getting the priority for this Abyssal Dragon, and Dewa United just responding with the Slayer take as a trade. And it's taking a bit of time, yeah, but they will be able to successfully take it without any contest from Bikertopia.
Yeah, without contesting, but I think Bikertopia knows that they are going for the Dark Slayer because of how Pika is stationed topside. He knows the Mammon is missing now. Won't fall on the bottom. One secures the first kill, but a little bit too late with the damage to be hit. Bikertopia takes a little bit more lead here with the non-presence onto 20 in that bottom side. So the mid lane will be given to Anxiety first and has more potential for skill for that Nacross in terms of trying to find a way to close in the gap from T-Lin. Because if that Lubu has much more items beside that Nacross could not do damage to that Lubu.
Yeah, this Lubu is quite fed as of the moment, given the interactions that we have seen. 2 times that he steal the red buff of a shorty. Not really best time right now for a Nacross, as Bikertopia are now positioning themselves towards the bot side. T1 again with a nice invade, actually going in before disengaging, as Zirui will be able to steal out that Salamander away from a shorty. Not the best time as a jungler indeed, as it is always a nightmare to have your camp stolen, especially right in front of you, and I can't do anything for that. Pika alongside with T-Lin will try to push top side tower, and Mammon desperately trying to defend it. Shin will allow them to finally secure that first blood against Mammon and might actually be able to take down tower. Thankfully, 20 is there for backup. The Kunai Blitz being denied there by A, but woo, that's a lot of damage being taken down. Enix now popping that ulti, but it's not enough to get a kill. Pika onto the top side will steal out a camp as well, away from a shorty. Oof.
It's going to be really hard for the side of Dewa United if they lost a lot of towers. The maybe the second tier will be taken away as well. They cannot living because of how the gap is. The Slayer gap is too widened now because Pika a little bit too much damage to be handled by Mammon on top. That Dewa United really needs to focus on mid lane and bottom lane. He just cannot do okay with the flicker and also the splitter, but I don't think that is enough with the Bloody Kiss, with the Phantom as well, trying to find a way with the still no use on the Kunai Blitz. But the damage they've been delivered coming in for Bikertopia is a little bit too much to be handled for Dewa in this current matchup. The early game matchup is too much for Dewa United to try to fight their way out, because Bikertopia has Ryoma, they has the Varus as well as the Yate. That early composition is making their way to the win coming in for Bikertopia.
Yeah, in the bot side, 5 initiate here by T-Lin, not hesitating at all. Zirui will spot out Enix, and 20 will also fall down. 2 turret shots onto T-Lin, not enough to kill him as well. And with the tower falling, potentially falling down onto the bot side, but they actually did not commit it for now. We're seeing a 3,000 gold lead still on the side of Bikertopia. Yeah, 2 towers consecutively, all tier 1 turrets destroyed by Bikertopia to Dewa United, and it's already allowing them have their gold lead balloon to 4,000 even right now. And well, fight's gonna occur. 44-8 to disengage. 20 throws out that Ethereal Pulse just to zone out the members here of Bikertopia, but the Slayer now being attacked by Bikertopia, and there's nothing that Dewa United can actually do. They're trying to position themselves in, but with the lead that Bikertopia has, it's really difficult to try and attempt stealing that objective away from them.
Yeah, Necro doesn't have a lot of resource in terms of early game, and currently facing a lot of resource stolen. Because of Bikertopia had the aggressive gameplay, they want a lot of damage. Look at the ultimate coming in from Pika, trying to make a game here, but now stuns comes in, but the ultimate been used by 44, but it's not gonna land to anybody. Just have to secure the lanes first. But now Bikertopia a little bit too ruthless here to the members of Dewa United. Zin secures the kill for Annex. Mid turret 2 will be taken away, and that lumber gives a lot more chances to the side of Bikertopia. 2 turrets on top will be fall down exactly the time on bottom side will be taken away as well, with a couple more minutes with the Hayate 0 as well as T-Lin on bottom side.
Wow, Dewa United being squeezed away from any opportunities. This is a clean game by Bikertopia. Turrets unscratched, kills, just them getting and no casualties at all. All objectives being taken out by them, except for one Slayer by Dewa United. So not as perfect as Bikertopia has intended to do so, but it is going in their terms with a 6,000 Kunai Blitz, doing a lot of damage, but good pop on that Ethereal Pulse. Now, well, it's gonna be a dead Mammon in the process because it cannot escape anymore, and Bikertopia will just have the opportunity to push this bot side turret.
Yeah, it's too dominating for the side of Bikertopia, and pokes coming in. Dewa United only have the Kali to be defended into mid and also bottom lane. None of the members, it just goes in with it with the Bloody Kiss, and as well as the Venom one by one be taken down. They lose entirely, they lose 20 as well as 44 apes. Towers on the bottom side being taken away as well. So mid lane will follow, and as well as the core, couple more damage, and none of the members from Dewa United could defend this. There's only Anix alone with the Thorn. Ultimate is not enough, and Bikertopia takes the clean game into the playoffs.
Yeah, 9.5 minute game. I think that is the fastest game today. And it is understandable. Bikertopia completely annihilates Dewa United and kicks them off for the rest of the tournament. And they also have tied their score to Adobe Gaming. So this is there's a strong lineup right now we're seeing on the side of Bikertopia, tying up their score to Adobe team and also qualifying for the quarterfinals next week. So congratulations to Bikertopia. Unfortunate though for Dewa United, as they are gonna be bidding goodbye to AIC 2022.
Yeah, congratulations to Bikertopia, but hopefully that Dewa United will stay strong and has much of a training to just be here next year. But yeah, Bikertopia played really well with the 2-0 win. The second game is much of a stomp onto Dewa United, because they were, I think, already known that if they won this game, they will not going to proceed into the playoffs. And it is because they lost against ADT that has 2 points ahead of them, 3 points. Bikertopia 3 points for ADT, and the last member is Dewa United is the one to say goodbye to AIC 22. But after this game, we will have one more game that is one of the anticipated game of all. That is Matt versus Bacon Time. I would say that is going to be a long game.
Yep, it is for sure. I mean, Bacon Time, they are looking to redeem themselves after losing 2-0 to V Gaming, and for Mad Team, actually they have a more comfortable spot right now, having to tie their series against V Gaming. So Bacon Time, after being the one on top, they're kind of shaking a little bit from falling down and might actually get kicked out here on the AIC 2022. Everything is at stake. They cannot just secure a tie series against Mad Team. They have to secure 2-0 if they want to be the ones to stay here. They have the same situation right now as Dewa United before this victory by Bikertopia. So a lot of things are at stake, but in here on the series of Bikertopia and Dewa United, just a little bit sad, especially on the second game. I think they already got affected on their mental, especially after that loss earlier on game number 1. But congratulations nonetheless here for Bikertopia. They had a strong performance. They were the one who sat on top in their respective Group C during the Phase 1 and in this Phase 2, well, they are just tied with Adobe Team.
Yeah, I would love to see who's going to meet with ADT, maybe with Bikertopia when the draw's been made after the last series for today. And a couple of games that we saw has more potential than it is. So yeah, the wait is on for the game for playoffs is next week, same time, same day. But yeah, congratulations to the teams that already made it. Like we see in Group D, V Gaming already has 3 points and they are going for a rest. But you know, I just want to see how Matt versus Bacon Time, who's going to take the lead first. If Matt wins, Matt will go. If Bacon wins, that is the second game will be the game that determines who's going to win the matchup and who's going to proceed into the playoff. But before, we are going to see the stats coming in first for the second game, Bikertopia versus Dewa United. I think not a lot to say when it's it's a clean game with no kills from Dewa United and a lot more damage been given by Pika because they lost an early game matchup with that Ryoma pick coming in. That Mammon early game could not do anything with the dealing rotation on top side.
It's more so like a one-sided beatdown that we have seen coming in from Bikertopia. No signs of comeback, no signs of retaliation. Everything Dewa United just got demolished right now, and hopefully it will not happen again to them in the next tournaments that they are going to be joining in. But they had a good run. They had a nice performance in the Phase 1. They actually won against both Influence Rage and Adobe Team. So that is still something to take into consideration. They did put up a really good fight and also qualified for AIC 2022. Hopefully we do see them in a better standing and a better performance though on the next tournament, like AIC 2023 possibly.
Yeah, I think for the MVP is none other than Pika. If Pika not getting the MVP is something that maybe been robbed because of the damage and also the rotation that Pika used to do, and 1 kill with the 5 assists with no death at all. And this game is obviously a Pika kind of MVP because the rotation is so good, and Mammon will have a nightmare versus Pika and the Dead Slayer lane. But yeah, game number 2, a little bit of a stomp, maybe a definite stomp coming in for Bikertopia after their loss versus ADT. They are mad. They are mad as hell. They want to go for the playoffs and try to get a win there.
Yeah. Congratulations to Bikertopia. Dewa United will be unfortunately bidding goodbye, but we do have one more series later on. Bacon Time versus Mad Team. That is something to look forward to. Saving the best for last, as we are going to be going into a very short break. You're watching Arena of Valor International Championships 2022, and we are your shoutcasters, Gyung Gaming and Mikos. We'll be back after a short while. Don't go away.
Raise your weapon and smash that crystal. No! God! Please, no! Well, maybe your gaming life is not so smooth after all. Don't be nervous. I know you think you have learned everything about winning. But your enemies are not sheep waiting to be slaughtered. To get your game victories easier, you'll still need to learn some little tricks. First, you need to know about the 3 lanes. In AoV, there's the Abyssal Dragon Lane, Slayer Lane, and Middle Lane. Don't forget about the Vast Jungle, which is a special path between all 3 lanes. Now choose your lane and march onwards to victory. No, stop! I know you're trying to be different, but as a rookie, you should begin by learning the most common and easiest ways to start the game. Once you're partially in the lane, you'll face an equal opponent. Do your best against them and level yourself up. Of course, there will always be enemies coming after you. Don't worry, AoV is a team game. This means you must focus on team fights, fight alongside your teammates, and eliminate your enemies. During team fights, you must cooperate with your teammates to find every opening and opportunity to kill your opponents and ensure the survival of your own team. Victory lies ahead of you after you wipe out all of your enemies' defense towers standing in your way. That is, if you are still standing after the team fight. Oh, dear lord, don't ask me what to do if your rivals have respawned. Just repeat what you did earlier until you have won this match. That is how you win a game in Arena of Valor. You must be in harmony with your team every step of the way. Understand, rookies? Okay, I know that you cannot communicate telepathically. To be more effective at each stage of the game, maybe you need to know some terminology in order to communicate with your teammates. Carry, leading or majorly influencing leadership on a team.
Double kill. Bloodbath.
Gank, a surprise attack on an enemy hero. Buff, status effect that gives a beneficial boost. Debuff, status effect that gives negative impacts. Farm, gaining levels and gold by killing creeps. KDA, kills, deaths, assists. CD, skill cooldown. Poke, to damage enemies from range with minimal risk to you. DPS, damage per second. That's all the rookie training for today. Let's start a match and get fully absorbed into the world of Arena of Valor and win glory with your teammates. What could be more enjoyable than praise from your team?
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I tasted glory, tasted pain. I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back. I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline. I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me. There's no hold up delay. I still survive. I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light. It's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, the both ways, hope pays. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Long you wanna light declare, I'm riding to the air. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo. I'm quick to grab the grip and go, I'm best with it. Okay, I'm lit. My mind's on city mode, I'm flexing it. Okay, I'm wild. I'm tripping on my mind, investing it. I'm still high-minded. My destiny, you'll find it hard to find it.
Yeah. Winning street, my dubs elite, I bring it. Yeah. 50 feet step back, I'm about to speak my G, I'm with it. Yeah. Sun shines, I dream bigger, believe it.
No, it's time when we saw Mad versus Bacon Time. My name is Mikos and I'm with Goyan Gaming. You are in AIC 2022 last series for the day, and this is the last group, and we are going to see who's going to go home with Dewa United. It is Bacon Time or Mad, because Mad have 1 point but Bacon Time has 0. Same kind of position like Dewa United, yeah, maybe a different story currently. Goyan Gaming.
Maybe that is something that we are gonna be seeing or eyeing to see later on, as it is quite crucial for Bacon Time right now. They have to secure 2-0 or else they are gonna be bidding goodbye as well. And we had some initial thoughts before on how they usually perform. I do have high expectations for Bacon Time, but when we had our analysis alongside with Vittorio on how things can pan out, yes, Bacon Time does do well, especially on times that they are ahead, but there are actually times wherein they fail to collect themselves, so that kind of causes them to have that curse, quite similar to the other teams that have dropped in the AIC 2022 right now, just like a Saigon Phantoms. Hopefully that is not something that we are going to be seeing today, especially in their match against Mad Team, because Mad Team right now does have a really high momentum. After suffering a loss against V Gaming, they actually pushed through and made it work during the second game, which was actually quite amusing to see, because their match earlier was kind of like a comeback, a swing, with just one team fight preventing V Gaming from securing a 2-0. So that shows how disciplined they are and how hard it is to actually take down Mad Team. Here we do see the lineup of Bacon Time, Tao X, Muwan, Kim Sensei, Almond P, and Marky. Same lineup as usual, while Mad Team does have the same as well. Cuckoo, 0322, Star, Zen, and Cow High leading the pack here for a Mad Team. And how do you say things can go down, Mikos? Are you excited for this? This is the last series.
This is the last series and I'm excited, but kind of unfortunate for the side of Bacon. If they lost the first match, then they are the first to go out. And it's kind of weird to see Bacon Time loses in maybe weird if Bacon and Mad loses in the group stage itself. So kind of want to see what is the battle that they can bring. They want to play early aggressive, they want to play a lot more passive, because we know Bacon Time, as what you said, that if they have the lead, they doesn't know how to fully utilize their lead. So if Matt can punish it back in the late game, it's much more suitable for the side of Matt Team, because in terms of draft, Matt is good onto mid-game composition. They can make a comeback like what happened versus V Gaming before this. They made a lot of a comeback to win one series, and it is possible for Mad Team, but for Bacon Time, they are something that we want to see. They change a little bit in terms of energy, and it's going to be hard, because if Bacon Time, like you just said, that if they have not given much of a hype into this last match, it will be Mad all the way. So we have to see what kind of composition they want to bring into the game. In the first phase of batting, we want to see a lot more changes into the draft, because we know that is an Omen, that is an Anaya been taken away, Hayati, maybe Nakros been taken by Bacon Time, and as well as Lorian for the side of Matt. Because if Matt give what? Bacon ban Matt? Bacon ban Lorian? I would say no, because they have to ban the Iggy. If they ban the Lorian, maybe the Nakros could be picked by Bacon Time itself, and Matt is the one need to ban Lorian. If they want to pick down the Lorian, they have to ban something else, and Matt has in mind. So same ban as the blue, as the red side, and now giving Muan again with the Elsu pick. We saw it happen with the late game with V Gaming. I would say Bacon really did change up a little bit with the Elsu. Maybe they have the Nacross on their side as well.
Yeah, pretty standard pick here on the side of Bacon Time. And Mad Team is opting to go with an aggressive pick composition. Agnes Grip after the double trouble here with the Laville. So not even gonna be surprised if they do lock this in. They should. Yeah, the Iggy is already expected on the ban. Bacon Time picks up the Elsu. So one of the possible last pick here by Mad Team can actually be something in the mid lane, while Bacon Time are hovering really strong heroes right now. Thane and the Nacroth for the front line, and also the damage capability with good split push potential as well, since it's a Nacroth. But we have seen that, yeah, this Nacroth can be shut down, especially when you have his camp stolen out by the enemy team. So now Mad is gonna be investing onto the Scud, possibly. They have yet to lock it up. I think it would be better for them to maybe pick up something like a Crixie in the mid lane. It is available for the taking, but I think they're wanting to play this a little bit reservedly for the meantime, since there's no mid lane pickup for Bacon Time yet.
Yeah, I think they need to play it safe with what heroes could Bacon Time pick before they want to pick the Crixie, because they still have Talon, they still have the maybe Raz to be picked by Matt if they want to, in terms of what could be bring by Bacon Time. So the Crixie maybe been banned after this, but they banned the Zuka instead from Bacon Time, and Florentino be taken out because of Marquis, and they're trying to just bring the Yenna, maybe the Kilgroth out from Bacon Time. So they want to hide a lot more secrets into the game number 2. So Mina be been taken out from Matt, as well as the Elendor. Crixie maybe been taken here for the mid lane. Maybe Kali if they want to. Still have maybe a Dirac to be played as well. Yenna been stolen because this may be a jungle's cut for the side of Matt. They have Roxy into support. Yenna will be in terms of Dark Slayer. They are forcing Kilgroth for Bacon Time. Maybe an arrow, or sometimes they had Tate Arthur maybe for the side of Dark Slayer, because they doesn't have the Florentino, they doesn't have the Omen yet. Maybe G Richter is a good pick as well for Bacon Time, and not much of a damage coming in from Bacon currently versus Yenna and also the Laville, because it only has the Elsu pick to poke a little bit. Maybe Ryoma could be happening for the side of Bacon, but they bring up the Talon here to be the mage in the middle lane.
Yeah, lots of damage coming in from the side of Bacon Time, and a decent amount of crowd control as well, and frontline capability. This is a balanced lineup that we are seeing on the side of Bacon Time, and this is what they really needed. This is what they really need right now. An all in here. Oh, Dio-chan. Yeah, it is being hovered at a possible mid lane Dio-chan here, which is gonna be a first here, especially on day number 4. Not the usual pick that we do see, and even in not so sure. Even in the AIC 2021, it wasn't really usually picked up, especially due to the possible risk of it as well. So now it is gonna be their mid lane of choice. I wonder how Mad Team is gonna pilot with this. I think they want to play this a little bit reserved in preparation for game number 2 as well. Let's see how it will pan out, because Bacon Time, they have no reservations in this game number 1.
Yeah, because Bacon Time really needs to win this game number 1. If Matt takes the lead, it wasn't done and the end of the journey for Bacon Time. They had the same kind of journey as Dewa United, but Matt team, they bring up the Diaochan maybe for the combo that they had with Laville and also the Roxy. One double trouble comes in, one stuns, maybe 2 stuns from Diaochan, and also the Agnes group coming in for Cuckoo. So if Cuckoo played really well, trying to secure a lot more vision for side of Matt, this will be the game for Matt, because Bacon Time has substantially amount of damage, but it's just not enough with the silence that Diaochan can give, also the AoE damage, as well as the rotation that could be made by Yena could mimic away by that Nacross, but the only Nacross could be the same speed and maybe a little bit more speed than the Yena. So Bacon Time really forcing them up in the game number 1. They have a lot to play here with the Elsu. If Muan plays the Elsu same as the first game versus V Gaming, it will be a disaster for Bacon. The position of that Elsu is needed to be perfect 100% in this kind of matchup, but this is going to be first blood, but not enough damage from Matt in terms of early game, and Bacon is still alive.
Yeah, Marky getting caught out there by surprise. I don't think he expected someone to be at that particular brush, but fortunately he was able to survive. Standard start here for both teams, and the red side jungle of both both farmers here of Bacon Time and Mad Team. No invade, no contest on their jungle camps. We're seeing them group up here in the mid lane, though it might attract a possible fight, but they're just wanting to clear out their waves to have a better clearing on their respective junglers as well, because the mid laners sometimes assist their junglers, and also sometimes the slayers, the dark slayers, help them as well. We're seeing more help coming in from the side of Mad Team here, especially with Cuckoo aiding Zen alongside with Star earlier, but they do have a fast wave clear nonetheless. Mad Team as a group, they have a really aggressive playstyle, and with this double pick-off composition with the Agnes Grip and the double trouble, they can actually make wonders. It will depend on how Bacon Time responds in terms of the results of this, but Marky again getting caught out. Zen trying to chase him down, and he will secure first blood. A big punish by Mad Team on that overextension. Bacon Time still committing onto this Abyssal Dragon, but they will just get caught. Kawai takes the kill onto Muan plus this Abyssal Dragon. So in a short amount of time, Mad Team gets the snowball that they want.
Oh no, Bacon Time is getting inspired already because Mad is going in hard. They want to win this first game into the mid lane. Diaochan versus Itolan has to suffer a moment, but the Thunderbird secures the kill on the Kim Sensei. Takes the kill on number 1, but now the retribution comes in with the Mad members into mid lane. Thunderbird again coming in for Kim Sensei, secures the kill first and trying to bring the goal gap a little bit thinner because of how Bacon really needs this upper hand. But now the Agnes Grip with the tower's help, couple more damage, secures the kill coming in from Matt. 0322 and a couple more damage left, but Mad Team is on precise attack. Bacon Time is still answering a wrong call coming in from Mad.
Yeah, a 1,000 gold lead at 3 minutes. Not really too much, but we're starting to see Bacon Time getting dissected here. Yeah, you have a very flexible lineup here, but if you keep getting picked off, that will not be good for you. Luckily, Bacon Time has secured that Slayer onto the top side, so Mad Team now doesn't have that much to get since they have cleared out their top side and bot side jungle. They're just waiting for the dragon to actually spawn back up. pretty safe start here for both teams. Just focusing on the farms. Yes, there are hiccups. But man, Muan dealing a lot of damage with the snipe. That is carrying 0322 for sure.
Oh no, my money jiggle with it. Coming in for Beacon Time. Muan has a much more damage in terms of range on 0322. And Beacon Time still takes a lot more objective. They have to stall this game. In fact, that we saw a lot. If Beacon Time has the upper hand in terms of early game, they might bottle up in the late game. But what if Bacon Time is trailing in terms of early game? Could they make it up into mid and bring into late game that can win by Bacon? Because Bad currently has a lot more better matchups in terms of crowd control and the damage they could deliver by LaVille on bottom side. Cuckoo, one Agnes grips only can just determine the tides of that war. But now, 12 minutes into the next Bissell Dragon, who's going to be taking it, Matt or Bacon Time? Top side, a little bit more chill in terms of damage as well as rotation. Kawi just played it really well, trying to push top side first because they had much more damage in terms of towers. But yeah, Marky too much on rotating, just leave top side and happen to regroup with the rest of the members of Bacon Time.
Well, Bacon Time is playing this reactively as of the moment. Not much to respond right now, but Mad Team are grouping up. Double Trouble does not connect onto any target, so this gives a window of opportunity right now for Bacon Time. Tauex though is taking a bit of damage. They're just trying to clear out this bot side wave to prevent that push, but it's still gonna be inevitable. Mad Team right now engaging Tauex, taking a bit of damage. Marky actually positioning himself towards this contest on the Bissell Dragon. They will try to engage, but given that Almond Piece onto the red side jungle of Zen, well, this can actually be just taken almost by Muan, but luckily that last shuriken, that last damage coming in from 0322 allows them to secure that. Double Trouble not connecting again onto the crucial member of Bacon Time, and it allows them to actually just fall back safely under the safety of their towers. Mid lane, Kim Sensei is just clearing out the waves. Not much interaction here by both teams as Mad Team just continues to gain some advantage across the map. Bacon Time has no answer yet. Maybe this time they will, as 0322 gets blown up there by Kim Sensei. That is a lot of damage. I mean, it's a Tulin. You cannot just stand in front of him.
Yeah, that stacks coming in for the Talon, and as well as the Thunderclap is so much convenient for the Talon itself. We saw the Talon has been used by LCC2 and makes the game possible for them. But now with a couple more damage that has been chased on Kauhi, and Bacon Time makes the game possible for them. They had a couple more initiated with the aggressive that Bacon Time had. They already have the Muramasa. They need something that could bring more damage down. Comes in with the Agnos Grips, and also Man of the Hunter comes in. All the members of Bacon Time is there, but no, 0322 is not giving enough damage to the members, and now Kawi is going in, but a little bit too late with the trade. And now that is a win, a big win for Bacon Time, trying to scare away Matt, and this is the Dark Soleil taken down by the side of Bacon Time.
Yeah, they're attempting to take it down. Mad Team is just too far to actually contest. Double Trouble is not available as well, so big win by Bacon Time. Now they commit onto the top. Double Trouble into the Agnes Grip. Muan is dead. Nothing he can do since the chain CC is just too much. Mad Team gets that pick off. No transition yet onto any objectives though, so it's just that kill and the dragon is still readily available onto the bot side. Star flickers out after that threat engage by Almond P. There's a lot of damage coming in from Kim Sensei as well. Reduci Kawai now just isolated onto the bot side. It's actually just trying to get some attention here from Bacon Time. That's a nice engage, but the Agnes Grip as the response here by Cuckoo. Tauex has to fall back. Mid lane, Star not really getting the most on that engage, especially whenever they try to go into a team fight just like this. There's nothing much they can do. Star pops out of ulti, but nothing much. Oh no! What happened there? 0-3-20 to try to get a double trouble onto a member of Bacon Time in the mid, but it actually hit someone into the bot side. Almond P is dead because of that. Cuckoo does have the Agnes Grip, but won't use it onto anyone for now. He is taking a lot of damage, especially from the snipes of Muan and the damage from Kim Sensei. Now, the dragon becomes holy, and Bacon Time eyes on it right now. Kawai might actually get caught. Gets the damage there by Kim Sensei, but not enough for him to actually fall down since there's no thunderclap there by Kim Sensei. Only got it right now, but Bacon Time will try to push some towers here onto the bot side since Mad is a bit isolated at the top. Bot side, they are trying to group up though, as they see Bacon Time trying to secure this objective onto the dragon. The scores are kind of close. Oh, the double trouble into the Agnes Grip now. A Dai-chan ulti just for the zone control, but not much actually being transferred towards the members of Bacon Time. They have to fall back. 0-3-22 takes a bullet to the head, now forced to disengage as well. This gives the opportunity now for Bacon Time to actually take the dragon, but they don't. They commit onto pushing top side, which they will get a tower out of since Mad Team doesn't have that much resources to engage. You have to wait for the double trouble and the Agnes Grip. They're a pick comp. They will connect onto Tauex, not really the best target since he is relatively tanky. Mad Team just having limited response right now into this game.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a hard game for Mad as well because they had a lead, but not so much in terms of objective, but they still has to target the same as Bacon Time, but the Dark Slayer only 4 beside of Bacon Time, only 0 for Mad. They have to defend this mid lane. They have to defend their own. Only one game away to just proceed into the playoff. But now a couple more pokings with the Thunderclap as well as the snipe coming in from Muan. Trying to go for the silence, but ultimate this is a little bit too push. Comes in with the passive coming in for Kim Sensei. Secures the kill onto Kawi. Too much ambitious. Trying to find a way. The mid tower will be taken away, but no, it's not enough damage just yet. Kim Sensei on the backside. Muan takes the outer tower first, and they are going for the tier 2 turrets on the bottom side here. They need to punish it more because of 15 seconds for Kawi. Mistake made by the members of Mad.
Yeah, that's not something you would want to do, especially when you're against Bacon Time. Now they have a sizable amount of gold lead. Good take there by Tauex on the double trouble. He is the walking meat target here by Mad Team, but the Agnes Grip into the Dai-chan ulti, not much damage though. Muan between two members of Mad still lands that snipe onto the best possible target. So now with Cuckoo dead, Bacon Time eyes on the prize, trying to take down that bottom inhibitor tower. They will be able to take it down because of Tauex tanking the turret, and now they're eyeing onto the mid lane. This might be quite crucial since Tauex is quite low, but Mad Team still are the ones being forced back. This is tough. I don't think this Dio-chan will be a necessary pick for them since we haven't seen the most potential of it right now into this game. They're just being isolated one at a time, like all the time actually. And Bacon Time continues to increase their gold lead, now going 4,000. Mad Team has no answers yet.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a hard game for Mad because they brought up the Diao-chan first with the combo they need to do. In terms of Bacon Time is the one needed to win 2 games, despite of Mad only 1 game he needed. So I think Mad's trying to save 1 hero for the game number 2. They picked out the Diao-chan, they still have the Kali, they need to release down the A-game. Maybe a Crixie to be picked here by the side of Mad in game number 2. Still has the lead for Bacon. The snipes coming in from Muan is making the game for the side of Bacon, but we fear not. If Bacon stall this game long enough, that Leville will have much more items and burst damage that everyone ever imagined. That is currently hard for the side of Mad Team. So if one of the best game, they are going to proceed a lot more. Well, no, the kill farm coming for Cuckoo. That Bacon takes the kill and the lead as well.
Oh, one by one, they're just getting picked off right now, and Bacon Time now has full access on the Dark Lord Slayer. There's nothing that Mad Team can actually do right now. They cannot contest. The only choice they have right now is defend their lane. They do have the ultimate later on by Star, but I don't think it's gonna do much since it's more so based on close range quarters, and they already lost the bot side inhibitor tower as well. Given the fact that that has happened, that's how they lost control as well on their top side objective, since they have to defend their lane on the bot side always. Now with Dark Lord Slayer marching into the mid, Tao X still being able to tank a lot of damage, and now with all the resources expended, well, Star still has his ulti, but they're losing towers consistently. Top lane is being pushed, mid lane as well. The inhibitor tower falling down in the mid. Only left is the top side, but can they actually defend it? Because the Lord is marching into the mid. Bacon Time opts to just try and end the game. The AoE damage is high, but Bacon Time, eye on the prize, attack the core and take game 1.
Bacon Time is still alive in terms of points currently. They have 1 point, same as Matt. Game 2 is the question. Who's going to take it? Who's going to be alive in the AIC? Because one of them loses game 2 is going to go home earlier than anybody else. Bacon Time played really well in terms of rank and also rotation with the Nacross pick. But game number 2, it doesn't have the Nacross. The Director is not playable for Bacon Time as well. Muan with the Elsu. Snipes always connect, skill Cuckoo in terms of in their base. But yeah, second game, there will not be the same draft that Bacon Time brought in game number 1.
Yeah, interesting turn of events here. Things are just so crucial right now. With Bacon Time securing game number 1, if they are able to win this 2-0, then they're gonna be the ones to stay. Whoever wins in this next one will be the ones to stay. That is how crucial this game is right now. Mad Team versus Bacon Time. Things are really tough right now, especially for Bacon Time. And well, Mad Team, they had an attempt, I guess, but I don't think the Diao-chan pick was it. It had more cons than pros. I think it would have been better if they picked up something like a Kali, maybe, because we saw in the fights that he tries to pop out that Blizzard, but doesn't have that much range towards the members of Bacon Time. More so, he does just cancel his ultimate afterwards. That's how That's how big of a deal that ultimate is. It's more so an anti-engage, but if your opponent keeps on keeping their distance away from you, you can't fully utilize your skills.
Only one we saw a comeback coming in from Bacon, because we analyzed that if Bacon takes the lead in terms of early game and the mid game, and the late game will be bottled by Bacon, but Bacon plays it pretty safe in terms of early game. They try to kill one members of Matt and try to play something into the objective gameplay first, because they have the Necro, they have the Richter. The rotation that Bacon plays is somehow safe in terms of how Matt is trying to force into a team fight, but they have the doubts that they cannot reach long damage, and as well as the range that Diao-chan has is too much to be handled with. So Bacon Time has 1 point currently, so one of them would suffer a loss, a bigger loss, to just exit down AIC in game number 2. No Richter, no Nakroth, and as well no Elsu in game number 2. So the dead Diao-chan will be substituted by what? What is the hero that could be picked by Matt? Is it the Iggy been banned? Maybe a Talon as well, because Talon has been made a lot of statement in game number 1. Is currently happening for the side of Bacon, because this is the different story from Dewa United. One of them slip in game 2 is going to pack their bags.
Yeah. Well, in terms of choices of a Mad team, they actually had a lot. Like, they could have picked up something like a Liliana instead, or maybe I would have preferred a Dirac, honestly, other than rather than what they have picked up in their mid, because the Dio-chan didn't really do much. If we do check the damage, oh, well, that's not a lot. That definitely isn't a lot here for the side of a Mad team, and it is reflected. I think, like, yeah, any other mid laner would have been better. This one definitely isn't built for a counter onto Bacon Time's lineup.
Yeah, I just want to know what is the substitute of Diao-chan at that point, because they has a lot of heroes could be played, because they have the Iggy, they have the despite Iggy being bad, they still has maybe a Dirac, maybe a Kali, or a Lumia, but kind of hard to see they bring up the Diao-chan first to just save a lot of picks, because Matt really need only 1 point, and at this time they lose game number 1. They are in the same situation as Bacon Time, 1 point away to just go for the next game. Now Kim Sensei is the MVP. We know, we understand why, because of how many damage that he gives, and also the non-death he occurs, and also 5 kills he gives in terms of the rotation, as well as the game playable that Tulun made in that kind of matchup. That Thunderbird obviously going to kill somebody and just regen a little bit and make it a good game for Bacon Time.
Yeah. Bacon Time can actually have a 2-0 right now. Well, they have invested quite a lot in terms of picks, but they do still have some options left in their hands. They couldn't have the Elsu anymore, and they are gonna be on the red side. So possible first pick priority here for Mad Team on the Elsu to try and make things work for them this time. But they would have access as well to the Nakroth. So Mad Team has a lot of tools heading down to the second game, since they had a kind of unorthodox lineup here with a Scott in the jungler rather than the Dark Slayer lane, and they had a Lavillan, the Roxy onto the bot side, Dio-chan in the mid. Not really the most preferred ones, given the cons that they do have or the downsides that they do have on their lineup. So, in heading down to game number 2, it's gonna be tough for Bacon Time. Despite having a dominant game in this game number 1, game 2 is gonna be a whole more challenging match against Mad Team.
Yeah, because a lot of resources has been used by Bacon Time. It doesn't have Richter, it doesn't have the Nacross, and they need to bandit suitable kind of heroes because a lot can be used by Matt. O322 still have Hayate, it still has the Valheim, still have the Violet, maybe the Whips to be played here elsewhere as well. So in the mid lane, Raz, maybe a Dirag, maybe a lot more could be picked by
Raz?
Matt. Yep, maybe a Raz he wants to, but Crixie,
Yeah.
and also, you know, if Lorion is open, if maybe one of them is
No, it won't be open.
Yeah, but it's hard to see. But Matt has much more played. Maybe has more option into pick whatever hero is going to be in the game number 2. But instead, Bacon Time, they need to play it really well. They need to find maybe the Hayate for Muwan, maybe the Kafni for Muwan as well. So in terms of what champs that could be picked by Bacon Time, they need to be in the blue side, on the red side, because they need to take 2 faster champions. They need a Florentino. They need maybe the Chi. Doesn't have to give to the side of Matt. If Matt got that kind of hero, it would be a Matt game.
Yeah, I'm still looking forward to a Superman Raz combination. I'm still leaning towards that. I hope we do see it tonight, but I'm confident we are gonna be seeing it on the quarterfinals. There are just too many games for the teams to just get any chance on the other heroes that can be picked up. So with this information that we do have on the both lineups that they had, we can favor Mad Team more on the next game because Bacon Time expended quite a lot of those meta picks, but they still do have a relatively good fighting chance. Take note that, well, V Gaming managed to do it against Bacon Time. If they can do it, well, maybe Bacon Time as well can try it out.
A Rui pick for Matt, maybe Bacon Time.
Maybe
a Tara Aya kind of situation.
no.
If it lag. Yeah, that's kind of a lot, because if they want to pick a Pain and also Raz is okay for the side of Bacon, because not a lot of OP champs could be picked by Bacon, but still doable for the side of that. They still have the Kafni, they still has the Helendor if they want to. Still not the same presence that they had in the game number 1, as well as the Richter, if they have the Nacross speed and also critical that they had to push in game number 1. So if they had to win that, they have to just use their own resources, because they need to win the game number 1 just to have a hard game number 2. So it's going to be something that to look for. What could Bacon bring in game number 2? The global ban has been applied. A lot more stakes will be taken here if Matt or the Bacon Time will proceed into the playoffs.
Everything is at stake. Game number 2, we do see a closer glimpse on the global bans. Mad Team onto the blue side. So yeah, Elsu priority. Not a lot of heroes are actually available for the taking of Mad Team. Same goes for a Nacross. They can pick up the Thane, the Tullen. They can pretty much use everything that that Bacon Time has used during game number 1, and they won't let any of the other heroes get picked up, just like the Omen, Lorian. But I do prefer having to ban out the Aya first, so you have more options on the first pick.
Yeah, I think the Aya will be taken out the second though, because Matt will need that Iggy to be taken out. If Bacon ban out the Iggy, then Aya will be open for the side of Matt. Or maybe Matt just no. You open down the Aya, we will not take the Aya as well. But Aya been killed now currently. So Iggy is the first pick for the side of Matt team. Then open up for Kafni. Maybe a Hayate to be taken up. In mid lane, they still has a Crixie to be respawned by Bacon Time. Maybe Crixie, maybe the Liliana to be picked by Bacon. So Zuka, Liliana kind of a same composition that Flash used to make in terms of game. So yeah, Iggy on the side, they have Tachi to be played for Cuckoo, still have the Kha'Zix for Cuckoo, a lot more heroes to be played, but the stakes is so high that we need something that Matt or Bacon to be in the spotlight to win this kind of matchup.
Ooh, Nakroth gonna be hovered. They can as well pick up the Elsu later on, but I like their approach here. Right now, Mad Team is not saving at all. They're going ham on this game. Bacon Time has to do it as well, especially that if we push through on this second banning phase, we can already safely assume that Bacon Time will try to remove the Elsu, and Mad Team will try to limit their other picks, like a possibly a Florentino being taken away, stuff like that.
Oh, the Tachi first. Oh, this is good. This is good from Bacon. They have Liliana, they have Tachi as well. They could ban out the maybe Ryoma. Matt need to ban the Ryoma coming in for Bacon, and also maybe the Florentino, as you said. Because if the Florentino is open for the side of Bacon, they still can bring down the Scud, or maybe the Scud already banned by Matt, but they can bring out the Chi and also the Yenna to be played for Bacon. This is the time when both of this team has to be smart. Who's going to be banned here? If they ban a Florentino, Chi and Yenna will be open. Chi will not be picked, but Yenna will be open a lot. Kilgroth is not in the list as well, so Elsu been taken away. Kafni will be taken by 0322, or Kafni will be banned by Bacon Time. I've said if they want to ban the Kafni, this is the time. Still Hayate for 0322, and they take up the Hayate. They give the Kafni for the side of Mad Team. God damn it! I just said it. The Hayate, they ban it out.
Oh, are you disappointed? Were you expecting Hayate to be available for the taking?
Yep, because I'm rooting for Mad.
Well, they have drafted a really nice, like first 3 picks of them is really good. Bacon Time as well, but we do see more aggression coming in from Mad Team here, and a relatively good team fight capability too. So Bacon Time has to respond here. Well, they cannot. Good ban on the Elsu, especially that it is possibly the take here of Mad Team, but they forgot one. Well, stuff like the Kafeni can still be picked up here by Mad Team, and it does have a lot of protection with the Baldum too, and also the Kafeni actually gonna be locked in here by Bacon Time. A good steal actually on the Kafeni, because it can be used here by Mad Team, but since it has been taken away, so maybe the Telenas, the Telenas will be a better option here, and the Ryoma.
an early composition with Ryoma and also the Nacross leaving Telenas into the late game, as well as the Baldum Iggy is the main balance for side of Matt. And Baldum Telenas is one of the strongest synergy onto the episode Dragon since, I would say, season 4, I think, because that is some balance mechanism that Telenas and Baldum has. So I'm kind of like the draft coming in from both teams. They have the Roxy onto the Dark Slayer. They force it up versus a Ryoma. Ryoma will have a hard time versus a Roxy. But in terms of Abyssallate, the Telenas and also Baldum has the potential to smoke Kafni and also Itachi. In mid lane, it's Liliana over Iggy, but in the jungle, it's Nacross over Denzuka. So the 1v1 fight will be hectic, but one of them will be stay on top, and the rest will fall.
This is gonna be a jam-packed action game number 2 for sure. Mad team with a nice team fight base composition with a good side lane control. Bacon Time has that as well, but with a relatively good pickup potential due to that Agnes script being available here for Bacon Time. We do see though that possibly Mad Team, especially Kao Hai, might actually struggle onto the top side because of how vulnerable he can be towards a gank, especially when Marky already has the Agnes grip. So Mad Team has to play this out quite safely in the early game and focus maybe a little bit more on mid to top instead of bot side, because bot side is gonna be safe for sure. I mean, Kafeni can try to harass, but Telenas has definitely a relatively okay range with the help of the Baldum as well for the protection.
Yeah, we are going to see who is the best or an absolute mess coming in game number 2, who's going to be in this AIC, who's going to continue their journey, or they are going home a little bit early than other teams. Mad Team versus Bacon Time, a little bit early coming from Matt, trying to find a way into the jungles of Bacon. Top side, Marky has been spot up. First, they won this buff, but on the bottom side, they still had a couple of defenses. Still, Matt has the red buff on the top side because Zuka, as we all know, a little bit late into some jungle clears, and 4 members of Bacon is on bottom side.
Yeah, good invade though, but Tawex might actually get caught. Good is engaged nonetheless. At the end of that, it's actually dead even, because Almond P still got his red buff through the camps there of Zen, while Zen will just need to clear out his topside jungle. He will have a little bit of more economy with the farming that he will get because of that invade that they did against Bacon Time, but that is a struggle with the Zuka jungle. It is a bit hard in terms of the clearing compared to heroes like the Nacross. Mid lane, we're seeing Kim Sensei just trying to clear out his ways, while Star consistently tries to land all those pokes. Marky on the top though is gonna be a losing lane as expected, unless he gets a gank from Almond B. But
no, Zen!
Gosh, Zen is dead! An impressive setup there by Bacon Time, and now retaliation comes in. Almond P might actually be in trouble, but here goes Kim Sensei with help of Marky. The Agnes grip is just on point! Right there on the corner. Mad Team did not expect that answer. Now a 2-0 plus a dragon takedown here by Bacon Time, but with the wave crashing onto the bot, well, Muan disengages for the meantime. Can 0322 steal? The answer is no. Bacon Time takes a lot after that fight.
this is hard to see for Matt. They come as a hero, leaves him the body bag. That kind of setup coming in from Bacon is one of the best setup that Bacon could pull off. But Cuckoo, what is the aggression that Cuckoo has coming in with the ultimate coming for Tachi as well? Could they take a kill here? Teops a little bit too tanky as well as damage could be landed into the Matt members. Matt is not playing it well and secure in this game number 2. If Matt currently plays like this throughout all the matches, this is going to be a win for Bacon Time. A 1k gold lead in terms of 2 kills has been taken away by Matt. Matt team is needing for a farm before they going for the next objectives.
Oh, this is gonna be tough. Bacon Time continues to apply aggression in this match, slowly gaining a lead in terms of gold, and they do have access on to this top side tower and also the Slayer, but they need to be very careful because Star deals a lot of damage. Bacon Time right now is doing a lot of work. They are also being able to scale up pretty effectively with Muan safe onto the bot side. Mad team is playing defensively, focusing on farm because late team is going to be scary on them as well, with Star 0322 dealing a lot of damage with a good amount of protection from Cuckoo. So Mad team right now doesn't really need to contest objectives. All they need to do is play this out safe, get their farm, and avoid those skirmishes, because Bacon Time is just gonna continue to try and get those pickoffs.
Yeah, the pickoffs is going to be really happen for the side of Matt, but Bacon Time already have the lead that they want to, and it is kind of something that Matt, they know they have the Telenas with the Baldum, so they have to wait for the late game or mid game after a couple of damage. But Bacon Time is not sitting with the rest. He needs this blue buff. He needs to just happen to give the Acton Scripts again, but the Zed will be taken away. Zed is still alive with a couple of more Jury Fury, but the blue buff has been stealed by Elman B, or maybe in the hands of Kauhi on top side. That Bacon is cheeky into taking away a couple more buff, but now leaving 0322 alone on bottom side, trying to pick off this tower with no help of Cuckoo on the backside, giving the potential and okay now a little bit too far away. Cuckoo is not responding fast.
The outplay!
Suffer 2-man kill by the members of Bacon. Matt is going lunatic. They are not playing really well in this last game for today. Maybe the last game for Matt in AIC.
Muan actually with an impressive outplay with that, goes to his stasis position and actually got the kill onto 0322 and Cuckoo as well. So now Bacon Time has the luxury of securing this Abyssal Dragon. No way that Mad Team can contest this right now due to the lead that Bacon Time has. Tauix though is quite low, has to fall back and make a reset. But Mad Team is trying to at least get an advantage here in this game. That's a lot of damage coming in from Kim Sensei. Yeah, the Telenaut deals a lot of high DPS, especially during team fights, but if you get zoned out, that is a big problem. Marky successfully defends the tower, and now Kauhai might actually be in trouble. That's a lot of mobility coming in from the Ryoma, and Amupi actually takes a lot of damage from that.
Yeah, that is somehow play coming in for Kauhai. Really needs to run away, but that Caffrey is melting the towers alive and is giving Bacon Time a lot more space to play with 2k gold lead. And what happened for Matt, this is not happening, and I can see Goyang Gaming is having and hating right now. He's thinking what happened to Matt, because Matt played really well, but this is not the Matt he knows, because Bacon is frying Matt alive.
They are being fried right now. Bacon, smelling the bacon of the victory right now with the lead that they do have. Taking this layer down. That is almost 3,000 gold lead that they are currently gaining as of 8 minutes into the game. And Mad Team just playing this reactively as of the moment. Not much items being purchased right now. We more so see the gold funnel towards no one actually. It's just Zen, some getting the camps, but if we compare it to Bacon Time, everyone is getting their farm. Most of the gold are actually headed over towards Muan, especially after that outplay earlier, and now with a Slayer taken out, it gives them more gold, gives them all the resources that they do need. They can even get the Abyssal Dragon if they do want, since Mad Team right now cannot contest at all. They're just on their backs right now.
Yeah, they need to wait until Nas. Already have the Eclipse of Santi as well as Slicksting. Maybe a bow. They need a bow for a couple more damage and also critical. But look at how Bacon Time is giving a hard time for Matt. This is the moment that Matt need to realize this is the last game possible for AIC. If they lose this, they are going to go out. They are going to join Nova, but still put some restraint. They still has the momentum to bring down Bacon Time. Looks what happened if Bacon takes the lead long enough. They will not survive in the late game. Waiting for that Nacron to play a lot more split push. One engagement is the needing for Mad Team right now. Waiting for the Telenas to have one more item. Boo the Bloodlust, come on.
Yeah, Mad Team grouping up, just making sure everybody has their safety net. Bacon Time overextending a little bit towards his bot side the jungle of Zen. They will get this Holy Dragon for absolutely free. It will help them in terms of the economy. Still a 3,000 gold lead being maintained here by Bacon Time, but Mad Team preventing an extension on that gold lead as well. So now with this group up, they have to be very careful. The Agnes grip, but a good disengage coming in from Mad Team nonetheless. They will transition towards the bot side though, as Bacon Time is grouping up. Oh! It's a nice initiation, but good disengage still by Bacon Time. Fussalon has been baited out though, just for the wave clear. I think they're just gonna go on to a reset since the Slayer is about to spawn in the next 45 seconds, and they would want to be in their peak condition before attempting to take that objective. Marquee is kind of deep, honestly. They are gonna commit onto the top side tower, and they're only needing to push mid and bot before they have full access on the inhibitor towers. Goldie keeps rising now a little above 4,000, but Bacon Time has yet to commit onto a team fight. I think they're showing respect here for Mad Team, since they know that they can still turn around the game, especially if Star 0322 and Zen gets untouched, especially with the damage that they can deal. So the disengage will be sufficient for now.
Yeah, for the side of Matt, they have to share a lot of gold in terms of lane for farm members. So if they share from 0322 as well as Star, maybe Zed, it's going to be really hard to make a lot of items or no tag outs. Trying to find a way with the members of Matt. Cuckoo spotted inside the brush. Star trying to find a way to steal away, but now L1P engaged coming in from Taeyox, but not much of engagement comes from the Bacon Team members. Top side, bottom side will be pushed away, and also mid with the Dark Slayer coming in. So it's hard for the side of Matt to just defend this a lot. They need to defend the tier 2 turret in mid, but it's going to be done because of Bacon Time has more damage, has more members, and as well as the goal lead that Bacon is having. It's not going to make it for Matt. Look at the Ryoma damage. It's not going to register a lot for Marky. Marky is a bit too tanky here with the rock, stone and everything. So it's going to be a Matt situation. They need to wait. I don't think they need they can win more for 0322 who has a lot of damage on the top side. Elma P trying to find a kill, but it cannot disconnect. But the Dark Slayer being pushed away has been taken. Oh no, Tachi. This goes
Oh,
in
they
with
turn.
a couple more damage, and Wild Prison Tara will be taken away as well with a couple more damage left. But Kawi takes the kill on the Chaos. Now the crumbling goes on. Kawi has been
Oh!
killed. No, the third member is Star.
game?
Double 2 has been taken as well. Only Zed will protect the life of Matt in this AIC. I won't think so, cause this is bacon time and time for the playoff. For Bay AC are going straight to the playoffs.
Woo! One. Bacon time with an impressive feat there in that game. And there's nothing that Mad Team can do. It needed a 2-0 for Bacon Time to stay alive in this tournament, and they delivered a 2-0 against Mad Team. Unfortunately, because of this, Mad Team will be the one to bid goodbye as they only have 1 point in this phase 2. So congratulations to Bacon Time! An impressive feat, especially with that game. We saw multiple times that they have successfully set up team fights in their favor, and Mad Team, I think they got a little bit confused on that latter part. They wanted to just defend. They tried to turn, but what they didn't expect is Bacon Time committing onto that team fight and not disengaging. And that led for them to actually pile on the AoE damage. As you check here onto the highlights, Bacon Time looks for opportunities, especially with Marky on that Agnes grip. And that interaction, this short stasis position of Muan on that outplay, those are the key fights that we like to see. And here we saw the last team fight. They got the inhibitor tower, they turned back towards Mad Team without hesitation, which was unexpected by Mad Team. And because of that, well, Zen tried to defend. Unfortunately, he just got another victim of Bacon Time, and they secure this 2-0 against Mad Team and will stay in the tournament as well alongside V Gaming. And for Group C, well, Adult Team and Bikertopia.
Yeah, we're going to see whichever team they will be facing in the draw with the draw stage after this. But yeah, I would say that Bacon Time plays in the game number 2. It is just crispy.
Yeah.
Trying to leave it there, just having it soak up some umami, but it's okay because the Bacon Time plays a little bit time because we saw how Bacon Time versus V Gaming, they had the most resource, and one mistake they made V Gaming trying to make a comeback, that is the most suitable moment. But in terms of versus Matt, they doesn't make a mistake because Matt made more mistake than they did because of how the first blood is, that Cuckoo trying to find some redemption and doesn't even connect with the wild charge. So the Matt team has the potential, but not the time just yet. He needs to take more training, more strategy to be played. Maybe next year with Nova, I think, because they will be back. They will be back.
They should. I mean, they put up a really good fight, especially during the phase 1. They sat second to Bacon Time and had a really nice performance, even against V Gaming. But unfortunately, this time we saw V Gaming rose to the challenge, tie the series up, and Bacon Time maintaining their strength against Mad Team. But I think it would be better for Mad Team if they well, they had a really good draft in that game, but we didn't see them actually fighting back as they intended. They most are just play this game reactively. In Bacon Time, they consistently were looking for fights. Not only just random fights, but fights that are actually in favor of them. And it caused Mad Team to play in a defensive manner because they kept losing more resources as time goes by. Zen gets countered on his jungle with Almond P invading as well, alongside with the other members. And Mad Team overall, I think suffered quite a lot in here, and especially in the mental strain. And as we check here on to the post-game stats, Bacon Time actually had so much stability in this particular game. The goal lead was consistent, and they didn't give that much resource to Mad Team. No objective taking, just one kill, and no towers even. A clean, almost flawless game here by Bacon Time.
Yeah, Bacon Time played it really well, but in terms of objectives as well as the goal. But we have to give a honorable mention when Star played it really well. They give a lot of damage with the Iggy pick, but Zen with that Nakaroth is not going to make it because how Bacon Time has a lot more potential to steal a lot more resources, a lot of monster camps. He just steal away from the early minutes into the last minute possible. None of the Mad members could take a lot of gold, and they have to share it for members. They have to share from 0T22, from Zen, and also with the Iggy. So it's going to be something that is not much of a goal lead and funneling for the side of Talona. So 0322 cannot have much more damage because of the funneling strat is not working for the side of Mad Team. So Bacon Time is the one is going to the playoffs, and is something that we know Mad Team is always goes to playoff. But currently we have lost SGP, we have lost Mad Team, and a lot more teams that has been lost for today, and it's pretty sad. But yeah, the new era has to go on.
I like that term, new era, especially for the other teams, the teams that have redeemed themselves, just like a dope team. Bikertopia as well has been performing really well today. V Gaming redeemed themselves so well, especially from the phase 1. They suffered quite a lot in that. And Bacon Time, after suffering a 2-0 loss against V Gaming, they redeemed themselves with a 2-0 victory against Mad Team. So it takes a lot to maintain here or remain here in the AIC 2022, and unfortunately Mad Team is the one that gets caught. So top 4 teams are really fighting back and adapting quite well. It takes a lot to maintain here. You need to be able to not only be strong but also quite adaptive, and things are just gonna keep getting worse and worse as the time goes by, because we had an interesting best of ones, interesting best to twos, and next week it's gonna be a best of 5. That's so straining for the players.
Yeah, for the players, and with the global bans, it's a strain for the coaches. That is, some mind games need to be played, and we saw a glimpse of global ban galore when V Gaming plays the movie. That is something that been brought by V Gaming as well. But yeah, the best of 5 will have its toll, and a lot of strats will be open a lot. And yeah, we haven't seen the Rats, we haven't seen the Superman just yet. Maybe a Batman or a flash to be played in AIC, because a lot more champs. We have 115, I think 115 champs to be played in terms of AIC. Still have a lot to be told. So this is the ranking for today. In the Group C, we have Bikertopia, also Bikertopia, and ADT is the team going for the playoff. In Group D, we have V Gaming and as well as Bacon Time. But for a sad day to say that they were united, as well as Matt is going to say goodbye to AIC 22.
Yeah, congratulations to Bikertopia, a dope team, V Gaming, and Bacon Time. Real nice performance today, and we saw some redemptions by teams today. That's a really good progress for especially a dope team and V Gaming. Now, before in phase 1, we saw them struggle quite a lot, especially for V Gaming. They nearly got taken out, but now they're sitting at the very top. So here we do see all 4 qualifying teams for the AIC 2022 quarterfinals. And we do see the Talon Esports, Team Flash, One Team, Valencia CF, Bikertopia, a dope team, V Gaming, and Bacon Time on the respective groups A to D. So top 8 already from so many teams. 16.
Yeah, so many teams, so many regions to be played here. The best of 5 is the one to determine who is going to be in the semifinals. Maybe in terms of the grand final itself, the best of 7 to be played. We have our favorites, we have our sadness is going to be something that could be bring into the top 8. Whoever going to proceed next, who knows? Maybe it's not the team in our prediction, maybe, or the team that we all know has the potential to win this AIC.
And I'm gonna be looking forward to hearing Victoria's thoughts on this later on.
On this day only, man.
I'm already looking forward to it, and yeah, we will have a draw on for the quarterfinals on who is gonna be matched among each other.
Yep.
This is a timer that we're seeing right now before the draw. So there's a little bit of a suspense here, rather.
Yeah. This is the top tier suspense, man, because we have to see what draw. Okay, I just want to, to put out something outside. I just want to ask you a question. Who you want to be faced in the top 8? Only one match. Who?
Well,
Which team?
I'm gonna say what I don't want to see.
Come on.
Instead,
Come
I don't want to see Bacon Time versus V Gaming. I want that to happen at the latter parts. That would spoil the fun. But I do. I am actually interested in seeing either Talon Esports actually in any order. I want to see a battle of Talon Esports, Saigon Phantom, Bad Team, and V Gaming. I think for a dope team, yes, they have performed significantly well, but I'm still not that much convinced yet because they haven't dealt with the other star teams as of the moment. I would like them to challenge either of the 4 that I have mentioned, but the ones that I'm highly anticipating are the ones from Talon Esports, Saigon Phantom, Mad Team, and V Gaming for sure.
for me, I want to see Talent Esport versus One Team because they are the teams that has full points in terms of face.
Oh yeah, One Team. I'm sorry about that. Not Saigon Phantom. We already bid goodbye to Saigon Phantom.
Yeah, the One Team versus Talent, maybe V Gaming versus Flash. I think the AOG battle. I think it would be something that can elaborate more because we have a couple of maybe Bikertopia versus I think versus Talent also okay to be exact because it's kind of hard to see who's going to face down because not a lot of teams has the much energy that has a lot more strat to be played here, so it's hard to say, man. But okay, one more question: who do you think going to win the MVP, the play MVP for I think for only these two phases? Who is the best player currently?
That's hard. Actually, hard to say. A lot of players actually are standing up for so much. It depends on. This is a thing for me. It depends on which category I will be looking at. But if I will be looking at the support role, I'm actually quite impressed so much on V Gaming support. Han, especially with because he is the only one that actually made the Rui pick work. No other teams have made it work since AIC 2021. That's how big of a deal is that. So these are the formats. Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
The format for you guys is the number one pot is we have Talent, One Team, Bikertopia, and as well as V Gaming. The second pool is Flash, Valencia, CF, a dope team, and Bacon Time. Who's ever going to fight this team? And some of my members already predicted that ADT could face down Talent. So this is hard, man. This is hard. One Team and Talent will not face, but Valencia, Flash, and also ADT, maybe Bacon could face down Talent or One Team. That is the one team that you are not going to face that early.
Here it goes. Well, I will say with absolute confidence, I don't want to see a V Gaming versus Bacon Time once again. Like
It's
immediately.
Talent for
That would be like
Please
too,
don't be
too
Flash.
bad. Okay.
Don't be Flash.
Okay. Ooh, he's gonna. Ooh.
ADT, man! Oh no! Is ADT the first one to
Yeah.
Talent? No! My. This is going
Okay.
to be bad. This is the best game possible. Talent versus ADT. I would say though, Kevin, you called it, man. You called it, Kevin.
This is my thoughts right now. ADT wanted to redeem themselves. This is the test now. Beat Talon Esports. One Team. Okay. This is a good matchup. They already have battled each other before. They had experience. So this is a typical AIC.
Same group. This is the same group, man.
Okay, since Bacon Time hasn't been picked up just yet, I'm kind of nervous. Are we going to see just another battle between V Gaming?
Flash.
Please tell me they're gonna battle with Bikertopia. Okay. Bacon Time versus Bikertopia makes more sense.
It makes more sense for Bacon, but for the side of Bikertopia, it's kind of going to be hard.
It's like Nightmare.
Yeah, it's a nightmare versus Bacon, but Although a lot
I
more
don't
mistakes
Team Flash
being
versus.
made,
I mean, it doesn't. She
this is
didn't need to have to
Yeah.
like shake the. It's only one
Come
thing
on,
remaining.
for
Like, come on.
dramatic effects,
This is
man.
dramatic effect.
effects.
Like,
But-
who would know? Oh, I'm surprised. Team Flash is the the one gonna get picked. But on a serious note, Team Flash would, I think, will need to prove a lot on that because they got demolished before by V Gaming way back in AIC 2021, and if they don't rise to the challenge, we're just gonna be seeing another one-sided beatdown. So interesting turn of events here. Talon Esports versus a dope team. We will be seeing one team versus Valencia CF, Bikertopia versus Bacon Time, V Gaming versus Team Flash. So yeah, I think one of the most interesting games here is gonna be Talon Esports versus a dope team.
Yeah, I think the most Cinderella story is the Talent versus ADT because we haven't for sure know what ADT could do 100%, but we have a lot more confidence in the Talent Esport composition. But yeah, I would say Bacon versus Bacon versus Bikertopia is somehow a good game. But one team versus Valencia, this is a rematch in Group B. Who's ever going to go for a lowest bracket is going to be really hard. One team versus Valencia, that they had, you have called this, GG. In the first day, one team and Valencia, they had something for themselves. They had much redemption and also revenge until the quarterfinals itself. They are still facing each other.
That is true. That is true. So one team versus a Valencia. The last time they have battled, I'm trying to recall who won. I think it was one team that won that. For Valencia team. Yeah, it was they actually one team won that in a 2-0 fashion against Valencia CF. So maybe it would be a bit of a challenge for them, but anything can happen. I mean, teams improve, teams rise, and we already have been shown so many instances of that here in the AIC 2022. So
Yep.
any more thoughts, my good friend Mikos? Because I was shocked at what I saw.
Yeah, I'm shocked as well, but the shocking thing is we are going to stop. We have to end AIC for today, and we are coming back into AIC to the quarterfinals itself next week. I would say in Thursday, save your time, save your clock, put some alarms because we are going to have max possible 15 games in AIC. A lot of games to be played, a lot of games to be sad, and maybe some of them will say goodbye to AIC. My name is Mikos and I'm with Guyan Gaming. Name is Brian as well. We will say goodbye for today. See you back after the break.
See you.